Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1 minute time check, stations.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye football is on the air.
And he's got all kinds of running room. See you later. Touchdown. Touchdown, Iowa.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how Alliant Energy invests in solutions for clean, reliable energy, now and in the future. Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at Hy-Vee.com. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit IALottery.com for details. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. And by Case IH. The Case IH Red Zone is brought to you by Case IH and your local Case IH dealers. Learn more at CaseIH.com/Hawkeyes. Now live, Hawkeye football is on the air. This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Authentic Brand. Elevate your game day look and everyday style with a premium label of choice.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. I am your pre-host, Michelle Altmeyer. We are coming to you from the Krause Family Plaza on the Grizzly Coolers broadcast stage, and we are just 2 hours away from the sold-out season opener against the Iowa Hawkeyes and the Utah State Aggies. It's a beautiful day here in Iowa City, and it's expected to get a little hotter as the game progresses. The Hawkeye team bus will be here shortly, and it's the season opener, and everyone is optimistic, as we should be with the Hawkeyes. So let's get this new season kicked off with the voice of the Iowa Hawkeyes, Gary Dolphin.
Hey, Michelle, good morning. Welcome to the Authentic Brand Game Day Show. We thank Clark and the crew out in Perry, Iowa at Authentic Brand for hosting us this first hour. Yeah, everybody's excited. It's opening day. It's the debut of quarterback Cade McNamara. He's going to play. How much Cade plays, only the afternoon as it flies through and lays out will tell. But there are a lot of new faces, especially on the offensive side of the football for this Hawkeye football team. And you know, I want to talk about the returnees, the outstanding returnees from a year ago, like Luke Lachey at tight end. He'll be joined there by Michigan transfer Eric All. We've got a couple of exciting new offensive linemen. Rusty Feth will join the likes of Logan Jones up front, Connor Colby, Mason Richmond, Nick DeYoung, Jennings Dunker, and others. And to me, just like a year ago, a lot rides on the offensive line's performance today and this season. They're all back from a year ago. They're all healthy, and they're all better. They should be better, and they will be better with a year's experience. Defensively, it never gets old to me. The Hawkeyes were top 10, mostly top 5 in every major defensive category a year ago. What I love is they forced 23 turnovers and turned those 23 turnovers into 66 points. So we hope for another Route 66 this year. Cooper DeJean, the preseason pick for Big Ten Player of the Year, will be spotting at one corner today. He'll be joined by the veteran Quinn Schulte and the X-Man, Xavier Wampa. DeJean and Wampa with nearly back-to-back pick sixes in the bowl game against Kentucky down in Nashville about 10 months ago. I'm anxious to see the new linebacker, Nick Jackson, the transfer from Virginia, three-time All-ACC academic All-Conference, but he also has 350 career tackles. He knows how to find the guy with the ball. Nick's going to be joined by Higgins and Kyler Fisher and others, so we'll look forward to that. Up front, Joe Evans, Deontay Craig. Y.A. Black has had a great camp. Listen for Y.A., big number 94. His moment has arrived. Of course, Logan Lee, the returning veteran, in the middle. But the Hawks will rotate 8 guys there. And you know, you got Torrey Taylor and Drew Stevens. All 3 phases are strong. Let's get it going against the Aggies, Michelle. And welcome aboard the Hawkeye Radio Network. All the best to you.
Thank you, Gary. All right, thanks for stopping down.
You bet.
All right, as you make your way to Kinnick Stadium, we are happy to announce that all the ramps on I-80 and I-380 interchange are now open, which is 3 months ahead of schedule. And your commute will be much safer and smoother. So now, let's head up to the sky and check in with Trooper Pilot Taylor Green, who is high above Johnson County with the traffic report. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. I'm over the 8380 interchange right now, and things are moving great. Just as you mentioned, a lot of extra lanes, a lot of extra exits open there, and things are moving very smoothly. It is a very, very well done project, and we're very happy it's 3 months early for the beginning of the football season. As you move through there, be aware that there are a lot of extra lanes and exits, like I was saying, so you may want to pay attention to the signs, as those signs have been updated almost weekly now. They should be relatively permanent now, so just pay attention to the signs as you move through there. Take your time, take it easy. Keep drinking water as the day goes on. It's going to be hot. We don't need anybody falling ill later on either. And avoid that First Avenue exit in Coralville. That's just a mess right now. They're turning that into a diverging diamond. And while that's going on, next year will be great, but this year, stay away from First Avenue and Coralville to alleviate the issues there. Otherwise, everything's moving great right now. We're looking forward to a good Hawkeye victory this morning and afternoon.
That's right. Thank you, Trooper Grimm. The Hawkeyes are arriving at Kinnick Stadium on the Hawkeye team bus, powered by Iowa Soybean Association and the Soybean Checkoff, and fueled with biodiesel. Iowa leads the nation in biodiesel production. Using biodiesel provides cleaner and healthier air, homegrown jobs, and value to every bushel of soybeans grown by Iowa farmers. Better, cleaner, now. That's biodiesel. Find out more at iowasoybeans.com. And now, here come the Hawkeyes! Coming up on today's jam-packed, authentic brand Hawkeye Game Day show, we'll talk to today's game sponsor, Eastern Iowa Airport. Today's honorary captain, Eric Steinbach, stops by. Rob Brooks will be along with the Hawkeye Roundtable, featuring Tom Kakert of the Hawkeye Report. And Gary Dolphin has a conversation with Utah State play-by-play guy Scott Gerard. This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day show. Authentic brand, more than a label, it's a statement. You're listening to Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The big game, family, friends. We know you count on Alliant Energy to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need, whether you're watching the game, cooking your famous burgers, or leaving a light on for loved ones. For us, it means going beyond the expected to make sure we're planning for the energy you need today and tomorrow. That way you can keep your eye on the ball and focus on what's most important to you. Find out more at alliantenergy.com/poweringbeyond.
Set summer in motion with the most adventurous Honda vehicles yet, like the Passport and Pilot Trail Sport, and the Ridgeline, built for better off-road performance and engineered for more adventure. Summer's here. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2023 Honda Pilot, a 2.9% APR on a 2023 Passport, and a 0.9% APR on a 2023 Ridgeline.
See your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. While farmers work hard to grow the best crop, their Iowa corn checkoff investments are hard at work too. Opening local and global markets for corn and corn-fed products, educating drivers on unleaded 88 as the best fuel at the pump, finding new uses for corn, and sharing the farmer's story. Iowa corn farmers are backed by researchers, educators, market experts, and more. To keep corn growing Iowa.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion, like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance. Because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Authentic Brand. If your company's gear doesn't have the Authentic Brand label, you're missing out. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace!
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
he can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by Iowa Bankers Association, Burger Shed, INT Insurance, Great Southern Bank, American Equity, Dupaco Community Credit Union, Machine Shed. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
Welcome back to the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, live from Kraus Family Plaza on the Grizzly Coolers broadcast stage. I am Michelle Altmeyer, your pregame host. Today's game is brought to you by the Eastern Iowa Airport, CID, with 5 airlines, 18 nonstop destinations, and connections to hundreds of locations. It's Hawkeye Nation's #1 travel for choice. Just say go. Fly CID. Check out flycid.com for more. And joining us today is Airport Director of the Eastern Iowa Airport, Marty Lenz.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, welcome. So tell us, what's the latest on the terminal construction, and when do you expect this phase to be completed?
Yeah, well, thanks. So super excited. We're on phase 4, which is our final phase of a decade-long terminal modernization program. It'll wrap up about spring of 2025. 4 new gates, about 30,000 square foot addition. Great new amenities coming for customers throughout Eastern Iowa. New restrooms. We also have a sensory room for folks traveling that need to get out of that busy space of a congested gate area. We'll have a specifically designed space for those folks. So we're excited about that. And if you haven't been to the airport, check it out. Near gates 1, 2, and 3. Our new restaurant is actually High Porch, after Hayden Fry's autobiography.
Nice. Yeah.
We got a fantastic photo collage of the Hawkeye wave. So we've really tried to do some placemaking with the terminal and wrap in why we all love and work, live, and play in Eastern Iowa. So very excited, though, to be towards the finish line of this terminal modernization. It's been long in coming.
So you've added a few new destinations added to your map this year. Why don't you tell us about those new additions?
Yeah, so this year was unbelievable. In my 30 years being in aviation, 3 new route announcements this year, which is really unheard of. So fantastic. Huge shout out to Hawkeye Nation, flying CID. That's what puts the power behind air service recruitment, quite honestly, is community using it. So we announced nonstop service to Washington, D.C., Reagan National. We're adding a second trip to Reagan next week. So you'll have 2 a day to Reagan. You'll be able to leave here in the morning, be on the ground at DCA and D.C. By 9 a.m. Return trip 8:20 in the evening. You get back here before 10 p.m. So you could do day trips out there for business or for fun. So very excited about that. And then we also, with Allegiant, announced Fort Lauderdale. That starts in November. And then American announced daily service on Saturday only service to Miami. So folks looking to get to the Caribbean or the cruise ship industry, that sort of thing, all winter long. Great connections to South Florida with Allegiant again to Fort Lauderdale and American to Miami. So really been a fantastic year for air service announcements.
Yeah, excellent. Well, thank you so much for your support of the Iowa Hawkeyes, and we really appreciate all these airport updates.
Yeah, you bet. Thanks again for having me.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by the University of Iowa Healthcare. Being active can help you stay healthy, but sometimes injuries are unavoidable. That's why University of Iowa Sports Medicine cares for athletes of all ages and skill levels. Whether it's physical therapy, surgery, or something in between, our sports medicine specialists will personalize your treatment plan to meet your needs. From school and community events to Hawkeye games, UI Sports Medicine will be there with expert care you trust. This is the Authentic Brand Game Day Show, and you're listening to Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours, the one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
My name is Matt Ditch, and I'm an Iowa pig farmer.
Iowa pig farmers like Matt and Melissa Ditch are committed to teaching their kids about doing the right things when it comes to pig care and protecting the environment.
As they get older, we do start to have those conversations. Well, hey, Dad, why do we do this or why do we do that? And so they kind of get a firsthand lesson of why we do those things and why they're good for the environment and the pigs and us.
Learn more at iowapork.org.
We care about Iowa, too.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Authentic Brand. From game day looks to everyday wear, insist on the Authentic Brand label. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Car payments baking you crazy? Bring home the bacon. When you move your car loan to Community Choice and get up to 3 months of no car payments. Your bacon called? It's ready to go home. Bring home the bacon at unbankyourbacon.com. Loans subject to credit approval and analysis. See credit union for details.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Windsor Windows and Doors are designed and manufactured to give you an inspired look for your next new construction or remodeling project. As your local Windsor distributor, Gilchrist Jewett is here to help you get the right fit for your style and performance needs. We offer the full line of made in the USA Windsor Windows and Doors, including wood-clad, cellular PVC, and vinyl products. To get your next project started, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our locations in Waukee, Coralville, Altoona, Pella, or Marion.
Leaders know there's no guide to greatness. When everyone else says something can't be done, they know it only hasn't been done yet. True leaders weather the fiercest storms and look deep within themselves to rise above and help others find their way forward. At Great Southern Bank, we're proud to partner with visionaries that help raise the tide for all of us. And when you're ready to bring your vision to life, we'll be right behind you with award-winning support.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. Their line of full THC cannabis products give me pain relief after an NFL career and a terrifying car accident. Visit their dispensary or learn more at budmary.com.
And welcome back to the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. I am your host, Michelle Altmeyer, broadcasting live from the Grizzly Cooler Stage here in Krause Family Plaza. You know, temperatures are going to be climbing today above 90 degrees as the day progresses, so a reminder to stay hydrated. Green State Credit Union is proud to support Kirk's Kids for the 2023 season. Participants in Big Brothers Big Sister programs throughout Iowa attend a Hawkeye football home game, tour Kinnick Stadium, and receive team gear. Today, we welcome from Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Johnson County, Big Sister Jenna and Little Sister Layla, and also Big Sister Madison and Little Sister Kamaya. With contributions totaling more than $3.7 million and staff volunteering over 3,100 hours to support local events and programs this year. Kirk's Kids is yet another way that Green State Credit Union is involved in your community. Well, you know, it's a beautiful day here in Iowa City, and it's going to be hotter, and we want to remind you to stay hydrated. Hawkeye hydration stations in Kinnick Stadium are brought to you by Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio, with locations throughout the concourse. We encourage you to bring a reusable water bottles and fill up with fresh drinking water all season. Delta Dental of Iowa, farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and Iowa Corn Promotion Board, and Pivot Bio care about the water we share. If you experience any heat-related issues, medical personnel will be on site to assist in the first aid stations. More of the Authentic Brand Game Day Show continues after this. You're listening to Authentic Brand Premium Sportswear for game day and every day. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Let's be honest, we all like to be noticed. Picture yourself striding into Kinnick Stadium, radiating both style and comfort, while fellow Hawkeye fans can't help but ask, where'd you get that shirt? With pride, you point to the big screen and reply, it's Authentic Brand. Discover the remarkable difference that apparel with the Authentic Brand label brings. Ask for it by name at your favorite boutique, spirit shop, or retailer, or shop online at authentic-brand.com. It's time for a change in your style. It's time for Authentic Brand.
Your Life Iowa reminds you to think before you drink this football season.
Hey, Brian, thanks for inviting us to your tailgate. The kids are pumped for the game.
Glad you and Amy can make it. Grab a beer.
Nah, I'm good. I'm Amy's designated driver.
You sure?
Yeah, I want to enjoy the game and get my family home safe.
That's respectable, man. Well, help me flip these burgers then.
Get free resources and learn the facts about alcohol use at yourlifeiowa.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
I'm Ingrid Lizarraga, breast surgeon at the University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center, the state's only NCI-designated cancer center. Here, we look beyond just the type of cancer you have to discover the molecular details of the disease. We have teams dedicated to each cancer type, with treatments and trials you won't find anywhere else in Iowa. Go to uihc.org/cancer.
Back at Kinnick Stadium this year are Hawkeye Hydration Stations. Brought to you by our partners at Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio. Located at multiple areas on the stadium concourse, Hawkeye fans are encouraged to bring their reusable bottles and fill up with fresh drinking water all season. When you visit one of the hydration stations, be sure to learn more about the important clean water initiatives of each of our partners. Delta Dental of Iowa, farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and Iowa Corn Promotion Board, along with Pivot Bio, care about the water we share.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Authentic Brand. It's more than just a label, it's a statement. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Products like concentrates, vapes, tablets, creams are available legally in Iowa, but only at licensed medical dispensaries. Get a med card online, quick and easy. I got mine in less than a day. Chronic pain is the most common condition. Search for Bud & Mary's online or call their dispensary to learn how you can get your med card. Bud & Mary's grows real cannabis, not hemp. That means their products contain real THC with no percentage limits. Find an Iowa licensed dispensary near you at budmary.com.
Bump's Restaurant in the Finkbine Golf Course Clubhouse is the place to go before Hawkeye football games. For just $35 per person, you can have an all-you-can-eat buffet that includes barbecue, upscale tailgate favorites, a carving station, and all the fixins in the friendly comfort of the modern clubhouse. A full bar, Bloody Marys, mimosas, and over 35 beers are available. Reservations made on Friday before 11 a.m. include free game day parking for one vehicle. Kinnick Stadium is a leisurely walk down Melrose Avenue, so make game day easy by parking and eating at Bump's. For reservations, call 319-335-9662.
Well, welcome back to the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, live from Krause Family Plaza on the Grizzly Coolers broadcast stage. I'm Michelle Altmeyer, your pregame host. Shop now for Iowa Hawkeye Grizzly Coolers and drinkware at local retailers and online at grizzlycoolers.com. Grizzly Coolers, they're tough for hunting, fishing, and camping, and built to last for a lifetime of tailgating. I'll tell you what, it is an unbelievable sight down here in Krause Family Plaza. There are thousands of Hawkeye fans are milling around and anxious for this season to start, and certainly anxious for a Hawkeye win. But joining me on stage is Honorary Captain Eric Steinbach, who was a 4-year letterman from 1999 to 2002. He started all 13 games at left guard on a team that won a share of the 2002 Big Ten Championship and appeared in the program's first BCS game. Welcome back to Iowa City, Eric.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. Tell us about that 2002 championship team as you were named Big Ten Offensive Lineman of the Year.
Well, first of all, it was a great run that season. But, to rewind, a few years back, we were at the start of the Kirk Ferentz era. I had the pleasure of being recruited by Hayden Fry, but, to be there when Kirk got laying the foundation and the groundwork and, his, iconic career, it was cool to come full circle. And then that senior year with all the guys that started out, as freshmen, and then we go into our senior year to be 11-1 and thinking you're going to the Rose Bowl, which is, pretty much standard in the Big Ten, to have the bowl committee, give us one better and have us play USC down at the Orange Bowl. And I think I'll never forget it. Unfortunately, we did lose. But I never forget pulling up down there in Miami. There was like 40,000 Iowa fans down there to support and be there for the game. And as we couldn't even get off the bus because the fans were shaking the bus from both sides. And we're just like, geez, can't even get off. I mean, that's how wild and crazy Iowa fans were for this big game. And it was just a great memory and a great way to cap off your college career. So it was just unbelievable.
Yeah. So last night at Iowa River Landing, you were inducted into the Iowa Athletics Hall of Fame. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So what was your reaction when you got the Zoom call that you were going to be inducted to your alma mater?
Yeah, so total surprise. Katie Wynn and Ben Hansen, who work at the athletic department, they emailed me and they said, Eric, are you around in a couple weeks to do an interview on a Zoom call to talk? And I'm like, yeah, what is this regarding? They're like, well, we just want to ask you about your career and, your NFL career and what you're doing now in life, with your wife and kids, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, sure, no problem. So I get on the Zoom call and I'm talking to Katie and we just met each other on Zoom and, we're just talking Hawkeye stuff. And by the way, they did say, yeah, maybe at the end of the Zoom call, Kirk Ferentz would jump on and say a quick hello. And I'm like, oh, great, even better. So we start the Zoom call, and within like 3 minutes, I see Kirk Ferentz pop up. I'm like, what? He's supposed to be at the end, right?
Right.
So he jumps on, and he's like, Eric, how you doing? And then Katie's like, you know what? I've done enough talking. I'll let Coach take it from here. And he goes, Eric, I just want to let you know that congratulations, you'll be inducted in the 2023 Hall of Fame. Aww, and I was like, oh, my God. I was totally thrown off. I mean, thank God I was on Zoom, at home, because I was so excited. Whirlwind of emotions. And I was like, Coach, that's terrific. Fantastic. Thank you so much. And, got off the Zoom call, and I just had so much energy, like made my day.
Yeah.
Ran downstairs. I had a real somber face on when I came down. My wife's like, how's the Zoom call? I'm like, oh, it was all right. I just kind of walked past her. And then like a couple minutes later, I came back in. I'm like, just kidding. I'm in the Hall of Fame, And she's like, woo. And then told the kids and everybody, and they were so excited.
Oh, yeah. Well deserved.
Thank you so much, Michelle.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, Eric, we need to tell our fans that Iowa Farm Bureau would like to remind everyone that America needs farmers. For a chance to win A&F game day tickets and on-field sideline access, check out americaneedsfarmers.org.
A&F.
So, you are the honorary captain. Why don't you tell us what your message is for the team?
Well, first of all, I mean, what a better weekend to have both, right? It's just the combination of being inducted in the Hall of Fame, and then Coach asking me to also be the honorary captain. Just as a former Hawkeye and a Hawkeye fan, it just, not a better weekend. So totally pumped to hear that, and it's been a blast for me and the wife and the boys. For them to see all this action going on. My message to the players was, what's your identity going to be in 2023, right?
Yeah.
You played Kentucky the last couple of years in a bowl game. What are your goals? Are you out to win, the West? Do you want to go to Indy and be Big Ten champs, right?
Yeah.
And get into the BCS playoff, and then I read them a quote from a speech from Theodore Roosevelt called "Man in the Arena." And I think it was fitting for football players, because it just talks about, all the outsiders judging the person or the people that are in the arena battling, right? Versus the outsiders have all the opinions,
sure,
but we're the ones that are putting the blood, sweat, and tear, busting our butts, right? Training camp, lifting all off season. A lot of people don't know how much work football players or college athletes in general or professional athletes. So that speech, the man in the arena, I think is very fitting, especially for the sport of football.
Absolutely.
I hate to compare it, but like the modern day gladiator, right?
Yeah.
So read that to them and just wished them the best and said, go Hawks and go kick some butt tomorrow. So.
That's right. All right, so I hear you've got 4 future Hawkeyes in your family. Five future Hawkeyes
5 future.
in your family.
Well, unless, you're right, 4. One's a basketball guy. He could be basketball Hall of Fame. No, 5 boys.
All right,
so,
well, tell us about that. Yeah.
Oh, great. No, they all 5 do play football. Flag, 2-hand touch, 1 plays tackle. And I get to, I'm fortunate enough where I get to coach them all, right?
Yeah.
So it's great. Them and their friends. And, it'll be interesting to see who out of the 5 or maybe 2 or 3 of them want to, pursue hopefully their athletic or academic career at the University of Iowa. My wife went to Marquette, but she's grown to love this university, and game day, we go to a home game every year. We always catch Iowa when they play Northwestern. So we become a Hawkeye family. So we got a good chance that one of the Steinbach boys will be here at Iowa.
You do. They've got good
which
genetics.
would be great. Dad would be happy. Close enough to home, being in Chicago.
So you were recruited by Hayden Fry, as you mentioned,
Correct.
but you played for Kirk Ferentz. So tell us what you liked about both.
How fortunate, right, to be part of 2 legends in a span of 45 years. I touched on that yesterday throughout different speaking engagements and things like that. To, one, be recruited by the man, Hayden Fry, right, at that time. Personality, larger than life. First time I met him, we just won the state championship, and he's in my high school office, and I go to shake his hand, and he gives me a big hug. Who does that, right? Only Hayden Fry. That's Hayden. And then, I got to play 1 year with him. Yeah. And then the 4 years with Kirk, obviously, couldn't be better. As an offensive lineman and having an offensive line-minded coach with him and Joe Philbin, it worked out great.
Well, thank you for joining us, and it's great to have you back in Iowa City. That's Eric Steinbach, today's honorary captain. Let's enjoy the game today. All right, Hawk fans, you can drive your team to a win this season by filling up with unleaded 88 and quick rewards at any Quick Star location. Fuel up with 8 gallons or more of unleaded 88, and you'll automatically be entered for a chance to win great prize packs throughout the season. Quick Star, proud partner of Hawkeye football. This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Authentic Brand, the premium alternative label of choice. And now the show continues with more with Rob Brooks and the Hawkeye Roundtable. You're listening to Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
When you're out of town and want to keep up with the Hawkeyes and other college sports, be sure to download the new Varsity Network app. Available for both Apple and Android. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
This season, when the Hawkeyes win, you win. Head to your local Iowa Buffalo Wild Wings after the Hawks win for a free appetizer with a purchase of $20 or more. Visit HawkeyeSports.com/BWW for details. Buffalo Wild Wings, your game day headquarters and a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Authentic Brand, the preferred label of choice for game day looks and everyday styles. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
This season, when the Hawkeyes win, you win. Head to your local Iowa Buffalo Wild Wings after the Hawks win for a free appetizer with a purchase of $20 or more. Stop in for more information or visit HawkeyeSports.com/BWW. Join us for happy hour with great deals on food from 3 to 6 p.m. And check out our After Dark lineup from 9 p.m. to close Monday through Friday, featuring bar food specials, including bird dogs, pretzel knots, and fried pickles. Buffalo Wild Wings, your game day headquarters and a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. Get your med card online and visit their dispensary for the largest selection of locally grown full THC cannabis products in Iowa. Search Bud & Mary's online.
Nothing like opening day at Kinnick Stadium, and welcome back to the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. We are live right outside the stadium on the Grizzly broadcast stage. Grizzly gear is designed by enthusiasts for enthusiasts. Whether your passion lies at sea, in the woods, at home, Grizzly products have been envisioned, engineered, and manufactured to perform. This is the Roundtable segment. I'm Rob Brooks, pleased to be joined by Tom Kakert of HawkeyeReport.com. Tom, always great to see you.
Great to be here.
And how about this day? Just fabulous walking over here. The fans are ready to go. And, boy, if you check social media, and it's always the countdown. Okay, we're 30 days out, 20 days out, 10 days out, and here we are. Yeah. No days out. We're ready to go.
Yeah, this is what they call like a Chamber of Commerce day, right?
Oh, I like it.
You know, just a perfect day. A little light wind, but sun's out. You know, temperatures are going to be a little warm, but not bad. And we've got Hawkeye football.
We've got Hawkeye football, and of course, a lot of talk, most of the talk about the offense. Cade McNamara, obviously, you were at Kids Day when he went down, so people were nervous there. Back at practice, but cleared to play. I think he'll get the start, and I think that'll excite Hawkeye fans. And then, obviously, the offensive line and the wide receiver core, new faces, and sounds like some improvement.
Yeah, it seems like they've made a step. Now, the big thing is Cade healthy? Seems like he's healthy enough to give it a shot today. We'll see how long he goes. I think that'll depend on what the scoreboard looks like. And, you know, what he can do. I think they're going to tell him, hey, no running. You're not taking off. You know, just hit the dirt or throw it in the seats if you have to. But he's got more weapons at the receiver position. You know, he brings in Eric All as the other tight end with Luke Lachey, a guy he knows really well. And then you look at the wide receiver position. Deontay Vines has taken a big step. You got Nico back. Seth Anderson has been one of the great stories of the camp, I think. They're really pleased with him. And also Caleb Brown, the transfer from Ohio State. I think he's going to be in that mix. So they've got more weapons. The big key will be the offensive line, I think. If they can take the step, and Kirk Ferentz has been extraordinarily positive about that group in the preseason. If they take that step, then big game for Caleb Johnson today, and a big game for the Iowa run game, because I think that's what they'll just lean on, is like, hey, we're just going to bully you and run the football and keep Cade healthy.
Nobody likes to miss time, and you just have to get that timing down with the wide receivers, and Cade McNamara back at practice. That's the good news. But how important is it for him to get some good reps today and have some success, not only in the run game, but to get those receivers involved too, because of the new faces you just mentioned?
You know, and I went back and looked, and it was September, I think 19th of last year was the last time he took a snap in a game at Michigan, and it was only a few snaps. I think he's had one completion in the game, so he didn't play a lot in that game. So he's got some ring rust kind of thing that he's got to wear off. And there's nothing, you know, Kirk talked about this. You can't replicate it in 7-on-7. You just can't. You got to have an 11-on-11, and you got to have guys coming in your face and everything else. So he's got to be able to deal with that. So it's going to be important for him to get out there and get that feel back of what it's like to be under the pressure and having a jersey on and a helmet and potentially getting hit. You got to get used to that again.
And this is the type of game where, hey, you want to, on that first drive, at least get some first downs, look good doing it, and just get into a good rhythm and good tempo. Well, one thing about good rhythm and tempo, that's been the Hawkeye defense. No Noah Shannon today, and then also no Jamari Harris at cornerback. But the depth is there certainly up front, not as much in the backfield.
And that's been an area where they've been concerned, and you've heard Kirk talk about that. The defensive backfield's, you know, it's young. It's they're going to have to lean on Deshaun Lee today, maybe TJ Hall. Guys who haven't played, you know what's on the other side. Cooper DeJean, one of the best corners in the country. You know what they've got with Sebastian Castro. You've got Schulte. I think Xavier Wampa is going to have maybe a Cooper DeJean type season last year. He's going to make that leap, but they don't have a lot of depth, and those young guys are going to have to develop, and they're going to have to be ready. And I'm going to be curious to see if they get some of those true freshmen out there, get their legs wet a little bit, see what they can do. And but the defense up front, Y.A. Black's had a great camp. Aaron Graves is going to be really good. So I think they've got a nice little three-man rotation there. Maybe Jeremiah Pittman gets in there as the fourth man at defensive tackle. So they've got a lot up front. I think that's where they're going to lean today.
And we'll need it today for sure. How would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. Also, again this year, Hawk fans, you can cheer on those Mershman Seeds quarterback sacks by the Black and Gold today. A $150 donation to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital will be made every Hawkeye sack by Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. We'll have more of the Authentic Brand Game Day show as it continues after the break. Authentic Brand. If your company's gear doesn't have the Authentic Brand label, you're missing out. This is Iowa Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Set summer in motion with the most adventurous Honda vehicles yet, like the Passport and Pilot Trail Sport, and the Ridgeline, built for better off-road performance and engineered for more adventure. Summer's here. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2023 Honda Pilot, a 2.9% APR on a 2023 Passport, and a 0.9% APR on a 2023 Ridgeline.
See your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Topgolf Swing Suite. Topgolf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Topgolf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
Back at Kinnick Stadium this year are Hawkeye Hydration Stations. Brought to you by our partners at Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio. Located at multiple areas on the stadium concourse, Hawkeye fans are encouraged to bring their reusable bottles and fill up with fresh drinking water all season. When you visit one of the hydration stations, be sure to learn more about the important clean water initiatives of each of our partners. Delta Dental of Iowa, farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and Iowa Corn Promotion Board, along with Pivot Bio, care about the water we share.
To anyone passing through our state, fields and fields of corn might be what they see. But the people who call Iowa home know it's so much more. Corn is ethanol, a homegrown, renewable fuel. Corn is delicious pork, beef, poultry, and dairy. Corn is in 4,000 products we rely on every day. So yeah, our highway views are full of corn, and we're proud of it. Because corn grows Iowa. Show your support for Iowa corn farmers at iowacorn.org/fan of corn.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Authentic Brand, your sportswear of choice on Hawkeye game days and every day. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Low rates and high yields from Spraytech fertilizers. Yes, get low rates and high yields from Spraytech's Full Tech, the most complete adjuvant on the market. Full Tech offers burn control, better fixation on leaves, better homogenization in the tank mix, mixed drift control, better spreadability, and more. Full Tech is changing the way you treat your crops. Get higher yields and more money in your bank account with Full Tech from Spraytech. Call 515-252-7777 for Full Tech details or visit spraytech.com.
Hawk fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official Des Moines business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Carr Law, Community Choice Credit Union, and Royal Flooring. Facing a criminal charge or complicated family law situation, Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
And we welcome you back to the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. We're live outside Kinnick Stadium on the Grizzly broadcast stage. Rob Brooks along with Tom Kakert of HawkeyeReport.com. We are live here, and let's go live over to Dwayne Banks Field in Hawkeye Village really quick and check in with Michelle Altmeyer.
Thanks, Rob. I'm here in Hawkeye Village. For $60, you have an all-you-can-eat buffet of your game day favorites, including brats and steak sandwiches. And it also includes beer, wine, and seltzers, all a very short walk from Kinnick Stadium. Hawkeye Village is located at Dwayne Banks Field. We are also currently have game day tickets and hospitality bundles available for all sold-out games. To get your tickets, visit HawkeyeSportsProperties.com and click on the Hawkeye Village link. Today, we want to welcome our guests in Hawkeye Village, Atlantic Bottling Company, Kubota Dealers, Cove Equipment and Town & Country, Old Dominion, and U.S. Cellular. We appreciate your support. And back to you, Rob.
Michelle, thank you very much over in Hawkeye Village. Great place to be today over at Dwayne Banks Field. And Tom will dive into the Aggies of Utah State out of Logan, Utah, the Mountain West Conference. 6-7 last year, but 11-3 a couple of years ago. Blake Anderson in his 3rd year trying to build this program, and going to be down a couple of tight ends today, and also their best defensive tackle. But as in the course of college football these days, a lot of guys leave and a lot of guys come in, and that's the case with the Aggies this year.
You know what's interesting about their team? They've got 59 new players on their roster. That's a lot. I mean, to kind
even by today's standards.
Yeah, to kind of illustrate that, we've all heard about how much roster turnover Deion Sanders has had at Colorado. He's got 50 new players. Utah State's got 59. I mean, he's going to have "Hello, my name is" tags on his on the shirts today to figure out who some of the guys are. The other interesting thing, they lost their D coordinator, so they brought in a guy who worked with him at Arkansas State. And the other thing, the offensive coordinator is different, and Blake Anderson's taken over the play calling. He's a quarterback coach by trade. He's decided that he wants to do that this year. A lot of changes, just a lot of changes. I know they're intrigued by some of their wide receivers, but there's untested guys, and quarterback Lagasse is pretty decent. Started 10 games last year. Logan Bonner was out a lot, so he's got kind of a game manager type quarterback. He's not dynamic with his legs or anything like that. Doesn't have a huge arm, but he can just kind of dink and dunk and move the ball down the field. I think you're going to see them getting the ball out quick because they've got, I think, 4 new starters up front on the offensive line. So facing that ferocious Iowa rush attack, they're gonna have to buckle up a little bit on that one, I think.
Yeah, a lot of 4 and 5 wide. I think we'll see today, especially with the top 2 tight ends and not playing. And I'm sure with all those transfers and new faces, that coaching staff isn't quite sure what they're going to get. So a lot of unknowns, but you go back and Blake Anderson is the type of guy that likes to sling it around. Yep. He's been an offensive coordinator at some big schools. And of course, you mentioned his run at Arkansas State. And they were at Alabama last year. Things didn't go well. And turned around and beat the Air Force, which is not easy to do.
Well, and a couple years ago, they went to Washington State and won. Beat Oregon State in the Jimmy Kimmel LA Bowl.
Yeah, played 2 straight bowl games.
Yeah, so they've done well. This is not a pushover program now. I think that they're not going to be as good today as they are going to be 6 weeks from now. I think that's the big thing. Is Iowa's probably catching them at a really good time because they don't know what they have right now, and you find out a lot in this first game, and I think it's going to be tough for them today. I think just because of so many new faces, it's just natural.
Ton of football this weekend. Obviously, a couple Big Ten games already have been played, and a low-scoring game in Minneapolis on Thursday. But the Gophers are 1-0.
Gophers are 1-0. They snuck one out, and as I told a friend of mine who's a big Nebraska fan, I said, new coach, same old Huskers. They just seem to lose those close games on a regular basis. But we got some conference games today. We got Rutgers hosting Northwestern. We've got Ohio State going to Indiana, and I like having conference games. Well, we had one a few years ago here with Indiana to open the season, and technically the COVID year too, with Purdue being quote unquote the first game of the year. But I kind of like the way they're going to mix that up, and I think that's something we're going to see moving forward when the conference adds 4 new members next year.
Well, right. This is going to be the last year as kind of the Big Ten as we've known it for the last decade or so.
No divisions.
Right.
Going away.
Exactly. So the West is certainly wide open, no surprise. And if you want to get to Indy, this is an opportunity that obviously is going to get a lot tougher probably next year.
Yeah, it is, because it's just there's no divisions.
Just take the top 2 teams.
And we'll see what happens up in Madison today too against Buffalo. That's an interesting game because Wisconsin, new coach, new offense,
new scheme.
New scheme. It's going to be curious to see what that looks like. So, boy, this is good to have football back.
It is, Tom. Appreciate your time, and we'll see you down on the field.
Yes.
Tom Kakert, ladies and gentlemen, of HawkeyeReport.com, does such an outstanding job covering a multitude of sports for the University of Iowa. Don't forget that you can also download the official Hawkeye football game program by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. The game program is now digital and free, so we invite you to check it out. This is the Authentic Brand Game Day Show for the Game Day Look to wear every day. Insist on the Authentic Brand label. I'm Rob Brooks. Thanks so much for joining us on the pregame show, and I will talk to you from the turf inside Kinnick Stadium in just a little bit. This is Iowa Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Whether you're watching the game, cooking your famous burgers, or leaving a light on for loved ones, we know you count on Alliant Energy to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need so you can focus on what's most important to you. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that success is not a given, but with hard work, there are no limits. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmets. Join the Hawkeyes and the Iowa Farm Bureau as we celebrate farmers during the A&F game on October 21st. For more information and to win tickets to the game, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
This season, when the Hawkeyes win, you win. Head to your local Iowa Buffalo Wild Wings after the Hawks win for a free appetizer with a purchase of $20 or more. Visit HawkeyeSports.com/BWW for details. Buffalo Wild Wings, your game day headquarters and a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Authentic Brand. If your company's gear doesn't have the Authentic Brand label, you're missing out. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Game day with Hawkeye Village. Get game tickets, pregame extravaganza, all you can eat, drinks, and more. Perfect for groups or families. Limited availability. Call 800-424-2957 or email group-sales@hawkeyesports.com. Join the Hawkeye excitement at Hawkeye Village.
Get ready, Hawkeye fans. Hudson Southside Tap is your ultimate destination for Hawkeye game days. Swing by and savor our delicious House Bloody Marys for just $6. But that's not all. This year, we're proud to announce that Hudson's is the official host of the Hawkeye Radio Network postgame show, happening right after every home game. Cheer on the Hawkeyes while enjoying the fantastic atmosphere and great company at Hudson's. Find us conveniently located on Highway 1 West in Iowa City. Hudson Southside Tap, where Hawkeye spirit comes alive. Go Hawks!
Put your personal touch on your next new construction or renovation project with Windsor Windows and Doors. With a full line of wood-clad, cellular PVC, and vinyl windows and doors, our products come in a wide range of finishes, colors, and optional accessories, giving you the right look to match your style. And with a made-in-the-USA quality, Windsor Windows and Doors are built to last. To learn more about what we have to offer, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our locations in Waukee, Coralville, Altoona, Pella, or Marion.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy, entirely online. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Of Utah State's more than 100 rostered players, more than half are first-year participants for the Aggies. There are 13 four-year transfers, including former Wisconsin Badger cornerback Al Ashford. 5 returning starters dot the defense, led by linebacker M.J. Tafisi and safety Ike Larson, a freshman All-American. The new-look high-octane offense will include transfers from Colorado, Arizona State, Oregon, BYU, and Stanford. Your portal at work. The Utah State Radio Network's veteran play-by-play voice, Scott Gerard, admits there are many pieces to this new puzzle in this new era of college football, but the Aggies are figuring things out.
Utah State knows where they're at in terms of NIL and collectives, that you're going to see some of your players leave for greener pastures in terms of some financial opportunities. And that certainly happened, especially on the defensive side. Utah State had some key edge rushers that are no longer with the team, a couple of key linebackers that are no longer with the team. And they understand that, and they know that that's kind of the world we're living in right now. So they've made their adjustments. They've restocked the lineup. This isn't new. When Blake Anderson took over 2 years ago, he brought in a lot of transfers, and they were able to parlay that into a Mountain West Conference championship season with 11 wins. So maybe it wasn't to this extreme, but they've had to dip their toe in these waters before.
Now, there are 9 starters back, and several touted for All Mountain West Conference. One of those is wide receiver Terrell Vaughn. He's a big target for quarterback Cooper Laga. Talk about the strengths of those two and in what appears to be a solid passing game, Scott.
Yeah, I'm excited for this offense, and Blake Anderson takes over play calling duties and will assume the OC role as well as being the head coach. But you hit it right on the head. Terrell Vaughn is a dynamic player who really burst on the scene last year. He's a guy that they will use in a bunch of different ways. Obviously, as a wide receiver, they'll line him up in the backfield, fly sweeps, jet sweeps, and all kinds of ways to try to create mismatches with him. And Cooper Laga is just a really heady quarterback in terms of he doesn't do any, like, he's not a guy that's going to wow you with his arm, wow you with his accuracy.
Defensively, Utah State returns a very talented linebacker in M.J. Tafisi and an accomplished safety in Ike Larson. They look like the leaders of the D on paper, Scott, anyway, huh?
M.J. Tafisi was going to lead the team in tackles, just a tackling machine, until he suffered a season-ending injury near about the three-quarter point of the season last year. That's something to keep an eye on, too. He had a similar injury when he was at the University of Washington before transferring to Utah State. So that injury status with him is something to keep a very close eye on. Ike Larson may very well be the best player on the team, let alone the defense. This is a kid that was a redshirt freshman last year, had 4 block kicks. They use him in special teams, and he is just a dynamic player. For a kid that doesn't have a lot of experience, he just burst out on the scene and was just a dynamic player. He's a Cache Valley kid, has a lot of roots in the area. He had a lot of offers to go elsewhere and make a little bit of money, but he stuck around, and obviously tremendous asset to this defense.
Last season, Ike Larson was the only player in the nation that had 4 interceptions, 3 block kicks, and a defensive touchdown. My thanks to Utah State play-by-play voice Scott Gerard for joining us ahead of Iowa and Utah State. This has been the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. When it comes to quality, comfort, and exceptional style, insist on the Authentic Brand label. Embrace authenticity in your wardrobe with Authentic Brand collegiate and corporate branded attire, the favored choice nationwide. Ed Podolak and I are coming right back in just a minute with the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
Hello, Hawkeye fans. This is Bruce Gerleman, and I own Jethro's Barbecue. Have you heard the news? It's really big news. Jethro's Barbecue is now open in Coralville. That's right, across from the Hawkeye softball diamonds on the Coralville Strip. Jethro's is your game day headquarters. Call ahead and order your tailgate barbecue from Jethro's. Before the game, during the game, after the game, stop in Jethro's and eat my amazing slow-smoked wings and my world-famous baby back ribs.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance abuse crisis, or just needs someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 confidential support, just call, text, or chat 988lifeline.org.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup for the 2023-24 college athletic season? You can follow the standings of your favorite school or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. That's thedirectorscup.com and L Directors Cup on Twitter. Trophies will be awarded in June 2024 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Full THC cannabis concentrates, vapes, and gummies are available in Iowa legally at select medical dispensaries. Get a med card online, quick and easy. I got mine in less than a day. Search for Bud & Mary's online to get a card and find a licensed dispensary near you.
Hawkeye Football is brought to you by Mid-American Energy. Look up, look out for overhead power lines. Visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for electrical safety tips. Also by Bud and Mary's, medical cannabis farmed and formulated in Iowa. Iowa Farm Bureau, who would like to remind you to support America's farmers. Check out AmericaNeedsFarmers.org. And by SeatGeek, official ticket marketplace of the Iowa Hawkeyes. This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids. Plant your independence. Plant Whiffles.
At the top of the hour, awaiting Iowa, Utah State. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Hawkeye Football from Learfield. Good morning, everybody. Gary Dolphin, joined, as always, by former Hawkeye great Ed Podolak. We greet you from historic Kinnick Stadium. 94 years young is the old gal and looking better than ever for this new Iowa football season. The opener brings, as it does every year, a lot of anticipation, especially for the quote-unquote new-look offense. Quarterback, receiver, tight end, offensive line all have new faces eager to complement the defense and special teams. Ed, if two of the three are steady Eddie, it would be the defense and special teams. At first glance, talk about this offense with Cade McNamara at the throttle and Kirk Ferentz' 25th silver anniversary season.
Well, you know that defense is going to show up. It has every year. The offense has got to improve over last year. It's been a very public thing to talk about here in the offseason. We've made some really good changes, I think, and I'm excited to see what we've got in store here today.
Whether it's new faces or familiar ones, we can't predict the final score. We can't predict the high temperature of the day, but we know for sure what is certain. We will wave to the kids at Stead Family Children's Hospital across the street at the end of the first quarter and crank up that outstanding event that has captured the fancy of college football. We'll kick at 11, and it marks the debut of Cade McNamara. His buddy came with him from Michigan, tight end Eric All. I'm excited, as you are, Ed, about former Charleston Southern wide receiver Seth Anderson and the youngster from Ohio State, Caleb Brown, who hasn't played, but we know he can play. And, of course, defensively, there's one-time Virginia All-Atlantic Coast Conference linebacker Nick Jackson. This guy's got offensive line written all over him. Rusty Feth. That name alone reeks of offensive line. But let's not lose sight of returning award winners. Cooper DeJean at cornerback and defensive ends Joe Evans and Deontay Craig and Luke Lachey at tight end with a kid who just doesn't get talked enough about, true sophomore running back Caleb Johnson. What a breakout year he had here.
Well, he was a true freshman last year. They got thrown into the action in about the third game, and you could tell he just wasn't really comfortable. But now with a year under his belt and a spring and fall practice, it looks to me like he's gained about 10 pounds of pure muscle. So I'm excited to see him.
Now, we'll talk more about the offensive line. That was the Achilles heel a year ago, and there's some excitement, as well there should be. These guys are healthy. They're another year older. And that must be the catalyst again for the success that the Hawkeyes have on offense. So we're not totally sure what you, the fans, and we, the broadcasters, are getting, but confident that with a defense that ranked in the top 10 in all major statistical categories last season, it will be a year of success for the Hawkeyes. Utah State returns 9 starters and a trainload of new faces, more than 50 counting transfers and recruits. They played in a bowl last season, finished 6-7, 5-3 in the Mountain West. Third-year coach Blake Anderson is also the offensive coordinator. He's an offensive genius. He'll employ a wide-open air raid type attack. He likes to call it playing with pace in space.
Well, and they try to get a playoff every 8 seconds, and that's a lot of plays in a football game, especially now this year with the new rule of not stopping the clock until the ball is set after a first down. So everybody better be in good condition with the heat the way it is today.
A lot of people are going to play, and the Hawks should be able to run the football. Utah State gave up on average 200 yards a game last season. Well, if you haven't heard the news, Eddie's good buddy and the lead troubadour of the Parrot Heads, Jimmy Buffett, passed away last night on Ed's birthday. Ironic. There's some mystique about that. And although we'll miss Jimmy dearly, he had been ill for some time. And we wish nothing but the best going forward for Jimmy Buffett's family. Ed and I remember Ed and I talking to Jimmy at the 2010 Orange Bowl when the Miami Dolphins stadium was Land Shark Stadium. That's Jimmy's beer. That's our Hawkeye historical winning moment for today.
I'm Jimmy Buffett.
That's Jimmy.
Hello, Hawkeye. Hello, Hawkeye Parrot Heads. Welcome to Miami in the Orange Bowl.
You know, Jimmy, you and I have been friends for a long time, so it's special that the Hawkeyes are coming down here to play. Where else but in Land Shark Stadium, a bowl game held in your stadium.
I know it. I mean, it's fun. I mean, what I want everybody to understand when they come to the stadium, when the Hawkeyes start scoring touchdowns, then you sing fins and you do the fin dance. And for those of you who don't know how to do it, check your Hawkeye Parrot Head friends, and they will show you. And we dance around here. We're here today watching the Steelers and the Dolphins, and I snuck you in.
Well, and it's great to be here with you, and I understand you have to go to Tahiti and leave us Hawkeyes here all by ourselves.
I do. I have a job in Tahiti, but I want everybody to come down here and have a great time and try some of that Land Shark Lager while you're down here in our stadium, Hawkeyes.
Great, Jimmy.
But don't forget to drink responsibly. All right, Pody.
Give us a go,
Hawks.
Hawks.
To see you. Go Hawks.
Jimmy Buffett, about 13 years ago, what a character. He lived life like he sang. He was always having a good time, and we remember Jimmy Buffett today. Eddie's birthday yesterday. Jimmy died last night. That's our Hawkeye historical winning moment presented by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by today for a relaxing massage at the spa, fine dining at Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, and so much more. Visit Riverside Casino and Golf Resort today, located minutes south of Iowa City. Every Parrot Head should visit Riverside today and remember Jimmy Buffett.
Yeah, that was fun that day. He went over to try to get him to continue the Land Shark name on the stadium, and I made the presentation against the owner of the Miami Dolphins, and Jimmy said, "You're going to sell the name of the stadium to some nutty insurance company from Canada? You can hang out with me for nothing." And it didn't work.
Like Land Shark, then Swarm beer has a nice ring to it. Today. We'll talk more about Jimmy throughout the afternoon. Our pregame coverage is sponsored by Wyffels Hybrids. When it comes to selecting your seed corn partner, you've got a choice to make. At Wyffels Hybrids, we've made a choice too, a choice to remain independent, a choice to remain farm family owned, and a choice to stay American. So when it's time for you to make your choice, make a statement. Plant your independence. Plant Wyffels. Up next, our chat with new interim Iowa Athletic Director Beth Getz. Beth will be a regular every Saturday. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
This season, when the Hawkeyes win, you win. Head to your local Iowa Buffalo Wild Wings after the Hawks win for a free appetizer with a purchase of $20 or more. Visit HawkeyeSports.com/BWW for details. Buffalo Wild Wings, your game day headquarters and a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
How would you like to be able to listen to the Hawkeye Radio Network while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. That's syncmygame.com.
When it comes to your health, you need the full picture. That means the right diagnosis and the right treatment right from the start. I'm Aaron Bose, pediatric neurologist with University of Iowa Healthcare. Here, we're working together every day to advance medicine so you can get the best care. With more research, more clinical trials, and more treatment options than anywhere else in the state, the University of Iowa Healthcare is changing medicine and changing lives. Learn more at uihc.org.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Right now, you are not at historic Kinnick Stadium, but you could be. You're not cheering with 70,000 Hawkeye fans or high-fiving strangers after a pick six, but you could be. With Kickoff to Kinnick from the Iowa Lottery, you could win a dream experience. 2 seats for an Ironman suite. Food, fun, and football like never before. Or win tickets to any Iowa home game. Play the Hawkeye scratch ticket and enter and see details at ialottery.com/VIP to win.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
As my old buddy Ron Gonder used to say, you don't need your bumper chute or your galoshes today. Beautiful weather if you like blue sky, sunshine, and warm temperatures. About 82 degrees at kickoff at 11, and we're heading for a high of 91 today. Bring your water bottles. They will have water stations open for refills. Hey, Beth Getz joins us in just a minute. The Iowa City Area Sports Commission is responsible for our community being home to countless amateur sporting events and state tournaments. From volleyball, wrestling, tennis, and much more. The Sports Commission generates significant annual economic impact while adding substantially to our quality of life. The Iowa City Area Sports Commission is a proud presenting sponsor of UI Women's Athletics and our weekly visits with Beth Getz. Learn more at wegotnext.org. Beth Getz is happy to be working with Kirk Ferentz. More than once, Iowa's interim athletic director has been on the losing end of visits to Kinnick Stadium with the Minnesota Golden Gophers. She's happy for Coach Ferentz and his 25th anniversary.
Just amazing to have a leader like that and what he's accomplished on the field, but hearing the stories from alums and our current athletes about the way he's impacted their lives is just incredible. So exciting to get to see him start this milestone year. And I know it's going to be an exciting one.
You're in your first month as interim AD, but you've been here for a year. What's changed with your daily routine, if anything?
Yeah, in some ways, we function, I think, at a high level as a team. And so we're continuing to do that. And so maybe a few more of these interviews, so I get to do a little more external things. But this time of year, there's just a lot going on as we make sure that we're prepared to support the start of seasons and welcoming our amazing fan base back to campus. So it's busy, to be sure. But in a lot of ways, it's just marching on and doing what we've been doing over the last few months.
Well, you've had a chance to experience Fry Fest now a couple times, and you know better than most what Hayden Fry, Coach Fry, the Hall of Famer, meant to this campus. Typically, when football is successful, everybody else is successful.
It just touches so many people, certainly locally and across the state, and what he started and what's continued through the years it's just neat to see how ingrained it is in the culture of Iowans generally. But I mean, to hear the stories passed on from generation to generation about which game was their first game in Kinnick, and what they remember from Hayden Fry's time to current days is a lot of fun.
Well, you've got a lot of pressure on you. I mean, the school year only started 2 weeks ago. Field hockey beats #1, North Carolina. Soccer's undefeated. Volleyball beat the best team in that West Coast trip that Coach Barnes recently took with his troops. You got football sold out for the season, and Caitlin Clark is yet to come for another year. Well, how are you going to top all this?
Well, how about that, by the way? How about that start for these programs? But this is what everybody lives for, right? The opportunity to compete each and every day. And we just have outstanding teams and coaches. And so, they're not going to rest on what happened a year ago or even last week. And so I know there's great things coming from all of our programs, and can't wait for our fans to enjoy that.
That tells you we have terrific coaches, too. Beth, we woke up this morning or this weekend to Stanford, Cal, and SMU likely headed out of the ACC. The Big Ten will have 18 teams. The ACC will have 18 teams starting next school year. And I know you don't worry about what's going on one side of the country, but as an administrator in one of these Power 5 conferences, how deep does your thought process go?
Yeah, we're actually spending a lot of time making sure, one, it is important that you're tracking nationally, certainly what happens in the Big Ten, but understanding what the national landscape is important. And so next fall kickoff is not that far away. So, our focus right now is on how we acclimate those new programs, what schedules look like, making sure that we set our student athletes up for great competitive success, but also to navigate that so they can continue to achieve in the classroom and have a balanced experience. And we believe we can do that. They're great additions, those institutions, both academic fit and their historic accomplishments from a competitive standpoint. So it's going to be challenging, and that's what everybody's looking forward to.
USC, UCLA, Oregon, Washington, they'll all be here. And that landscape of college athletics is changing seemingly by the minute. Beth Getz is sponsored each week by the Iowa City Area Sports Commission. This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Every year, corn growers have a choice to make, and that choice is like a stake in the ground. One that says staying independent, staying family-owned means something on your farm. So plant your independence. Plant Whiffles. Up next, we'll hear from Utah State head coach Blake Anderson. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Whether you're watching the game, cooking your famous burgers, or leaving a light on for loved ones, we know you count on Alliant Energy to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need so you can focus on what's most important to you. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. While farmers work hard to grow the best crop, their Iowa corn checkoff investments are hard at work too. Opening local and global markets for corn and corn-fed products, educating drivers on unleaded 88 as the best fuel at the pump, finding new uses for corn, and sharing the farmer's story. Iowa corn farmers are backed by researchers, educators, market experts, and more to keep corn growing Iowa.
I'm Ingrid Lizarraga, breast surgeon at the University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center, the state's only NCI-designated cancer center. Here, we look beyond just the type of cancer you have to discover the molecular details of the disease. We have teams dedicated to each cancer type, with treatments and trials you won't find anywhere else in Iowa. Go to uihc.org/cancer.
we can really watch him kind of take on his own and help spark our offense. We do like to spread the ball around. We're going to try to make every inch of the grass usable, horizontally and vertically. And we like to play at a fast tempo. That's hard to do against really good defenses, and will be a challenge today. But if we can, would like to think that would be, if there is an edge for us, it's tempo of play and speed and quickness and space. And Terrell is a good example of what that looks like for us.
Defensively, you've got a pair of stalwarts in tackle Hali Motu Apuaka and safety Ike Larson, a freshman All-American a year ago. You have others, but it starts with those two, doesn't it?
It does to some degree, and great job with that last name. I know that's not something you have to say every weekend. We've got a handful of those. If you look across the roster that are tough to pronounce, Hale is the heartbeat of our defense. There's no doubt. Ike was a big playmaker for us a year ago. I think you kind of add in Mike Onwanyu at corner and MJ Tafisi at linebacker and Anthony Switzer at nickel, and they're really the leadership crew over there that kind of gets everybody moving in the right direction. We've thrown a lot of bodies in there to go with them, but they're going to be out there most of the snaps, and the defense kind of plays as they play. And both Holly and Ike played really, really big in moments that have mattered in the last couple of years for us, and hopefully they'll play their best today.
Coach, you've watched Kirk Ferentz from a distance over the years. The consistency of his program. What strikes you about Kirk? His staying power and his program.
Well, you mentioned it right there. Consistency is the thing. It's rare. You see a ton of ups and downs in programs usually all across the country, but he has just been able to maintain a level of excellence that is really, really, difficult to maintain. A really close friend of mine worked for him for a while, and Greg Davis, one of my mentors. I owe a lot of what I know about football and college football and offense and quarterback play to Greg, and he just thought the world of Coach. Just how he treated people professionally, how he prepared the kids, and it shows up on film. I mean, you don't beat yourselves. I mean, they're always in the right spot. They play tough, physical brand of football. I know that, it's at times not flashy, but it's consistently good. And regardless of what the roster has looked like, he's found a way to be consistently competitive. And that in itself is a huge accomplishment. Having been with teams that had good rosters and some that didn't, and seen the challenges of how do you find a way to win games when your roster is not as good as you'd like, or maybe injuries or attrition or whatever. And he's proven that to be, to me, just a huge hallmark of his career. And this team, I would assume, will look no different.
Utah State coach Blake Anderson, who understands the environment and challenges a sold-out crowd at Kinnick Stadium will present. While he loves the loud and the jumping around of a season opener, Anderson has preached to his team, stay composed, ride the wave, especially early. Don't do anything out of character. He commented, you can't win the game in the first quarter, but you can certainly lose it. In making mistakes you can't overcome. Phil Parker's defense will bait you with that assignment solid suppression. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels, including the Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton, each offering guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center to work it off, a pool, a hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. The University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update is next with Rob Brooks. You're listening to the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle from Kinnick Stadium. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Soon we'll go from pool back to school. The end of summer is a total bummer. But yesterday I went shopping and got all the essentials. New backpack, new kicks. Oh, and this is huge. Mom finally got rid of our basic internet and switched us to Extreme. The new Wi-Fi is amazing.
Go back to school with best and fast internet from Extreme. Get speeds from 100 meg up to 1 gig and Wi-Fi 360 Pro with advanced whole home coverage. Call 844-4FASTER or shop online at extreme.com.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that success is not a given, but with hard work, there are no limits. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmets. Join the Hawkeyes and the Iowa Farm Bureau as we celebrate farmers during the A&F game on October 21st. For more information and to win tickets to the game, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Back at Kinnick Stadium this year are Hawkeye Hydration Stations. Brought to you by our partners at Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio. Located at multiple areas on the stadium concourse, Hawkeye fans are encouraged to bring their reusable bottles and fill up with fresh drinking water all season. When you visit one of the hydration stations, be sure to learn more about the important clean water initiatives of each of our partners. Delta Dental of Iowa, farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and Iowa Corn Promotion Board, along with Pivot Bio, care about the water we share.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids. Plant your independence. Plant Whiffles. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hawkeye fans, make Hudson's Tap your post-game destination. After cheering on the Hawks at Kinnick, swing by Hudson's Tap at 482 Highway 1 West in Iowa City. Michelle Altmeyer will be there broadcasting live on the Hawkeye Radio Network.
This season, when the Hawkeyes win, you win. Head to your local Iowa Buffalo Wild Wings after the Hawks win for a free appetizer with a purchase of $20 or more. Stop in for more information or visit HawkeyeSports.com/BWW. Join us for happy hour with great deals on food from 3 to 6 p.m. And check out our After Dark lineup from 9 p.m. to close Monday through Friday, featuring bar food specials, including bird dogs, pretzel nuts, and fried pickles. Buffalo Wild Wings, your game day headquarters and a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
When you're out of town and want to keep up with the Hawkeyes and other college sports, be sure to download the new Varsity Network app. Available for both Apple and Android. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app.
Welcome back inside Kinnick Stadium on the field. I'm Rob Brooks, and it's time for the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update with Dr. Brian Wolf. And here we are, another season, huh? Comes quick.
It's exciting. Glad it's here.
Dr. Wolf, we were talking this week, and certainly being prepared for catastrophic injuries that could take place any sport, but especially football. And you remember the Damar Hamlin incident, Ronnie James, there's been others, but just being ready for really anything and being prepared is really a key, isn't it?
Well, you know, in some of these cases, Rob, it's the difference between life and death. And, you know, the Damar Hamlin Buffalo situation is a great example. That team was on it. The athletic trainers started treatment immediately. They had kind of practiced, and which is what we try to do, and what all the you know, especially at the Power 5 level and even at the high school level when I take care of Iowa City West, is that we try to practice these things so it's very smooth and efficient, and it can make a huge difference.
Yeah, not only saves lives, but also gets players back on their particular field or court.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, these things can go bad directions very quickly, but that's why having an athletic training team, having a staff that's rehearsed and that works well together, and having a system and a plan. So we have rehearsal plans for all different scenarios, whether it's cardiac or it's spine or it's neck or, you know, or other things. And just case in point, 15 minutes ago, we met with the Utah State medical staff and their trainers and docs, and, you know, they're in a new environment, and we try to do that every week if we're at Ohio State or Madison or any of these kind of things, just to know, hey, how exactly does it work in this particular facility? And again, sometimes minutes matter and seconds matter, and you want to just make sure you're on top of it right away.
Welcome to another season.
Yeah, let's have a great one. Thanks, Rob.
Dr. Brian Wolf on the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update. Good stuff from Dr. Wolf. And for the Iowa availability report, not playing today, wide receiver Jacob Bostic, Reese Osgood, Jamison Hines, Jamari Harris, as we reported earlier, will not play today. Bo Stevens, Noah Shannon, and Chris Reams. In the questionable category, Cade McNamara and Jaden Montgomery, a redshirt freshman linebacker. Of course, McNamara, as you well know, suffered that soft tissue injury in the Kids' Day practice, has been cleared to play and expected to play today. For Utah State, they've been hit by injuries preseason as well. Their top 2 tight ends are out. That includes Josh Sturzer, a senior from Salt Lake, and also Brock Lane, a junior who caught 6 passes last year. So expect Utah State to go 4 wide a lot. Also on the defensive side of the football, Holly Motu Upuaka is out, and that's a big loss for Utah State. He was second team All-Mountain West last year with 35 tackles and 8 tackles for loss. Let's shift gears to the field conditions report. It is brought to you again by the Iowa Kubota dealers like Cove Equipment in Moscow. Well, certainly this turf is ready and will be rather warm as the game moves along. And the Tiger Hawk again painted at midfield in black, trimmed in gold. Duke Slater Field logo painted in gold between the 20 and 30-yard lines. And also the Big Ten logo painted in white also between the 20 and 30-yard lines on the opposite side of the Duke Slater Field logo. The Cool Zone fans are behind the Iowa benches, so the Hawks will be ready and hydrated and ready to go for this one, the opener against Utah State. At Kubota, we want to help you deliver a job done right. That's why we want you to know that new Kubota inventory is arriving every day. You have work to do, and we have the reliable, durable, and versatile lineup to help you do it. So you visit Cove Equipment in Moscow today for all of your equipment needs. Up next, Gary Dolphin chats with head coach Kirk Ferentz. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle, and you are listening to Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
This season, when the Hawkeyes win, you win. Head to your local Iowa Buffalo Wild Wings after the Hawks win for a free appetizer with a purchase of $20 or more. Visit HawkeyeSports.com/BWW for details. Buffalo Wild Wings, your game day headquarters and a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
How would you like to be able to listen to the Hawkeye Radio Network while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. That's syncmygame.com.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, fiercely independent since 1946. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Into the action with the Fight for Iowa podcast. Join host Gary Dolphin as he takes you behind the scenes with Hawkeye coaches, athletes, and alumni. Tune in weekly on HawkeyeSports.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, and more. Your front row seat to Hawkeye athletics.
What's the best part of turning 100? You. Our neighbors we've had the opportunity to help throughout the years. It's been our privilege to get to know you, to understand what's important to you, whether it's simplifying your banking, financing your dream, or saving for your future. We'll continue to be here, finding new ways to provide personalized support for every customer and every community, now and every day forward. Great Southern Bank, celebrating 100 years of support. Learn more at greatsouthernbank.com.
Hawkeye Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. Get your med card online and visit their dispensary for the largest selection of locally grown, full THC cannabis products in Iowa. Search Bud & Mary's online.
Hey, welcome back to Kinnick Stadium, and the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Iowa and Utah State have met twice in their history. The Hawkeyes dominated both contests 70-14 in 1957, that great Iowa team, followed up by a 48-7 thrashing in 2002 when Brad Banks and crew claimed the Big Ten title. Cenex is proud to celebrate the University of Iowa and its football Hawkeyes. Fuel your fandom with your favorite snacks from your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally. Well, quarterback Cade McNamara will start his 17th career game this morning. McNamara has a career pass completion percentage of 63.1. That's outstanding. 21 touchdowns to 7 interceptions. Coach Kirk Ferentz will start McNamara and hopes he plays heavy minutes.
Yeah, he's actually had a pretty good week. He's not 100%, and that's probably true of most every guy out there during the season. But he's been able to function. Our first concern, obviously, he's got to get cleared by the medical staff, and that's occurred, basically early in the week. So then the question is, can a guy perform, in a way that's consistent with his ability, and go out there and actually function and play well. And I think that's the case. We've seen enough of him from this week in practice. And the other thing, as a coach, you're always thinking about, you don't want to put a player in a position where A, he can't function or execute, and then B, actually ends up going backwards. And so I don't think we're at that point. Just don't want him to run a lot, obviously, if he's got that choice. But no, he's looked good, and we're anxious to see him play in game conditions.
How much does that change your offensive packages?
Not a lot. I mean, the biggest thing I think is if something's not there, if something breaks down, his instincts are going to be to pull the thing down and take off, and that may be okay. But I mean, we don't want to smash it anyway. But just as far as just knowing his limitations, and if he does have concerns, get down and we'll play another down.
Offensive line, how was their progression through the fall camp?
I think it's been pretty good. We've dealt with one injury, but nothing too major. But overall, the guys have really competed well. They've worked together. We're a lot more mature than we've been the last 2 years, and we're more experienced. And, with the guys that are on campus, you think about a guy like Mason Richmond, you think about Nick Dion, you think about Connor Colby. Logan Jones has a year under his belt now, and Nick Feth has played a lot of football during his time at Miami of Ohio. And then Jennings Dunker, it's the first time he's been able to go through an entire camp, and so he's made a lot of progress too. So I think we're a more mature group physically, and we're more experienced from a mental standpoint as well.
Unfortunately, Caleb Johnson hasn't been talked about enough based on his performance last year, but all the talk's been about the new guys, the transfer portal, the retooling the offensive line. This young guy ran for almost 800 yards and half a dozen touchdowns last year. What do you look for him additionally in his sophomore season?
Yeah, maybe a parallel between he and Logan Jones. Logan played last year, was a guy we're really high on, and played well. But that year of experience makes a big difference, and I would say the same thing for Caleb. He had a really good year, got everybody obviously interested and excited. But the maturity factor of the player, and I would echo that with LeSean Williams as well. He was a good player last year, but he's really matured too. This year has really done him well, and we feel good about him in every situation. And Caleb has really come a long way too. There are a couple things he still needs to work on, but he's gotten better. He's a great young guy. Both of them are great young guys with great attitudes. So we're excited to see those guys play.
Most of the hits you took in terms of departures or graduations occurred on defense. And what great players, Riley and Campbell and Seth and Lucas up front. How do you feel about the defense? I know you leave Phil alone over there, but you have to take a peek or two back there.
Oh, yeah. And it's interesting. You start up front. You lose Lucas Van Ness as a first rounder. And by the way, he'll be on the sideline tomorrow. He, Epinesa, and Jerry Montgomery. So we may have to play a 3-man front with our former players, not a 4-man. But, you got him on the sideline yet. I think we have that's one position where we have pretty good depth. The whole group is really just, they continue to grow. They've done a good job. I think, I'll cherry pick a name, but, you think about Max Llewellyn, who was a skinny kid 2 years ago, and he's grown up a lot physically. He's always had a good motor, and unlike last year, now he has a pretty good idea where he's going, what he's doing most of the time. Last year, you weren't quite sure, but so it's been fun to watch those guys grow, develop, and so I think we'll be able to rotate guys there. The linebacker crew, Jay's played a lot of football and has done a great job through spring, through this summer, and then Nick Jackson was a good pickup for us. So, you got a couple guys that have experience there that are veterans and really know the leadership part of things. And then on the outside with Cooper coming back, that's a big thing. And Schulte, obviously, he's played a lot of good football back. He's our quarterback in the back end. So I feel good about our secondary. We're not deep back there, but the linebacker position, same thing. We still are working on our depth, but like the guys. And then up front, I do think we have some depth.
Y.A. Black's had a good camp.
He really has. He was injured, missed most of the spring or all the spring, I guess, and weren't quite sure what that was going to look like, but he's had an unbelievable August. And, again, that's part of the progression. A guy's in the program for a little bit and really starts to get the hang of it. Logan Lee went through the same thing. He played really well last year, but before that it was kind of mechanical. And so now you got a couple guys that are playing at a pretty high rate. So, I'm eager to see them play. Graves is only a second-year player, but he's picked things up pretty quickly, and the guy, maybe one of our more improved guys on our whole team, is Jeremiah Pittman, who's really, a year ago at this time was a scout team guy, and now he's done a good job as well.
Coach, let's talk about Utah State before we conclude. The Aggies out of the Mountain West. Coach Anderson's done a great job in 2 short years there. They like to move at a fast pace.
Yeah, they'll be running a lot of plays and try to keep you off guard that way a little bit. And they lost their offensive coordinator. He went to Indiana, but it's Coach Anderson's offense. That's he cut his teeth being a coordinator. Had a great run at Arkansas State. Now he's doing a great job there. It's interesting. They lost 59 players, or have, excuse me, rephrase that, 59 new players on their roster, which I think is like 6th, 7th in the country. So that's interesting. But Coach Anderson had a great run at Arkansas State, and it's interesting when he went to Utah State. They were a 1-5 team in 2020, and they won 11 games the next year, his first year there. So had an unbelievable season 2 years ago, a good season last year, and we expect them to be well coached. And it's first games, you just got to be ready for everything.
Yeah, Coach Phil Parker's defenses are usually ready for anything and everything. Since 2009, the Hawkeye defense has given up on average 19 points a game. That ranks 3rd nationally. Everyday style is easy with favorite looks for family fun and saving a ton. Whether you're savoring summer or gearing up for this fall, we've got you covered. Shop Kohl's and Kohls.com today. Ed Podolak is up next with his Club Car Wash keys to the game. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Looking for more college football action following our broadcast? Check out the College Football Blitz for free by going to the Varsity Network app. It's the college football audio version of the NFL Red Zone channel every Saturday from noon to midnight Eastern. Just search College Football Blitz on the Varsity Network app.
Right now, you are not at historic Kinnick Stadium, but you could be. You're not cheering with 70,000 Hawkeye fans or high-fiving strangers after a pick six, but you could be. With Kickoff to Kinnick from the Iowa Lottery, you could win a dream experience. 2 seats for an Ironman suite, food, fun, and football like never before. Or win tickets to any Iowa home game. Play the Hawkeye scratch ticket and enter and see details at ialottery.com/VIP to win.
Get ready, Hawkeye fans. Hudson Southside Tap is your ultimate destination for Hawkeye game days. Swing by and savor our delicious House Bloody Marys for just $6. But that's not all. This year, we're proud to announce that Hudson's is the official host of the Hawkeye Radio Network postgame show, happening right after every home game. Cheer on the Hawkeyes while enjoying the fantastic atmosphere and great company at Hudson's. Find us conveniently located on Highway 1 West in Iowa City. Hudson Southside Tap, where Hawkeye spirit comes alive. Go Hawks!
Do you want to play an integral part in helping the Hawks win championships? Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa football and the Iowa men's and women's basketball programs to serve charities in eastern Iowa. Your tax-deductible Swarm donation will compensate our Iowa student athletes for working to further the missions of local charities such as the United Way, Big Brothers and Big Sisters, and more. Go to iowaswarm.com for more information and make Iowa athletics the place for our student athletes to experience the thrill of winning championships.
Whether you're watching the game, cooking your famous burgers,
or leaving a light on for loved ones. We know you count on Alliant Energy to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need so you can focus on what's most important to you. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids. Plant your independence. Plant Whiffles. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Royal Flooring has everything for your home, from the floors up. Did you know we also feature appliances, custom cabinetry to update your kitchens, bathrooms, and more? Yep, we're more than just flooring. Shop Royal Flooring today.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy, entirely online. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
And as Buffett would say, my gummy is just now kicking in. Here, we'll be referring to Jimmy all day long, but right now, here's a Jimmy lookalike, Ed Podolak, with his keys to the game, sponsored by the official car wash of the Iowa Hawkeyes, Club Car Wash, with unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month. There's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com to find a location near you. You've played plenty of season openers. You know the guys in that locker room are jacked up right now.
Well, they're ready to go, and you know, one of the advantages of being the traveling team today is you get to wear white uniforms. And that's going to make a big difference, because Jimmy Buffett would love it today. It's 100 degrees, but if you're a 300-pound offensive or defensive lineman, you do not love it, I'm promising you. So conditioning, a lot is going to depend on the conditioning they've been through. We do a very good job of that. Now we've got a new quarterback and supposedly some new passing routes, although there's not a lot of things you can do there. You can just try to home them into where they are perfect. Precise patterns, it's important, and then to protect your quarterback. And I think that's where Logan Jones is really important, because he calls the defenses, and he's got now a seasoned offensive lineman with him. So I think you're going to see a lot of improvement in pass protection today. On the other side, Jamari Harris, we just learned yesterday that he will not play. And Deshaun Lee is a redshirt freshman. I don't know anything about him. If you've been to practice, or I guess he's pretty good, because Coach sure didn't seem too concerned yesterday.
He's pretty good, or Phil Parker wouldn't be putting him in there.
Well,
I'd bet on that.
That makes some sense, doesn't it? So anyway, it's time for us to take it on down to some more keys to the game.
Yeah, let's not forget special teams. Torrey Taylor, Drew Stevens, and you know, the punt and kick coverage have been outstanding for years.
Well, and I'll tell you, I saw some punts before the game, and they're as high as we are here in the stadium, and now he's doing spirals. You remember when he first got here?
Yeah.
When they were in? He's got the spiral down now.
We'll look forward to that. It's, as Eddie said, going to be hotter than Georgia asphalt in the middle of July. But as you said, with a great training program that Raymond Braithwaite puts out there and his staff, the Hawks are ready to go. They're going to play a lot of people. Those are Ed's keys to the game, courtesy of Club Car Wash. Our Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle continues in a minute. We got the Mid-American Energy starting lineups coming up shortly. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When it comes to your health, you need the full picture. That means the right diagnosis and the right treatment right from the start. I'm Aaron Bose, pediatric neurologist with University of Iowa Healthcare. Here, we're working together every day to advance medicine so you can get the best care. With more research, more clinical trials, and more treatment options than anywhere else in the state, the University of Iowa Healthcare is changing medicine and changing lives. Learn more at uihc.org.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today?
The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
How would you like to be able to listen to the Hawkeye Radio Network while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. That's syncmygame.com.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
This season, when the Hawkeyes win, you win. Head to your local Iowa Buffalo Wild Wings after the Hawks win for a free appetizer with a purchase of $20 or more. Visit HawkeyeSports.com/BWW for details. Buffalo Wild Wings, your game day headquarters and a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, fiercely independent since 1946. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
Hawk fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official Des Moines business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Car Law, Community Choice Credit Union, and Royal Florid. Are your car payments baking you crazy? Bring home the bacon when you move your car loan to Community Choice and get up to 3 months of no car payments. Your bacon called. It's ready to go home. Bring home the bacon at unbankyourbacon.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis. See credit union for details.
Getting closer to kickoff season opener. Iowa, Utah State. John Swisher has a U.S. Bank scoreboard talking about our local Hawkeye women's teams.
Iowa volleyball Dolph 3-0 over Middle Tennessee State last night. Round 2 of the Fry Fest Invitational tonight, 6 o'clock against Kent State. Iowa field hockey, number 7 in the country, beat Fairfield 3-0 in Albany, New York. Next up, number 19, Albany on Sunday, 11 a.m. And Iowa soccer beat Mississippi State on Thursday night. Next up, SEMO for Senior Day, Sunday at 10 a.m.
And we'll have football scores throughout the day, courtesy of U.S. Bank. The Hy-Vee coin toss is next. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How would you like to be able to listen to the Hawkeye Radio Network while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. That's syncmygame.com.
Kubota tractors offer ultimate versatility with the quality and reliability you need to do the job right. Stop by and get the #1 selling tractor brand in the Midwest for a great price. Talk to your local Kubota dealer today to schedule a demo. Right now, participating dealers get a Kubota compact tractor for 0 down, 0% APR for 84 months. Now through September 30th, 2023. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more information.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Whether you're watching the game, cooking your famous burgers, or leaving a light on for loved ones, we know you count on Alliant Energy to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need so you can focus on what's most important to you. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids. Plant your independence. Plant Whiffles. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Travel Leaders, Destinations Unlimited. We provide experiential travel and vacation planning for Hawkeye fans across the state. Contact one of our destination experts to start planning your next trip at duagency.com.
Hello, Hawkeye fans. This is Bruce Gerlman, and I own Jethro's Barbecue. Have you heard the news? It's really big news. Jethro's Barbecue is now open in Coralville. That's right, across from the Hawkeye softball diamonds on the Coralville Strip. Jethro's is your game day headquarters. Call ahead and order your tailgate barbecue from Jethro's. Before the game, during the game, after the game, stop in Jethro's and eat my amazing slow smoked wings and my world-famous baby back ribs.
Upgrade game day with Hawkeye Village. Get game tickets, pregame extravaganza, all you can eat, drinks, and more. Perfect for groups or families. Limited availability. Call 800-424-2957 or email group-sales@hawkeyesports.com. Join the Hawkeye excitement at Hawkeye Village.
Leaders know there's no guide to greatness. When everyone else says something can't be done, they know it only hasn't been done yet. True leaders weather the fiercest storms and look deep within themselves to rise above and help others find their way forward. At Great Southern Bank, we're proud to partner with visionaries that help raise the tide for all of us. And when you're ready to bring your vision to life, we'll be right behind you with award-winning support.
Are your car payments baking you crazy? Bring home the bacon. When you move your car loan to Community Choice and get up to 3 months of no car payments. Your bacon called? It's ready to go home. Bring home the bacon at unbankyourbacon.com. Loans subject to credit approval and analysis. See credit union for details.
Full THC cannabis concentrates, vapes, and gummies are available in Iowa legally at select medical dispensaries. Get a med card online, quick and easy. I got mine in less than a day. Search for Bud & Mary's online to get a card and find a licensed dispensary near you.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, Hawkeye football is on the air. Brought to you by Authentic Brand. It's more than just a label, it's a statement. By your local Ford dealers. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. And by Shields, right there with you. You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification before we have the Hy-Vee coin toss, Iowa, Utah State. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football from Learfield. A new year, 55 stations strong in the Hawkeye Radio Network. Thank you all for joining us for wherever you are listening, out in the field or in your driveway or driving down the interstate. Referee Jeff Cervinsky is motioning the teams to come to center field for the Hy-Vee coin toss. Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of Iowa Hawkeye football. Hy-Vee, where there's always a helpful smile in every aisle. Let's check in with Rob Brooks down there at the middle of Herky's, Maine. Well, a couple of the officials had to go get Utah State and get them out of the tunnel, get the captains out here to center field. Of course, Joe Evans, Jay Higgins, Luke Lachey, Cade McNamara, the captains for the Hawkeyes. Here's Jeff Cervinsky as Utah State will make the call.
The head, that's the tail. What's your call? Tails. Tails is the call. It is a tail. Correction, it is a head. You have won the cross.
This is the first game.
Well, when I looked down at the coin, I said, boy, that looks an awful lot like a head.
Iowa has won the toss. They've chosen to receive the football and defend the south goal.
So there you have it, the Hawkeye football to start the ball game. Well, it's Jeff Cervinsky's first game, and what the heck. Little double vision problem there. The sun is bright, but in the end, they got it right. The Hawkeyes win the toss, and how appropriate they're going to take the football. We'll get a look at Cade McNamara right out of the gate.
That is just exactly the opposite of what the choices were last year.
Yeah, for sure. Our game day sponsor is the Eastern Iowa Airport, CID, with 5 airlines, 18 nonstop destinations, and connections to hundreds of locations. It's Hawkeye Nation's #1 choice for travel. Just say go. Fly CID. Check out flycid.com for more information. Hawks will receive the kick, and looks like Caleb Johnson will be the recipient at the goal line, if so choose. They also have TJ Hall back there
as the up man. Our Mid-American Energy starting lineups are sponsored by Mid-American Energy. Obsessively, relentlessly at your service. Cade McNamara at quarterback. Doing the protection is Logan Jones at center. Nick DeYoung, Connor Colby at the guards. Mason Richmond and Jennings Dunker are the tackles, left and right respectively. Luke Lachey and Eric All the tight ends. Wide receivers, Nico Reganey. Seth Anderson, anxious to see him, the youngster from Charleston Southern, transferred in. Deontay Vines will play. Jacob Bostic is out of the game this afternoon. Hayden Large, how appropriately named, 6'5", 250, from Dordt College in Hudsonville, Michigan. Hayden will be fullback, H-back. He's a lot of things. We know he's a good football player. Kicking off for Utah State will be William Testa, junior from Italy. Might be our first Italian football player that we've seen this season, or in our long career of calling Hawkeye football, as we get ready for year number 27 with Buddy Boy and yours truly. And the left-footed Testa lets it go. Grabbed at the 7 by Johnson, near sideline. Gets a block. He's at the 10, 15, 20, down the sideline. He's got one man to beat. Bumped out of bounds near midfield. Great way to start the football game. Excellent blocking. And I'll tell you what, Johnson has great timing on when to hit fast forward.
Boy, and I'll tell you, Aaron Graves is the deep man, and he threw a block to free him, and that guy is a wrecking car, you know, a wrecker. And
he's all those.
Yeah.
Xavion Steele may have saved the touchdown, but the bottom line is the Hawks are in Utah State territory at the 39 to start this drive. And here is Cade McNamara. Uneven line, strong side to the wide side. That's where tight end Luke Lachey is. Now come in motion, the receiver. Deontay Vines, here's a handoff to Caleb Johnson on a cutback right to left. They push the pile to the 35, 34-yard line, a gain of nearly 5 on first down.
Yeah, and they've got a Utah State player down already.
Oh, my. That didn't take long.
No.
Seni Tuiaki made the stop. He's a defensive tackle. He's joined up front by Pokesi Vakuata, Paul Fitzgerald, and Inoku Mingao. A lot of Samoans, as you would expect, coming from the great state of Utah. And the injured Aggie is Max Alford, linebacker, outside linebacker. He and maybe their best player on the field, MJ Tafisi, the middle linebacker, joined by the weak side linebacker Anthony Switzer.
See, your feet don't come out of this when this turf is this hot, and it's 30 degrees hotter down on the field than it is up here because of the rubber ball bearings, and your feet just don't come out of this stuff like it would grass this time of year.
They moved the line of scrimmage back to the 36 after review. Johnson down after a gain of 3. Connor Colby was leading the blockers that ran over Max Alford, and hopefully he'll be back in the game. All right, now McNamara shifts to the gun. Twin receivers to the right and twin to the left on the short side of the field. Good protection. McNamara throws it to the end zone. Man wide open. Caught. Touchdown. Touchdown. Touchdown, Iowa, to start the game. Seth Anderson, welcome from Charleston. The defender took an inside then outside route, stumbled and fell down, to your point, Ed.
Yeah, that was quite a move he put on him, but that turf is sticky. But boy, is that a good way to start the season.
Little ho-hum debut for Cade McNamara.
Yeah.
And Seth was wide open. He had to look back over his inside shoulder into that sun. Did a great job of looking it in. But what a beautiful throw by Cade McNamara, defended or otherwise.
It just dropped right out of the sky into his hands.
How about that protection?
Yeah, and great touch on the ball.
6-0. 30 seconds into the game, the Hawkeyes win the toss, and in 3 plays, they're in the end zone. As they move toward the north end, here comes the try for point after by Drew Stevens, out of the hold of Torrey Taylor, and whistles before the snap of the football.
The previous play is under further review. The ruling on the field was a touchdown.
That's a little late, don't you think?
Well, I'm not sure what the review would be for.
Well, we're going to see right here what they're reviewing. It's up on the big screen.
Well, okay. I mean, I'm perplexed, as they would say, but we'll wait. Something. You don't think he ran out or was pushed out of bounds, or?
No, I think they think he didn't have the ball secured when he hit the ground.
Well, he's clearly in bounds when he makes the catch. He juggles it going to the turf. Can't really tell if he had full possession of it. I mean, he belly flops on the football, comes up with it in one hand. I don't know how you reverse this, frankly, but hey, our game day sponsor, the Eastern Iowa Airport, those folks are happy next door in our Learfield booth. Let's say hi to David Nisma, Mary, who's with David, Marty Lenz, and Shauna Lenz. Marty's the director of the Eastern Iowa Airport. Had him on our first hour pregame show with.
Well, this will make it hotter.
Well, they're taking a long time looking at it, but. By the way, welcome to Michelle Altmaier. Did a great job on her debut on the air. Here comes the call.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
So that had to be it to make sure that Seth Anderson secured the football. I mean, he only had 6-7 touchdowns a year ago and 600 yards. He knows how to put it away, but good for the officials. They got it right. And the Hawks lead at 6-0. And now the try for point after with Drew Stevens. Out of the hole to Torrey Taylor, and the snap by Luke Elkin. Here's the spot, low snap, but Torrey got it down. Good hands, and the kick is right through from the young man who grew up within blocks of the Augusta Country Club. And he pitching wedged that one right through the uprights. 7-0 Iowa. By the way, all plays under review again this season are sponsored by Athletico. Physical therapy is usually the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or even surgery. But what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? The sooner you start with physical therapy, the sooner you can start changing everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico.
I had 3 trips to Athletico here in the last 10 days.
Yeah, you know, I heard you were doing a little therapy there.
Yeah,
for little vertigo.
Yeah, a little vertigo, and they got it taken care of on the very first trip. But I liked it so much, I went back 2 more times.
Another great Hawkeye sponsor. 2 plays. I said 3 plays, counting the kickoff. My bad. 2 plays, 39 yards. Took the Hawks all to 53 seconds with quarterback Cade McNamara to get on the board. Cade 36 yards to Seth Anderson, and the point after good at 7-0.
Yeah, Cade had all the time he needed to go through his progressions and look downfield and said, hey, there's nobody around that guy. I think I'll throw it to him.
Here comes a run up in the kickoff by Stevens. And back deep is Cooper Jones, and no chance to return for Utah State. So, well, how stoked do you think that defense is? Iowa didn't play with the lead a whole lot last year, or at least rarely at the start of games. They got it now, and here comes that heralded Iowa defense, Deontay Craig and Joe Evans at the ends. Our lineups courtesy of Mid-American Energy. Y.A. Black had a great fall camp. He's out there in Lee. And the linebackers, Nick Jackson. He's probably got a few goosebumps after hearing that crowd pregame warm-ups. The transfer from Virginia. Out there with Kyler Fisher and Jay Higgins in the middle. 1st and 10. Here's quarterback Cooper Laga. He's in the gun. And the snap. Whistles as the ball is snapped. Timeout. No, I think timeout was called.
Oh, my goodness.
Utah State. They're first of the half.
That's not a very good start when you have to call timeout on the first play.
What is it Blake Anderson told us in the pregame show? You can't win the game in the first quarter, but
you can lose it.
You can lose it. And he sprinted out onto the field and called timeout. Clearly, they were not in the right formation, and the Hawks were crowding that line of scrimmage. And so we will take a timeout here. 14-18 remaining in the first quarter. And we've had a lot happen here in the first 42 seconds. It's a 30-second timeout. Laga's favorite running back is Robert Briggs. He's a sophomore from Texas. Little guy, 5'6", but powerful at 185. Ran for 400 yards, a 5-yard average a year ago, 1 touchdown. And he was going to get the ball. Their receivers now, both their regular tight ends are out of the game with injuries. So they're going to go with 4 wides most of the day. Right now they go heavy package. Here's a fake to the tailback. They flip it out to the boundary line. Caught and then immediately tackled is Terrell Vaughn. He is the best of their wide receivers. And a wicked hit out there by Deshaun Lee, who's starting in place of the injured Jamari Harris. That's a gain of 4 on first down, second down 6. Now they like to run a play every 10 seconds. They're up at the line of scrimmage. They throw it wide again. Here's a wide receiver screen, and the Hawks stuff it. They got rid of the would-be blocker. Sebastian Castro mauled him. Jalen Royals caught the pass, and then Deontay Craig was right there to bear hug him.
Yeah, and Sebastian Castro really came into his own in that bowl game.
Here we go, Ed. Third and 5. They got a yard. Ball at the 30-yard line of Utah State. Lagat checks to the sideline. Robert Briggs in the backfield. Double receivers right and left. They're stacked one behind the other. On 3rd down and 5. Snap clock running down. We wait. Here it is. Now whistles. They may have taken too much time. Nope, false start. We'll take either one of those.
Well, that was a fan.
False start. Offense. Number 77. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
That was a fan penalty there because he could not hear.
A crowd penalty. Ralph Frias got that 340-pound body moving forward at left tackle. Cole Motes is the right tackle. Tavo Motu Apuaka is at right guard. Wade Meacham at left guard. And Falepule Alo is the center. Here's the snap, 3rd and 10. Hawks get some pressure. They set up a screen, and it works for about 5 yards, and that's it. It'll be 4th down and 8. Robert Briggs, the running back. He was the safety valve as Lagat was about to be run over.
Jay Higgins reading the screen up to make the tackle.
And it's 4th down in a punting situation for Utah State. 12.5 to go first quarter. If you're joining us late, you've already missed some fireworks. 36-yard touchdown pass. McNamara to Seth Anderson. 2 of the newcomers hooking up. Iowa leads it 7-0. Here comes the punt by Elliot Nimrod. He steps into it, hits it a mile high. He's a terrific punter like Torrey Taylor. And a fair catch made by Cooper DeJean at the 25-yard line. That's where the Hawks will put it in play. 1st and 10 when we resume. Our game day sponsor is the Eastern Iowa Airport, with 5 airlines, 18 nonstop destinations.
Timeout on the field.
And connections to hundreds of locations. It's Hawkeye Nation's #1 choice for travel. Just say go. Fly CID. Check out flycid.com for more. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Are you ready for Hawkeye football? Because it's time to get geared up. We're all coming together for those amazing on-the-field moments. Shields is right there with you, cheering our team on to victory. So suit up in your Hawkeye black and gold with fan gear from Shields, in-store or online. And let's get ready for Hawkeye football. Shields, proud partner of Iowa Athletics and football fans everywhere.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Burger Shed is a burger lover's dream come true. Our handcrafted burgers are made with a signature blend of certified Angus beef and smoky brisket, served with house-made pickles. But if you're looking for something other than a burger, don't you worry. We've got that too. Check out our wide variety of shed sandwiches, salads, and real ice cream shakes. Burgers, beers, and a bunch of BS. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive in Altoona.
After a 47-yard punt by Utah State. I mentioned Elliot Nimrod punted. It was the William Testa who punted 47 yards. The Hawks will take over with a 7-0 lead. 1st and 10 at the Iowa 25. We're just underway, and today's kickoff and start of the game is courtesy of Come and Go. Hawk fans, stop into Come and Go before and after the game to experience a fresh perspective on convenience. At Come and Go, you'll find a wide selection of snacks, drinks, fresh food options, so you can always find what you deserve. Come and Go. LaShawn Williams in a tailback now, spelling Caleb Johnson. Still Cade McNamara for series number 2. Rolls out to his right, looking to throw. Now throws it away. And that's what they want him to do. They don't want him to turn upfield with that tender quad and race down the hash, and he's flexing it right now.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting that they would call a rollout with him having that thigh problem. But that was the call.
Nothing wrong with a little, at least attempted trickery. Utah State reads the scouting reports. But Michael Anyanwu was in good coverage there on Nico Reganey. Second down 10. 12:09 to play first quarter, 7-0 Iowa. Tight end slotted right. That's Luke Lachey. Reganey out there with him. And to the short side of the field is Vines. McNamara looks that way. Now he's going to go downfield. Has a man open, not by much, but Reganey just could not separate from the defender Simeon Harris, the safety. That's a good secondary. Cornerbacks are J.D. Drew and Michael Anyanwu. The safeties are Simeon Harris and Ike Larson. Now he's just a sophomore, Larson, but he was a freshman All-American a year ago. Had 3 block kicks, so you'll see him on special teams as well. Third and long for the Hawks. Third down 10.
Khalid Brown, it's their first look at him.
Yeah, Caleb Brown, he splits wide right. The Ohio State transfer. Hawks go 2 tight ends, short side of the field. And a false start on Iowa. This is going to come on Mason Richmond. Jazz Patterson is in the backfield with McNamara.
False start. Offense, number 78. 5-yard penalty. Third down.
It is on Mason Richmond, who's been injured often in the fall camp, but young man out of Leawood, Kansas. He's in there starting at left tackle today. So it's third down 15. Hawks got to be careful here. Deontay Vines is in the game. Twin receivers right, single receiver to the bottom of the field. That's Vines. And let's see how aggressive Cade McNamara sets up the screen. Oh, wide open. 20, 25, 30, first down. Here comes Patterson up to the 38-yard line. He's upset he didn't break it all the way, but a nice ankle tackle by Anthony Switzer, the strike linebacker. He was the last guy in coverage, and Utah State blown coverage there, but what a nice run after the catch by Patterson.
Oh, yeah, they set up a really nice screen, and he got tucked in behind those big Blutos and made the most out of it.
Boy, does McNamara get rid of the ball. Man, short or long, he flicks it. 18 yards, first down on third down and 15. Caleb Johnson back in the game, so the Hawks got some room they can work in now and get the offense going. 3 receivers wide right, including 2 in the slot. McNamara, a quick out to Reganey. Caught, turns upfield, and bumped out of bounds immediately by Simeon Harris, sophomore from Vallejo, California. Gain of 8, second down short. Ball approaching near midfield.
You see how quick that ball came out? You just mentioned it the play before, but boy, he gets rid of it in a hurry.
11 minutes to play first quarter. 7-0 Iowa. The Hawks scored 3 plays into the game. LaShawn Williams comes in now for the next snap. Number 4 on the back of his black jersey. Hawks stack 2 receivers to the bottom of the field. 2 tight ends. Different looking formation, and they run the sweep, and turning upfield at midfield down to the 40-yard line is Caden Wetchen. This is a young guy they've been privately and quietly excited about, not only in the spring but here in the fall.
Yeah, that's it. His first carry, and he made the most out of it.
No, he's going to get another handoff. A junior from Williamsburg. He's one of those 14 yards on the pickup. He's one of those kids who went to Iowa Western Community College. All they do is win national championships. First and 10. Brian Ferentz opening up the playbook. Stop and go move. Straight ahead running for the Bull. Caleb Johnson, and he gets inside the 35 to the 34. The ball squirted out, but he was on the ground, and the whistle had blown. That's a gain of 6, almost 7 on first down. Really nice block there by the left guard, Nick DeYoung out of Pella.
Yeah, they moved the line of scrimmage back about 3 yards.
At the 34.
3 guys from Iowa, Jones, DeYoung, and Connor Colby, comprising the middle of that Iowa offensive line. Here's a toss sweep to Johnson. Blockers in front of him. 30, 25, 20. Turns the Jets on. Out of bounds at the 13. They're in the Case IH red zone. Are the Iowa Hawkeyes, but there is a flag, I see.
Yeah, they're going to call cutting.
In the backfield.
Yeah.
Oh, Kirk Ferentz' favorite call.
Yep.
The cut block.
Yep. Can only do it between the tackles. And I guess this was outside of the tackles.
Oh, the Hawks were setting up pretty on a nice run by Caleb Johnson.
Personal foul. Illegal block below the waist. Defense number 1. The penalty being forced half the distance to the goal line.
Oh.
Includes an automatic.
Defense number 1.
Well, the bad news is it's a cut block. The good news is it's on Utah State. I don't know that I've ever seen that.
I don't know. I didn't know you could cut block on
How do you
defense.
cut block on defense? Well, I guess you don't.
Well, we got new rules this year. It's our first game, too.
Well, I'd like to say Anthony Switzer, who's a 210-pound linebacker, probably saw one of those 300-pound Blutos coming at him outside the tackle box. Actually, it was a tight end. It was a tight end. Eric All, well, he's almost as big as a tackle. First and goal, the Hawks are in the Case IH red zone after the walk-off against Utah State. Play fake to the tailback, a throw to the end zone. It is incomplete, almost intercepted, as Cade McNamara threw into heavy double coverage intended for Luke Lachey. Ike Larson, there's that young safety we were talking about. They went and picked on him, and Ike knocked it away. Second down and goal. The ball just inside the 7-yard line. Case IH in the Case IH red zone, brought to you by the team on top at Case IH. We're sponsored by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light. Second down and goal. McNamara's in the gun, even balanced line, couple tight ends. Here's a handoff on a counter run right to left. They're fighting for the goal line as the Hawks push the pile with somewhere in the middle the ball carrier, LaShawn Williams. Iowa's played 3 tailbacks. I want to make sure I got the right one. And LaShawn, LaShawn is just a shade under 6 foot. He burrowed in among those left guard and tackle and got to the 2, third and goal from there.
Yeah, that was really good running. He found the soft spot and kept it going.
Ike Larson, the safety, got there first, and a second timeout asked for
Utah State
by Utah State.
Second of the half.
Thanks to all of our sponsors today, especially Come and Go. With Come and Go's new and rewards program, you can save more every day. Whether you're coming in for fuel, food, or more, you choose how to save with Come and Go and rewards. Come and Go, a fresh perspective. At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages score with family and friends. Summer's not over yet, folks. Take the highest quality beef and pork, combine it with natural spices, throw it on the grill tonight, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Iowa Hawkeyes. And Hawkeye football is sponsored by Mid-American Energy. Bring you our starting lineups each and every game day. Mid-American. There's a yellow flag on the play. Wait, it's just a flag marking an underground natural gas pipeline. Mid-American Energy reminds you to call 811 before you dig. 811. Timeout's over. Lines are down. Third down and goal. Hawks go the heavy 3 tight end package, and Caleb Johnson is cut down by a blitzer at the 3 or 4 yard line before he can get out of the gates. So the Hawkeyes are faced with 4th down and goal just outside the 2 as Seni Tuiaki, defensive tackle, came from underneath and a linebacker came from up top, and they crunched down Caleb Johnson. And I mean, he went down like a shot. Hawks appear to be going for it on 4th down. 4th and goal. 3 tight ends, heavy package. Here's McNamara, rolls back, lobs to the tailback. Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown. Touchdown, Hawkeyes. Eric All, the tight end. I'm not sure. He may have lined up in the backfield. No, he lined up on the right wing.
Yeah, they came out with that three tight end look again that they ran the ball the last time, and he just blasted out into the flat.
Former Wolverine to former Wolverine, and are we happy they're Hawkeyes?
Yes. And they are too.
I love the liberal play calling here by Brian Ferentz. 13-0 Iowa's Cade McNamara has 2 touchdown passes. And that last one to his old buddy Eric All, the tight end, who's going to make a great tandem or form a great tandem with Luke Lachey and Addison Estrenga and Steven Stylianos. There's a try for point after by Drew Stevens. 2 for 2 out of the hole to Torrey Taylor, and the Hawkeyes extend the lead over the Aggies to 14-0. Touchdown grabs by Seth Anderson and Eric All. And the Hawks on top by 2 touchdowns. From Kinnick, this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Preparation. It's the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Welcome back to the Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield broadcast booth. Hawkeyes have had the ball twice and scored on both trips. 2 touchdowns, 112 yards, 64 through the air, 48 on the ground, 5 first downs for Cade McNamara and the offense. Cade, a 36-yard touchdown pass to Seth Anderson and a 3-yard touchdown pass to Eric All. That Shields scoring drive of just a moment ago. 11 plays, 75 yards, 4.5 minutes of clock. And McNamara looks like he's in mid-season form, coming back after that knee surgery 11 months ago. We're just halfway through the first quarter. All of our scoring drives again this season brought to you by Shields. For all your Hawkeye gear, Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. Gear including Authentic Brand. Our broadcast team decked out in today on YouTube, Hawkeye YouTube channel. Ed, we're going to do 2 waves, one to our wonderful viewers on YouTube, and the end of the first quarter, of course, across the street.
There you go.
To the kids at Stead Family Children's Hospital. Rob Brooks has a quick update courtesy of U.S. Cellular on the Hawkeye sideline.
Well, Dolph, you remember on that review why it was so late. They're really having a lot of communication problems down here on the sideline, trying to communicate with the officials on the field. And then just now, they've got the scoreboard up and running. A couple of fans came in and said, didn't Iowa score earlier? And we were a little late. I go, oh, yeah, they scored. But the scoreboard was still 0-0. Now they're starting to get it back on. Iowa 14-0 on the scoreboard.
I know they did some updating on the big jumbotron.
I've been working on it all week.
In the off season, too. Kind of juice it up a little bit. We can tell you it's 14-0. There's a run up in the kick, which is going to go out the back of the end zone. Drew Stevens. Strong leg. Micah Davis just looks up into the sun and kissed it goodbye, as they say. The Hawkeyes 14-0. We're just halfway through the first quarter. A terrific balance. It's one thing to score touchdowns. Hawks are doing it with the run and the pass.
Oh, yes, and I think they saw that Utah State had stacked their linebackers inside when we had that triple tight end set, and there was nobody to cover the flat. That's why they came back with it.
First 10 in at the 25. Cooper Laga, the quarterback. They run the jet sweep and crunch down right at the line of scrimmage after a dangerous pitch to Terrell Vaughn. This guy caught 56 passes last year, 5 touchdowns, a long of 75. He's the real deal. They go 4 wide again. Here's a delayed handoff to Robert Briggs, the running back, and the Hawks had that all smelled out.
Yeah, and they've made some switches. Pittman is in the game now, and so's Graves.
Jeremiah Pittman and Cooper DeJean is taking this series off. We'll update you on the secondary next. 3rd down and 8 after a gain of 2. Lagarde drilled as he throws the ball incomplete. Crushed by Deontay Craig. Also getting in there was Aaron Graves, his heel load, and Micah Davis, the intended receiver, and another 3 and out. Now this was what the Utah State folks were concerned about. It's one thing to be air raid and throw it all over the ball yard, but if you start going 3 and out consistently on a day like today, that Iowa offense is chomping at the bit.
Well, the fans, the crowd has certainly helped in this game too. The noise is mid-season form.
Stephen Katsunley, the punter, great year last year with a 43-yard average. And Cooper DeJean is back deep to receive the punt. So Cooper just took the series off, and now he's out there hopefully to run one back. Let's get a good rush on, and this is a returnable punt by Cooper DeJean. He's hit immediately at the 29-yard line of Iowa. Wow, that's great downfield coverage in a hurry by Colby Bowman, a wide receiver. Well, he obviously can run. Transfer from Stanford. 43-yard punt. There's a timeout on the field. The Hawks 14 and Utah State nothing. Iowa has the ball when we return. And we don't know how much time's left in the first quarter. Hey, Hawkeye football is sponsored by Iowa Corn. We grow corn here in Iowa. The truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn benefits the entire state, feeds our livestock, nourishes our families, and provides homegrown, clean burning fuel for our vehicles. Thank you, Iowa's corn farmers. Somebody get a wet towel for the scoreboard, would you? Poor guy, he's petered out already. 6:48 to play in the first quarter. Back in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
I'm Ingrid Lizarraga, breast surgeon at the University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center, the state's only NCI-designated cancer center. Here, we look beyond just the type of cancer you have to discover the molecular details of the disease. We have teams dedicated to each cancer type, with treatments and trials you won't find anywhere else in Iowa. Go to uihc.org/cancer.
This is Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield broadcast booth location. Gary Dolphin at Podolak. Our spotter John Swisher, our engineer is Corey Sheets. Welcome into our opening day coverage of what we hope is another successful Hawkeye football season. Boy, the school year has gotten off to a great start, hasn't it? Soccer, field hockey, volleyball with a big victory last night, and as part of Fry Fest, they're playing again tonight. Good luck to Coach Barnes. They've got Kent State at 6 o'clock at that beautiful Extreme Arena. Stop in after our football coverage today, and then tomorrow afternoon, South Dakota State will be taking on the Hawkeyes at Extreme. Everybody's off to a good start.
Yeah, I saw the Jackrabbits checking in yesterday at our hotel.
Love that nickname, the Jackrabbits. Well, the Hawks have been jackrabbiting up and down the field thanks to Cade McNamara, the outstanding transfer receiver Seth Anderson. Eric All, the big tight end, has a touchdown grab. It's 14-0. A little under 7 minutes to play first quarter, and Iowa has the ball back. Defense certainly doing its part as well. Now Wetchen splits wide right. He's out there with Deontay Vines. LaShawn Williams, the lone setback. Cade's up under center. Logan Jones. And they fake the reverse, a throw over the middle to the tight end, Luke Lachey, and he swarmed under after a gain of maybe 3. Good job by Utah State middle defense. Gavin Barthiel, the linebacker, and Inoka Mingao, the defensive end. We haven't seen Max Alford since he got hurt on the first play of the game. Gavin Barthiel out of Washington State, another Division I defensive transfer. He can play big-time football. Second down, call at 8. The ball just across the 30 for the Hawkeyes. McNamara shifts to the gun. Here's the draw handoff to LaShawn Williams. Oh, and if he kept his feet at, he'd have gone a lot further than 5 yards.
Yeah, that was a very interesting formation with 3 wide receivers split wide and the tight end sitting in a wing position. They bring the tight end across the trap.
LaShawn was leaning a little bit too far forward. He did get to the ground at the 35. Hawks are 1 for 2 on third down. Right now it's third down and 4. McNamara barking out the signals. LaShawn Williams still in there. Eric All goes in motion across the formation. McNamara's looking his way. Now comes back to the underneath guy, LaShawn Williams, and first down Iowa. Now, that first down due in large part to how quick McNamara gets rid of the ball, but the way he hits guys in stride.
Yeah, and he read everything underneath and said, I've only got one option here, and that's the tailback running into the flat, and he flipped it right out there. Perfect place to catch it.
Eric All drew a lot of attention when he went in motion, as you would expect. Up to the 45, a gain of 10. 45 of Iowa, and the Hawkeyes are on the move again, leading 14-0. 5 minutes to go, first quarter. Empty backfield. Ryan Ferentz already deep into the program. Excuse me, one back. Cade's up under center. McNamara turns and hands off to Caleb Johnson. Slides through an ankle tackle. A late flag. Thrown right where the tackle was made after a 2-yard gain. Let's see what they call here. Probably a hold.
Personal foul. Face mask. Defense number 10. 15-yard penalty is added to the end of the run. Includes an automatic. First down.
Let's keep calling them wrong, shall we? Because every time we do, it's against the Yankees. MJ Tafisi made the tackle, but Jaden Francis flying in there with his arms wrangling everywhere, grabbed onto a face mask. So add 15, and in the blink of an eye, the Hawks are at the 38-yard line of Utah State, leading 14-0 with 4:39 to go first quarter. Aggies have 28 yards in penalties. Now McNamara is alone in the backfield. 3-by-1, actually 2-by-2, 3-by-2. 5 receivers, counting the tight ends, are split out. And across the middle on a short crossing route comes Luke Lachey, poised for a big year. 250-pound MJ Tafisi draped all over him, but a gain of 7.
That's what Hank Stram used to say, take what they give you. And they gave us 7 yards, and we took it.
And Luke Lachey doesn't even bobble the football. When you throw it his way, he smashes his knuckles into that leather, and it's staying with him right in his belly. Second down short. Hawks send in another tight end. I think that's a string. No, it's Steve Stylianos. Steven Stylianos, the Lafayette transfer from a year ago. Second down and short. Handoff to Caleb Johnson. They blitz, and the ball comes out. Caleb Johnson let it go as he was hit at about the 34-yard line. And I don't know how Iowa got on it, but they did. There are a lot of white shirts prying at it, but one of Eddie's big old Blutos fell on it. Jennings Dunker, the big farmer from Leno Winslow, Illinois. I tell you, we got a couple big reds in Rusty Feth and Jennings Dunker. I want those guys on my side if I'm walking through an alley late at night. Hawks send 3 wideouts to the right, wide side of the field. Deontay Vines to the short side. LaShawn Williams returns to the lineup. 2:50 to go, first quarter, 14-0 Iowa. McNamara looks long, comes back short on a quick slant by Lachey.
I think he got it.
Very close to it.
85 of Iowa has to go out for one play.
Luke Lachey had his helmet ripped off. You know, he's a tight end, but he plays like a slot receiver, doesn't he, for as big as he is?
Well, you know, his dad says he was a better basketball player than football player.
His dad would know something about
football,
eyeing talent, All-American, and
All-Pro.
A great pro for years with the then Washington Redskins. Jim Lachey won a Super Bowl. Well, they say he's just inches short, Ed, at the 29, just inside the 29-yard line. You know the Hawks are going to go for it here.
Well, I think.
Or are they?
Brian wants them to take a look at this, because I think he had the first down from my point of view.
Well, his helmet flopped off as he was going to the ground. That might have diverted some attention to the official, but while they check and double check or take a look at it up here, we'll tell you the score is Iowa 14, Utah State nothing with 2:07 to play in the first quarter. Today's game sponsor is the Eastern Iowa Airport, Fly CID. Check out flycid.com for more information. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today?
The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
This season, when the Hawkeyes win, you win. Head to your local Iowa Buffalo Wild Wings after the Hawks win for a free appetizer with a purchase of $20 or more. Stop in for more information or visit HawkeyeSports.com/BWW. Join us for happy hour with great deals on food from 3 to 6 p.m. And check out our After Dark lineup from 9 p.m. to close Monday through Friday, featuring bar food specials, including bird dogs, pretzel nuts, and fried pickles. Buffalo Wild Wings, your game day headquarters and a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Welcome back to Hawkeye football from Kinnick. Opening day, Iowa 14, Utah State nothing. Utah State has 11 yards of total offense, courtesy of that Iowa D. The Hawks have run up 139 yards on 2 scores, both touchdown throws. McNamara to Seth Anderson, McNamara to Eric All. Iowa's gouged out 53 yards on the ground, and Eddie Jennings Dunker flopped on that fumble by Caleb Johnson. Thankfully, Hawks have a moment ago, they have 4th and inches here after a pass catch of McNamara to Luke Lachey, but can't help but think of Cody Ince and what a solid offensive lineman he was for the Hawkeyes a couple of years back. Cody died suddenly at the age of 23 at his home in northwestern Wisconsin a couple months back. We think of Cody Ince today. Great young man. Honorable mention all Big Ten. And you know the Hawks are playing for Cody in a big way this afternoon. Cody Ince played roughly 25-30 games, started half those while at Iowa. Hello to the Ince family in northwest Wisconsin. And here's the handoff as the Hawks go for it on 4th down. and this is going to be close. LaShawn Williams.
I don't like the spot again.
By Anthony Switzer.
They're definitely short. Definitely short. Anthony Switzer, the outside linebacker, came flying in there and knocked down LaShawn Williams. LaShawn a little hesitant as he got to the line of scrimmage, and by then it was all over.
Ball goes over on down to Utah State. First and 10 for Utah
Good
State.
play by the defensive end for Utah State. Came flying in there.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts by the offensive line.
Yeah, Otto Tia got a glove on LaShawn, slowed him down. That's why I thought he hesitated at the line of scrimmage. He actually was slowed down by Tia, and then the linebacker made the stop. So the Hawkeye defense now comes out to try and get the ball back. Here's a quarterback keeper. Toss, sweep, fake, and he runs to the wide side for 6. So they're letting Cooper Laga do the heavy lifting right now. 2nd down and 5. They give him 5 to the 34.
Yeah, they won't let him run too much. I don't think there's any benefit in that.
No, they don't want him to run. Here's a handoff to the tailback, and he, like a battering ram, runs over center, and guard is knocked backwards, but stayed with it and got a couple yards. 3rd down and 3. Devon Booth on the carry, met by the interior of that Iowa line. Y.A. Black, Logan Lee got the first shot at him. 3rd down and call it 2.5. Ball at the 37-yard line of the Aggies. They've yet to get a first down. A couple 3-and-outs. Slot receiver goes in motion right to left. Out of the gun, Laga throws, and it is caught for a first down at the 40. Just where the chains were. And Cooper DeJean was all over Otto Tia. And he's down immediately, but it is a first down. So they move the chains for the first time with a minute to go. First quarter, Hawkeyes leading 14-0. 3 receivers wide right or wide left, including Terrell Vaughn. Got to be looking for him at some point. Here's the delayed handoff, draw handoff, and good opening off the right edge for the tailback Devon Booth. As he gets 5 or 6, Nick Jackson, the linebacker, got him on the ground. First time we've called Nick's number today. And they're right back at the line of scrimmage looking for more. Laga throw, pumps, now comes back the other way, and it's nearly picked off by DeJean. Right through the arms of Booth. Good hit by Quinn Schulte. The ball went right through his wings, and Cooper DeJean, backing up the play, nearly had it going the other way.
And that would have been a pick 6.
Easily. 3rd and 3 now. Clock stopped. Ball at the 48-yard line of Utah State. 13 seconds to go here in the first quarter. 14-0 Iowa. 5 wideouts in the formation, 1 running back. Hawks trying to get some pressure on Cooper Laga. He throws down the field. It is underthrown and intercepted.
They're offside. Hawkeyes were offside.
Oh boy. Deshaun Lee with the pick. But let's check out the flag, and it is against Iowa.
Offside. Defense number 48. That 5-yard penalty results in a first down.
Max Llewellyn, the sophomore from Urbandale, tried to time his leap and came across the line of scrimmage. That'll be 5 yards and a first down for Utah State with 5 seconds to go in the first quarter. Well, good for Deshaun Lee. Had that coverage perfect. The redshirt freshman from Belleville, Michigan. Hawks have gotten some good players out of the Belleville area.
That is the end.
First quarter comes to an end as they let the clock run out. Utah State will turn around and head toward the north goal line. Hawkeye defense has a shutout through 1 quarter. Cade McNamara a couple of touchdown passes, and it's 14-0 Hawkeyes. Timeout on the field at Kinnick. We're back in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How would you like to be able to listen to the Hawkeye Radio Network while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. That's syncmygame.com.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Right now, you are not at historic Kinnick Stadium, but you could be. You're not cheering with 70,000 Hawkeye fans or high-fiving strangers after a pick six, but you could be. With Kickoff to Kinnick from the Iowa Lottery, you could win a dream experience. 2 seats for an Ironman suite. Food, fun, and football like never before. Or win tickets to any Iowa home game. Play the Hawkeye scratch ticket and enter and see details at ialottery.com/VIP to win.
This season, when the Hawkeyes win, you win. Head to your local Iowa Buffalo Wild Wings after the Hawks win for a free appetizer with a purchase of $20 or more. Visit HawkeyeSports.com/BWW for details. Buffalo Wild Wings, your game day headquarters and a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
14-0 Iowa after 1 quarter in the season opener with Utah State. Rob Brooks, courtesy of U.S. Cellular, is on the Hawkeye sideline with a couple of special guests.
Yeah, Dolph, Lucas Van Ness with the Green Bay Packers. No better place to be with a couple days off.
It's awesome to be back. I can feel the energy in here. It's buzzing in Kinnick, and again, go Hawks. Great to be back.
Lucas, how about camp? Just kind of take me through how that went for you.
It was, just the past few weeks, those long training day camp days, but it's all been great. I'm loving it up in Green Bay. My coaches, my teammates, the organization, everything's been great. I'm excited to get down to Chicago next week for week 1.
And just seeing some old teammates and being back in this building is probably for the last time for a while, right?
It's a special feeling. You can't beat that feeling walking down that tunnel out to Kinnick Stadium, and like you said, onto some new things here. But it's a special moment, and it's great to be back.
Enjoy. Have a great year.
Thank you.
Lucas Van Ness, and as you mentioned, Dolph, Riley Moss also in the house as he has a couple of days off. Doesn't have to be back till Monday in Denver, Colorado, and he kind of echoed the same thing. The NFL is great. It's a business. There's certainly rewards there, but he said he's so happy that he had his 5th year here at Iowa, and he loves college football, but especially being in this building, there's nothing like it.
Okay, good stuff, Rob. Thank you. Courtesy of U.S. Cellular. U.S. Cellular wants to make the most of today by choosing game day traditions first and scrolling later. U.S. Cellular, built for us. U.S. Cellular. Well, you know all about training camps, and this time of the year, you can't wait for the first game of the year.
Oh, boy. And you know that NFL training camp is a long time. It's 6 weeks of running into each other.
A little shorter now. They only play 3 games.
Yeah.
They again, for years we talked about how you don't want to get hurt in spring training or preseason training because it's all about playing the games when they count.
Yeah, but by the time you get to the 10th game of the year, you're only halfway through the schedule, and that would have been a whole season in college.
Couple first downs in this drive for Utah State. They have the ball at midfield. 1st and 10 as we start the second quarter, and the Hawks on top by 2 touchdowns. John, what do you got on the U.S. Bank scoreboard?
Well, Dolph, Michigan is beating East Carolina 14-0. We're tied for Purdue and Fresno State at 14 midway through the second. Buffalo and Wisconsin will kick at 2:30. Also, Ohio State at Indiana, as Maryland will host Towson, and Toledo's at Illinois at 6:30. West Virginia in Happy Valley at Penn State tonight at 6:30. Northwestern and Rutgers play tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Happy Labor Day weekend to everybody. The Hawkeye defense putting in some extra work right now, trying to stop Utah State and get the ball back, leading 14-0. Lagai with a pump fake short, goes over the middle and almost intercepted, deflected, knocked down by Higgins. Jay Higgins was standing right in the passing lane. Lagai obviously never saw him.
Yeah, he didn't saw that coming. Just camped right where he thought the ball was going and almost made the interception.
That was after the pump fake to the sideline, wanted to come back over the middle. Here's a handoff now right into the heart, the teeth of that Iowa defense. And Devon Booth scrums forward for a couple. 45-yard line of Iowa. Deepest penetration by Utah State, so they've got 3rd and long. 3rd and 8. Ball at the 45 of the Hawkeyes. Iowa spreads out that front 4. They fake the handoff. Now running for his life is Lagai. The ball is caught And they're going to give him possession at the 38. That's a yard shy, about a yard and a half shy of a first down. Micah Davis on the catch. Really nice catch by Micah, comebacker. The Hawks had it covered up. Now looks like Utah State's going to go for it and disdain the field goal attempt. They need a yard and a half. Ball at the Iowa 38. There's the draw handoff. No, Lagat keeps it, gets the first down as he sprinted around the right end, got a good block out there by right tackle Cole Motes. Jay Higgins made the stop, but it is a first down. 14-0 Iowa. A minute deep in the second period as we approach high noon. Ball at the 34, the Hawkeyes. Lagat back, has good protection, fires. Oh, he had a guy wide open and overthrew him up the far sideline near the 17-yard line. That was Terrell Vaughn. Now, he is only 5'8". If he'd have been 5'9", they'd have first down in Iowa red zone territory.
Yeah, good pass protection by Utah State. Nobody in the quarterback space.
It's 14-0 Iowa. So Utah State offense that can score has a lot under third-year head coach Blake Anderson. Hawks have them in a second and long right now. Empty backfield. Lagat, a wide receiver screen, and he's got some running room inside the 15 or inside the 25 to the 23-yard line. Sprints Colby Bowman. He's got great speed out of Stanford. Transfer, and that's a first down as they penetrate the Hawkeye red zone at the 19, 1st and 10.
Yeah, that's a missed tackle by the Hawkeyes for about a 3-yard loss.
Field shrinking here, so the Iowa defense needs to tighten up. Here's Lagat, play fake to the tailback over the middle, caught and then tackled immediately is Micah Davis. Let's see where they put his forward motion. Inside the 15 to the 14. They're a yard shy of a first down. Quinn Schulte again on the stop. This hurry up air raid offense. Lagat to throw again. Back to pass, all kinds of protection. Now he's swarmed under. Sacked way back outside the 20 at the 25. Good job by the Hawkeye ends, and then Aaron Graves finishes off Lagat. Deontay Craig had the pressure.
That's the first time that they've really got in and gotten pressure on the quarterback, and that is a big play by the defense.
Another big play by the defense. Second and almost 25. Loss of nearly 15 by Lagat. He's right back under center, now backs into the gun. Booth is the tailback. Second down and long, 12-14 to go second quarter. Hawks trying to keep Utah State out of the end zone. Here's a handoff straight ahead running by Booth, and he runs into a middle wall led by Nick Jackson and Jay Higgins, excuse me. Jay's not going to give ground. Booth gets 4 or 5 on second down. Now it's third down. They need to get to the 3-yard line for a first down, do the Aggies. They're at the 20, the Iowa 20. After that big sack, Lagat is going to throw on a quick slant. Caught by Vaughn. He's inside the 16 to the 15. Check that, Micah Davis, not Vaughn. And Utah State will come on for a field goal try. A good job by the defense. Bend but don't break. The ball at the 15-yard line. And a try for 3. That's the attempt here by Utah State. And kicker William Testa. Ball will be spotted at the 22. Here's the snap. Kick is on the way, a sidewinder, and it's right through. Utah State dents the scoreboard for the first time today. 11:03 to play in the first half. The second quarter, the Hawks have now a 14-3 lead. Well, since 2009, Iowa's defense, it's 178 games since 2009. The Iowa defense has given up on average 18.5 points a game.
That's some kind of record, and you know, with all these new offenses and the no huddle scheme that a lot of offenses are using, that's tough to keep them under 20 points.
Good start today by the defense against a high-powered offense. Our game sponsor is the Eastern Iowa Airport. Fly CID. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Back at Kinnick Stadium this year are Hawkeye Hydration Stations. Brought to you by our partners at Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio. Located at multiple areas on the stadium concourse, Hawkeye fans are encouraged to bring their reusable bottles bottles and fill up with fresh drinking water all season. When you visit one of the hydration stations, be sure to learn more about the important clean water initiatives of each of our partners. Delta Dental of Iowa, Farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and Iowa Corn Promotion Board, along with Pivot Bio, care about the water we share.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Trained, you practiced, you sacrificed for the team, you gave maximum effort and left it all on the field. Now life has a different use for your skills, a greater call to play on a field where victory is measured not in the win column, but in the lives of the friends, family, and country you'll serve. With world-class training, we'll coach you to be excellent in all you do. Don't defer your dreams. Live close to home, serve around the world, and play for America's home team, the Air National Guard.
Bump's Restaurant in the Finkbine Golf Course Clubhouse is the place to go before Hawkeye football games. For just $35 per person, you can have an all-you-can-eat buffet that includes barbecue, upscale tailgate favorites, a carving station, and all the fixins in the friendly comfort of the modern clubhouse. A full bar, Bloody Marys, mimosas, and over 35 beers are available. Reservations made on Friday before 11 a.m. include free game day parking for one vehicle. Kinnick Stadium is a leisurely walk down Melrose Avenue, so make game day easy by parking and eating at Bump's. For reservations, call 319-335-9662.
Iowa 14, Utah State 3, 11 minutes to play first half. Welcome back to Kinnick Stadium on opening day. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second ID break here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Hawkeye Football. Wonderful to welcome our flagship stations WMT in Cedar Rapids, WHO in Des Moines, and these great radio stations on the Hawkeye Radio Network in Marshalltown, KFJB out in Mason City, KGLO in Sioux Center, KSOU in Esterville, KILR FM, and in Clinton, KROS AM and FM. After the field goal, here comes the run up, the kick, and it's into the end zone. Touchback. Elliot Nimrod with the left foot pounds it down to the north end zone. Caleb Johnson sits on the football, and here come the Hawkeyes out leading 14-3. Cade McNamara 8 for his first 11, 86 yards, 2 touchdowns. 2 touchdown passes to Seth Anderson and Eric All. McNamara's 36-yard strike on his first career attempt as a Hawkeye. Therefore, he's the first Iowa quarterback since Chuck Long in 1983 to throw a touchdown pass on his first attempt of the year. Chuck's was 24 yards to Norm Granger.
All right.
Cade's in some pretty select company there. He's got the line down up under center, Logan Jones, and here's a toss sweep to Caleb Johnson. Good block on the kick out by Jennings Dunker. Caleb gets upfield as he sweeps the right side for maybe 3. Simeon Harris whacked him down at the 27-yard line, calling a gain of 2. Looked like he was going to get a lot more than that. Good play by Simeon Harris. He's been all over the field. LaShawn Williams replaces Caleb Johnson. Hawkeyes go twin receivers left, and Seth Anderson to the short side of the field. Lachey, the tight end. McNamara in the gun, wants to throw on 2nd down and 8. Looks deep, now comes to the underneath man. That's LaShawn Williams, and he squirms to the 30-yard line for a gain of close to 3. MJ Tafisi Jr., the middle linebacker, and Jaden Francis, outside linebacker. Hawks face 3rd and a long 5, leading 14-3. Iowa's not been able to go downfield for a while.
And I thought he had somebody downfield, but he pulled off of him and went back to the running back.
Deontay Vines goes wide left. Anderson comes the opposite way. Hawkeyes go with All and Lachey in the slots. All goes in motion now. On 3rd down, a little more than 5 yards. Snap clock at 2. They get it off. Here's McNamara. Good protection. Now he runs down the middle of the field and gets on the ground at the 30. Cade didn't like what he saw downfield, so he tucked and ran for no gain. It's Gavin Barthiel, the linebacker.
He gets up limping, too.
Well, he was stretched out pretty good. He hit the turf pretty hard there. And Utah State has settled in defensively and made some nice adjustments as the Hawkeyes will punt it away. 9 minutes to go. Second quarter, Iowa leading 14-3.
This return man is back there 55 yards.
Tory Taylor, that's who the cheer is for. First time we've seen the All-American. Low snap, and it's blocked. Utah State got a piece of it. It hits at midfield and thankfully takes an Iowa roll all the way down to the 34-yard line. How's that living right for a punter?
I guess that's living right. Boy, they ran 4 people right through the middle. I don't know how they got through the middle. Our offensive linemen have got to stop them.
What a break.
To keep their feet from moving.
What a break for the Hawkeyes. It turns into a 37-yard punt, and it's Ike Larson, the safety. We talked about him in the pregame show. He blocked 3 punts last year. The only kid in the country to have 3 blocks and a pick 6. And he just leapt right through double coverage. They, like you said, ran 4 guys at Torrey, but tell you how strong that foot and leg is. It rolls 37 yards to the 33-yard line where Utah State will have the ball when we come back. Iowa leading 14-3. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I thank you.
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Can you think of anything that costs the same today as it did 10 years ago? There isn't much. That is, unless you're a Mid-American Energy customer. Thanks to all the renewable energy we're generating, our customers pay nearly the same rate for electricity today as they did back when we were all singing, "Call Me Maybe." And with Mid-American making even more investments in clean energy, you can count on enjoying those same affordable rates for the next decade. Now that's obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Welcome back to the Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield broadcast booth with Ed Podolak, Gary Dolphin. Iowa nursing a 14-3 lead. The Utah State defense is caught up to that Iowa offense. The Hawkeyes scored on their first 2 possessions. And Aggies have made some nice adjustments. The Hawkeye defense has played terrific football. Utah State did put together a drive on its last possession. And it resulted in a field goal after a big sack by the Hawkeye front. And so, Ed, Hawkeye defense thinking 3 and out here.
Yeah, the Hawks need to put their foot back on the gas here. They've let Utah State hang around.
Hawkeyes running in fresh troops on a warm day, as you would expect. Ethan Herkett now in there at defensive end after a 3 and out. Iowa punts the ball away, and Cooper Laga now has his feet underneath him and mixing up the plays well for Coach Anderson. Davon Booth, the tailback. Here's Laga rolling out right, throws, and incomplete, out of bounds. Would not have been a catch had he caught it. Good coverage by Sebastian Castro on Terrell Vaughn. That's what you like. 2nd down and 10, 8:31 to go. First half, Hawks by 14-3. That Iowa front can run you down in the open field.
Yeah, and that's what they need now to keep somebody in the face of this quarterback.
Out of the gun. Here's a counter draw handoff, and the Hawks had that sniffed from the get-go. No gain, might have lost a yard. That's Booth. And Joe Evans, as he always has, holds his ground until the fresh troops arrive behind him.
He comes all the way across the field and makes the play.
No gain, first or third down. They're 1 for 5 on third down. Lagat to throw, does so, and it's caught across the 41. Oh, and then he got away. They had him stopped after a gain of about 6, but squirming away is Jalen Royals on just a little quick sideline throw, and they're picking on the youngster Deshaun Lee there, and it turns into a first down at midfield.
Yeah, Coach Parker will not be happy with that one.
So a big gain out to the 49 of Utah State. Now Lagat rolls right and throws it away. Obviously the Hawks knew what was coming. And after a gain of 15, it's incomplete on first down. Now second down and 10. Yeah, they had him stopped for about maybe 3 yards shy of the first down. But credit Royals with those strong trunk legs. 195-pounder from Powder Springs, Georgia. He's got 4.3 speed. You want to keep him wrapped up. Second down and 10. Empty backfield now for Lagat. Quick throw to the short side, caught by Royals, and he's spun out of bounds this time by Deshaun Lee. But a nice gain to the 46 of the Hawkeyes, where Utah State will face third down and 5. Key play here in the first half.
Yeah, that was a real good play by Lee. He read that and kept it to a 5-yard gain.
Vaughn splits wide right. He's got to be looking that way. Lagat, plenty of time to throw, caught, and then dropped by Royals. Had the first down at the 35-yard line of the Hawkeyes, and then he's flat dropped the ball. Fourth down and 5, and let's see what the Aggies decide how they're going to punt it away. Lagat did not want to come off the field.
No, that is a broken coverage there because he was wide open. Looked like Nick Jackson was supposed to be back in the middle of the field, and he let him go.
I mean, it was about a 10-yard square in. Simple play, but nobody home for the Hawkeyes. Fortunately, they dropped the ball, did Royals. Now, Kitsunley, who's got a terrific per punt average like Torrey Taylor, will try and pin the Hawks deep in their own territory. And here it comes. Sidewinder. Cooper's going to let it go, and it gets into the end zone. Friendly home bounce roll there. And the Hawkeyes will get the ball at the 25-yard line as the offense tries to rediscover its mojo after 2 touchdowns on the first 2 drives of the day. It's 14-3 Iowa over Utah State. I want to welcome our special guests, our commercial sponsors, to the booth next door for game 1. We mentioned the Eastern Iowa Airport earlier. Spahn and Rose is here to get some hammer downs going here by that Iowa defense. Spahn and Rose welcome Brent Schneider, Ryan Hackman, Mason Spahn, and Eric Toms. And the University of Iowa Healthcare, UIHC. Katie Cunningham is here with guests from that wonderful hospital plant. Hawkeyes will get the ball when play resumes. Let's check in with Rob Brooks on the U.S. Cellular Hawkeye sideline.
Well, at least for a few games, Dolph, it's always going to be kind of holding your breath when Cade McNamara takes off. And he did get up a little slow, but he's fine. He was walking around on the sideline, did the normal routine, talking to the coaches upstairs. And, the good news, I think, that is doesn't have anything on his repaired knee and maybe just a little bit of a pad on his thigh. So, obviously, not 100%, as Coach Ferentz said before the game, but good enough to play. I think it's just more frustration. Like to see a drive like we saw back in the first quarter take place here.
Yeah, opening day, Robbie. It's up and down. It's a roller coaster ride on both sides of the line of scrimmage. The bottom line is the Hawks lead it 14-3. Let's see what Iowa can do here with 7 minutes to go. First half. We're halfway through the second period. Another marquee sponsor for Hawkeye football again this year are the Lennox dealers across Iowa. Visiting from Lee F. With Lee F. last night, Eddie, our now retired chief officer of Lennox. He made me aware that number 22 on the roster, Max White, a running back for the Hawkeyes, is the great grandson of Max Hawkins.
Oh.
Hawkins Drive is named after Max over by Carver Hawkeye Arena, and leading into here, Max is a sophomore from Cedar Rapids, Kennedy. That's pretty cool. His grandmother is the wife of one of Lee's old employees. We always come back to Lennox, don't we? Good to hear from you, Lee. Enjoy the Labor Day holiday weekend, and we wish that for all of our Lennox dealers. In Atlantic, at Podolak's hometown, there's Air Solutions, Bernie's Heating and Cooling in Clinton, 72 degrees Comfort Company in Des Moines. In Marshalltown, hello to B&G HVAC. And in the Shenandoah Red Oak area, Camelin Plumbing and Heating. Lennox, ready to heat up your home for the winter. And of course, still make sure the AC is working properly.
Well, the Hawks came out early, and then they're in a spread formation, and nobody in the backfield but McNamara.
And LaShawn Daniels, who normally is in the backfield, splits out wide left. So we've got 5 receivers, including both tight ends, Lachey and All, Seth Anderson. And is that Cooper DeJean? Slot left. It's number 3. We may have 2 number 3s.
Caleb Brown.
Caleb Brown, gotcha. McNamara to throw, and he hits Lachey upfield for a first down. Brian Ferentz says, enough of this, we're going to spread it and go.
You know, and that's, you're right, those great big hooks that he has for hands just sucks it out of the air.
Jaden Francis, the linebacker, hanging on for dear life to the 32-yard line for Cade McNamara, for Luke Lachey from Cade McNamara. I said the line of scrimmage was the 25. It was the 20 after the punt rolled into the end zone. Gain of 12. First and 10. The Hawks move the chains, and we're underway in the drive. Here's McNamara in the gun. Good protection. Straight back. Wings it to the left side. Incomplete. Nice job by the cornerback there, reaching in just as the ball arrived. That's J.D. Drew, the corner. Ike Larson was in the neighborhood. Seth Anderson was the intended target. Good play by the corner just as the ball got there.
That ball was thrown right on time, and he just drove back into underneath coverage and knocked it away.
Second down 10 at the 32. Hawks send twin receivers to the left. Single receiver to the right. Here's a stop and go move by LaShawn Williams.
LaShawn Williams, the ball carrier.
And if he'd have kept his balance, he'd have gone for a few more. As it is, he got 3. So that puts Iowa in a 3rd and long 7, almost 8 yards for a first down. Paul Fitzgerald, the defensive end, grabbed onto him and limited the gain. Caleb Brown splits wide left. Twin tights, Eric All and Luke Lachey to the right, short side of the field. The cadence from Cade McNamara. Now here comes a blitz. Cade's going to go down. Hit the turf. They sent a blitz. That's not a surprise. As Gavin Barthiel, the linebacker, was right in McNamara's gun sights. Missed assignment there, and the Hawkeyes are going to have to punt it away.
Yeah, that's they let somebody come right up the middle between the guard and the center. Can't do that.
Well, Torrey Taylor will be called on again. And he'll get rid of this one a little quicker. Ike Larson is backing up and getting a running start. 24-yard line is the line of scrimmage, and Torrey gets it away and hits a beauty. Fair catch signaled for and caught at the 22-yard line of Utah State. Great job by Torrey Taylor, as the Hawkeyes will send the defense out onto the field. 45-yard punt in the throes of an all-out rush by Utah State.
You know, again, our offensive linemen were not stunning the rush. You've got to make them stop their feet. You just can't let them run right through to go to those deep people.
Just under 5 minutes to play first half. Iowa 14 and Utah State 3. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
What's the best part of turning 100? You. Our neighbors we've had the opportunity to help throughout the years. It's been our privilege to get to know you, to understand what's important to you, whether it's simplifying your banking, financing your dream, or saving for your future. We'll continue to be here, finding new ways to provide personalized support for every customer and every community, now and every day forward. Great Southern Bank, celebrating 100 years of support. Learn more at GreatSouthernBank.com.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. Their line of full THC cannabis products give me pain relief after an NFL career and a terrifying car accident. Visit their dispensary or learn more at budmary.com.
Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield welcomes you back to Hawkeye football. 14-3. Hawkeyes in the lead. 4:49 to go till half. All the fireworks occurred on the first two drives by the Hawkeye offense. McNamara on his first career passing attempt as an Iowa Hawkeye found Seth Anderson open in the end zone. The defender fell down. It was 7-0 after Drew Stevens' point after try. On the next possession, the Hawks scored again. Tight end hookup with Eric All, the former Michigan Wolverine, from McNamara. And the Hawks led 14-0 out of the gate, but Utah State made some nice adjustments. Utah State punctured the scoreboard with a field goal after a long drive, and here we sit 14-3. The Iowa offense not been able to do anything with that Utah State defense since late in the first quarter. Torrey Taylor has punted it away to the Utah State 23-yard line, and that's where Iowa will put it in play. How about a quick U.S. Bank scoreboard update with John Swisher?
Michigan all over East Carolina, off 20-0 late in the first half. Purdue is ahead of Fresno State now, 21-14. Another Big Ten play. Wisconsin hosts Buffalo. Ohio State at Indiana. Towson is in Maryland. Illinois will host Toledo. West Virginia at Penn State later on. Of course, Northern Iowa and Iowa State will kick over a half hour from now at 1 o'clock. Drake is at North Dakota today.
Scores courtesy of U.S. Bank. Utah State is ready to go back to work. Hawkeye defense has Herkett at defensive end, Logan Lee and Y.A. Black in the middle. And Deontay Craig opposite Ethan Herkett out of Cedar Rapids Xavier. Lagai is in the gun. 1st and 10. And they throw a running back screen to the man in motion. That is actually was a wide receiver lined up in the backfield, Terrell Vaughn, and he got very little. Hawks gang tackled him at the 20, just shy of the 25-yard line. Call it a gain of 2. 2nd down 8. Now empty backfield, diamond formation, 3 receivers wide right, and Lagai runs straight down the middle of the field trying to catch the Hawks napping in the middle, but Logan Lee would have none of it.
Yep, and you know they really love to throw the ball sideways.
They do.
It's just got to be careful. You always got to respect that.
Couple more. Now it's 3rd and 6. Big stop opportunity for the Iowa defense. Lagai, play fake to the tailback, throws down the middle of the field, and it is intercepted. Picked off by the Hawkeyes. Xavier Wampa, man, when he breaks on the ball, it's all over.
Well, he was playing center field just like Mickey Mantle used to play it, because he saw that ball go in the air and he ran about 10 yards sideways to make the interception.
And early on in the formation, the receiver was open, but they've done film study on the X-Man, and they know he is that fast on breaking to the ball. We saw that in the bowl game, but Cooper Lagai never really saw him.
No, and he wasn't really in his sight, because he came from center field and saw it developing and got over there and reached way out. He's got that long body too.
First big turnover of the game. The Hawks have it at midfield, 49-yard line of Utah State, needing to do something with it. What a break on the football. Talk about closing speed. The X-Man comes up with a big one and whistles at the snap of the football.
The left guard moving.
Here comes the call. That would be Nick DeYoung.
Prior to the ball being snapped, false start. Offense number 60. 5-yard penalty. 1st down.
My apologies to Nick DeYoung. Rusty Feth has replaced him, the transfer from Miami, Ohio. And so the Hawks cost themselves 5 there. Now the ball back on the other side of the 50. The Iowa 46. Rusty's a big man at that left guard. Jones will snap out of the gun on 1st and 15 for the Hawkeyes. Aggies are rushing 3. McNamara throws it to the underneath man, the safety valve, and maybe a gain of 3. A late flag. Might have been a late hit. It was Luke Lachey. He wasn't about to give the football up. They were prying at the football.
After the play was over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense. Number 9. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. Includes an automatic 1st down.
Wow. Gain of 3 or 4 by Lachey on the tight end screen, and then Pokisi Vakuata came in there. What are you?
Number 9.
number 9. That's what Hank Stram used to say, huh? Number 9. But the 15 yards, we're all giggling over that. The ball now at the 36-yard line of Utah State. 3.5 to go. First half. Iowa 14, Utah State 3. Hawks trying to get the running game going, and Caleb Johnson had a hole, but it closes in a hurry. They really got some athletic speedsters on this Utah State team out of the Mountain West. Champions just 2 years ago with an 11-3 record. That said, Johnson got 4, almost 5. Ike Larson, a gifted sophomore safety. That penalty on Utah State, they're 4th for 41 yards. That's been a factor. 2 tight ends, 2 wideouts for the Hawkeyes. Again, running to the short side of the field is Caleb Johnson. Brian Ferentz wants to see shoulder pad on shoulder pad. Johnson's within 2 yards of a first down.
Yeah, double tight end formation. 1 back in the backfield, and here we come.
MJ Tafisi, the middle linebacker, with the crunching hit on Caleb. The Hawks have about 3 to go. A little more than 3 for a first down. Just inside the 30 at the 29. Certainly in Drew Stevens territory, but they'd love a touchdown here. 3rd down and 3. In the gun is Cade McNamara. Long snap count. That's intentional. Here's the snap. McNamara right in the pocket. Throws, caught, first down. Just a quick tight end curl by Eric All, and the Hawks are edging toward the Case IH red zone.
Real good job of reading where to break it in behind the linebackers, and for McNamara to see that he's open. Really, that's a clutch play.
Average fan doesn't know how good of a throw that was in that kind of traffic. Hawks get 5, almost 6. Cade McNamara has the lines down. 1st and 10 Iowa. Ball just outside the 22-yard line of Utah State. Iowa leading 14-3. A couple minutes to go first half. McNamara to throw again. Looks short. Now he's looking to the end zone. All kinds of time. Comes to the underneath man near the sideline. Caught by Eric All at the 18.
That must have been great coverage downfield, because he had all the time in the
Number
world.
1 priority covered. Number 2 priority covered. Number 3 priority covered. Go to Eric All, and they get 5.
Yeah.
2nd down, 5 at the 18. Blaine Spires, the defensive end, got out there and made the hit on All. Boy, All's been affected, hasn't he?
Yes, he sure has.
Got a touchdown catch. Now Hawks go empty with a 5-receiver set. We saw this earlier in the game. Under a minute to go, the first half. Here's the snap. Cade, all kinds of time. Throws over the middle, incomplete. Off the hands. I don't know if he just overled Luke, or Luke picked up Lachey picked up the ball a little bit too late.
Yeah, look, it had a lot of mustard on it.
It did. Hawkeye football is sponsored by the Swarm Collective. Do you love hearing the Hawkeye victory polka? Now's your chance to put the Hawks on top while helping local charities in eastern Iowa. Go to iowaswarm.com and join the Swarm. iowaswarm.com. All right, 3rd down and 6. Hawkeyes leading 14-3. 48 seconds to play till the half. Here's the snap. McNamara looks right, throws to the end zone, and it is incomplete. Intended for Reganey. Ran down the middle of the field, then broke it to the sideline in the end zone, and a terrific throw, but really good coverage there by
that was a heck of
Ike
a
Larson
throw.
and Jaden Francis.
Just got
number 85 for Iowa is now wearing 96. 85 is wearing 96.
Hawks are in the Case IH red zone, and from there they will try a 35-yard field goal. Drew Stevens, 16 of 18 a year ago, and 5 of those were from the 40 to 50-yard range. So this is a chip shot for him. Snap from center. The hold by Torrey Taylor. The kick is up and right through.
That's something, because somebody came right through unblocked again. And I don't see they're still hanging around on the field.
Well, the players are still on the field. Might it have been offside? I don't see a flag, though.
I don't either.
Oh, they're claiming they called timeout.
Oh.
They called timeout before the snap of the football.
Personal foul. Leverage. Defense number 6. half the distance to the goal line.
Would you keep
an
calling
automatic.
them? Keep calling them.
We're wrong again. And still 36 seconds to go in the first half. And the Hawkeyes have 2 timeouts remaining. As I remember, I know Brian Ferentz called one earlier. You got to take a couple shots to the end zone now, huh?
Yeah. I wondered how that guy came so free, and I guess it was leverage.
Well, he thought his coach called timeout, but that's leverage. Call timeout, then rush the field goal kicker. Larson leaped over the line, is what they're saying. Ike Larson. No wonder he gets all those block kicks, huh? Well, that's a major infraction, so the ball is inside the 10 to the 9. And how big would this be? Well, the Hawkeyes going for the touchdown with 36 seconds to go on a fresh set of downs. LaShawn Williams, the tailback, he gets the call, gets to the outside, trying to turn the corner. He's at the 5-3, and then rolled out of bounds at the 1. That'll stop the clock. Ike Larson giving chase down there, along with J.D. Drew and Anthony Switzer, the linebacker.
And we do have 2 timeouts left there, if the scoreboard is working now.
Now we have the officials stopping play. Let's
timeout. Iowa. Their second of the half. Game clock operators. Please put 22 seconds on the game clock.
Nice run by LaShawn Williams. He gets to the 3. That's where they say he touched out of bounds. And all right, Gummy Bear, do your work.
There you go. Getting a medical cannabis card in Iowa is as easy as talking to your doctor. Join thousands of Iowans like me using medical cannabis today. Search budmary.com to learn more. Did you hear that one, Jimmy Buffett?
The traveling troubadour, the lead parrot of the Parrot Heads. Man, we're going to miss him, but our music, his music will be with us forever.
Yeah.
Jimmy dying last night on Ed Podolak's birthday. And I wish you happy birthday, buddy boy, but I know what a sour ending to your birthday yesterday with the announcement that Jimmy had passed after a fairly significant illness, lengthy illness. Cade McNamara, 13 of 19 for 115 yards, 2 touchdowns. And you got to believe he's going to look in the end zone here. It is first and goal at the 3. They run the draw handoff to LaShawn Williams. He's spun down at the 2. That's a gain of a yard with 15 seconds to go. So the Hawks will burn their final timeout. Stay with us for the Budweiser halftime show. Budweiser and Bud Light, final timeout of the half. The Hawks leading 14-3. Well, they started the game with fireworks, 2 touchdowns and 2 possessions. Let's end the half with a touchdown, huh?
We got 15 seconds left. The scoreboard is all screwed up because it still shows we have 2 timeouts, but we're out of timeouts.
I said we're out of timeouts now, and I said first down. Was that a first down play? I want to double check, make sure. No, it's 3rd down and 2. So LaShawn,
I guess
the ball was just inside the 10. I lost track of the down marker there. So it's 3rd and goal at the 2. So this has to be a pass. You're out of timeouts. 15 seconds to go in the period.
You can't take a sack.
No, and if you hope for 6, if you don't get it, you get 3. 9 plays, 47 yards for Iowa at this point. This all after the interception by Xavier Wampa. The Hawks trying to turn it into points. Out of the gun, Logan Jones with the snap to quarterback McNamara. Looking, throws, incomplete. He missiled one to LaShawn Williams, who just couldn't handle it as he escaped the backfield and was turning upfield on the far left sideline, the Utah State sideline, and so it's incomplete. And the Hawks will go back to the field goal with 11 seconds to play in the half and hopefully take a 17-3 lead to the locker room. So again, it's Luke Elkin to snap to Torrey Taylor. Now this is an extra point try from the 10-yard line. It'll be a 20-yard field goal attempt for Drew Stevens. We await the snap, and here it is. Spot down, kick up, right through. 17-3 Iowa with 7 seconds remaining in the first half. Again, the Hawkeye volleyballers, as part of the big Fry Fest weekend, will take on South Dakota State tonight at 6 o'clock out at that beautiful Extreme Arena. 6 Big Ten teams finished last season ranked in the top 20. 6 are ranked currently in the top 20. Wisconsin, the defending national champ, number 2. Nebraska, number 5. Minnesota, 7. Penn State, 8. Ohio State, 14. And Purdue, 16. And eventually, Coach Barnes, who, by the way, is about a 6 handicap. I found that out this summer.
Did you have to pay to see it?
You have, yeah. You haven't played golf till you've had Jim Barnes, who is as feisty as they come, Phil Parker, and Seth Wallace in my group. But Coach Barnes sends his best, and the Hawkeye volleyball program is roaring back under Coach Barnes. Hawks go 47 yards, 11 plays, used just under 4 minutes after the Xavier Wampa interception at midfield. And a 20-yard field goal by Drew Stevens completes the Shields scoring drive for all your Hawkeye gear. Shields is right there with you in Iowa City and Cedar Falls, Sioux City and Des Moines. Speaking of Cedar Falls, UNI is at Iowa State later this afternoon. There's a line drive that sails out the back of the end zone by Drew Stevens. And Utah State will come out and, I would guess, take a knee with 7 seconds remaining in the half. So good luck to the Hawkeye volleyballers tonight. Stop by and watch them. They had a great crowd last night. How about Fry Fest? Was that fun yesterday?
Oh,
out at the Hyatt Regency Coralville Convention Center. Hi to Matt and the crew at the Hyatt Regency, where we'll have the the Fran McCaffrey Hawk Talk program this fall and winter, Hawkeye basketball. We're at the View rooftop in the Hilton Garden Inn every week on Wednesday with Coach Ferentz. Here's a draw handoff to the tailback Rasul Faizan, the junior from Pottstown, Pennsylvania. And that's the final play. He gets a yard, maybe 2. First half is over. Hawkeyes on opening day leading Utah State 17-3 at the break. Come back with us in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
There are 3 things I look forward to on Labor Day weekend: a really cold drink, a really good book, and really good deals. That's why I'm glad I went to Kohl's. I saved an extra $10 off when I spent $25 or more, and got 50% off outdoor furniture and rugs, tees for under $10, and denim for under $35. Plus, I earned Kohl's Cash. The moral of the story: get everything you need to relax for a really low price at Kohl's. Select styles, $10 off, 25 offer, and September 4th. Some exclusions apply. See storekohls.com for details.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today, or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, this has been the well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half. Hawkeye football is brought to you by your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football. Bud and Mary's, cannabis for the people. U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa football. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. And by Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. This is the Bud Light Halftime Show. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
I don't know if we need Johnny Cash and June Carter Cash just yet to sing Jackson, hotter than a peppered sprout. But it is in the mid-80s, and see the student body sitting on those aluminum bleachers in that south end zone. Probably a little north of 85 down there, but glorious sunshine, beautiful day in Johnson County, opening day. Happy Labor Day holiday weekend. Iowa leads Utah State 17-3 at the break. The defense doing what it does best. Torrey Taylor's been spectacular. Had a punt blocked, and it still went 37 yards. Ed, fireworks for the offense early, and then credit Utah State's defense.
Yeah, the Hawks started with an offense that looked like it was going to hum all afternoon, but then kind of blew a tire and toward the end of the first quarter. And I think we were just talking, that offensive line has got to run the football. They were not good at blocking for the run. What'd you say? We had 61 yards?
That's 61 yards rushing, an average of 3.4. You usually want to be around that 4.5.
Oh, yeah.
At least.
And, you know, this is not a big defensive line that we're fighting on. We realize we've got a lot of young offensive linemen, but I think they're having a good talking to here at halftime.
Hawkeyes with 176 yards of offense, and 116 of those occurred in the first two drives to start the game. The defense has held Utah State to 92 total yards, and you know what's helped the Hawkeyes immensely? 5 Utah State penalties for 50 yards.
Yeah, and the interception, and of course that leverage one that gave us a first down inside the 10, and we could only get 3 points out of it.
Bud Light brings you our halftime show. Bud Light, proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And no one gets you closer to the game than Sirius XM Big Ten Radio. Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through the regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go, including the Hawkeyes. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.us/Big Ten Radio 2023. Halftime, it's Iowa 17, Utah State 3. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today?
The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
This season, when the Hawkeyes win, you win. Head to your local Iowa Buffalo Wild Wings after the Hawks win for a free appetizer with a purchase of $20 or more. Stop in for more information or visit HawkeyeSports.com/BWW. Join us for happy hour with great deals on food from 3 to 6 p.m. And check out our After Dark lineup from 9 p.m. to close Monday through Friday, featuring bar food specials, including bird dogs, pretzel knots, and fried pickles. Buffalo Wild Wings, your game day headquarters and a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Halftime peek at the stat sheet sponsored by SeatGeek. SeatGeek is now the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Iowa Hawkeyes. For Iowa, 176 yards of offense, 92 for Utah State. Hawks have 115 through the air. Cade McNamara, 13 of 20. 2 touchdown strikes to Eric All and Seth Anderson. For Utah State, Cooper Lugas, that is, 12 of 20 for 67 yards. The Utah State's had the ball 5 times. They've punted 3 times, have a field goal and an interception. So that Hawkeye defense is playing lights out as usual. Iowa's leading rusher, Caleb Johnson, with 33 yards, 6 carries. Devon Booth has 10 yards on 2 carries for Utah State. Luke Lachey has caught 4 passes to lead the Hawkeyes. At half, Iowa leads the Aggies 17-3. And the Hawkeyes won the toss, so they'll kick off to start the second half. More Hawkeye halftime is coming up. We're sponsored by SeatGeek. Whether you're buying or selling football tickets, SeatGeek is the place to go. SeatGeek, so Hawkeye fans can fan. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
There is a hero in all of us. Pioneer is proud to partner with Iowa and Nebraska for the Pioneer Heroes Game. Together, we want to recognize and celebrate local heroes who positively impact their community and who stand as inspirations to others. If you have a family member or a community member you'd like to recognize, please nominate them at hawkeyesports.com/hero. Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that success is not a given, but with hard work, there are no limits. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmets. Join the Hawkeyes and the Iowa Farm Bureau as we celebrate farmers during the A&F game on October 21st. For more information and to win tickets to the game, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited. We provide experiential travel and vacation planning for Hawkeye fans across the state. Contact one of our destination experts to start planning your next trip at duagency.com.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
Facing a criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And from Master Control, I'm Mo Lewis.
And twin to the left on the short side of the field. Good protection. McNamara throws it to the end zone. Man wide open. Caught. Touchdown. Touchdown. Touchdown, Iowa to start the game. Seth Anderson, welcome from Charleston.
Voice of the Hawkeyes, Gary Dolphin with the call. Iowa leads the Utah State Aggies 17-3 at the half. Let's check the U.S. Bank scoreboard update elsewhere in the Big Ten. Thursday, Minnesota rallied past Nebraska 13-10. Last night, Michigan State dominated Central Michigan 31-7. Today, number 2 Michigan leading East Carolina 23-0, and Purdue is up on Fresno State 21-17. In the top 25, number 12 Tennessee leading Virginia right now 21-3. Number 17 TCU hosting Colorado, but things are different in Boulder. Dion is leading the team, and Colorado scored first and lead TCU right now at the half 17-14. Number 20 Oklahoma crushing Arkansas State right now 45-0 at the half. The U.S. Bank scoreboard update. You can bank on us. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. At the half, Iowa leads 17-3. Gary and Ed, and the second half coming up. This is Iowa Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime, But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
When it comes to your health, you need the full picture. That means the right diagnosis and the right treatment right from the start. I'm Aaron Bose, pediatric neurologist with University of Iowa Healthcare. Here, we're working together every day to advance medicine so you can get the best care. With more research, more clinical trials, and more treatment options than anywhere else in the state, the University of Iowa Healthcare is changing medicine and changing lives. Learn more at uihc.org.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Ready, Hawkeye fans, Hudson's Southside Tap is your ultimate destination for Hawkeye game days. Swing by and savor our delicious House Bloody Marys for just $6. But that's not all. This year, we're proud to announce that Hudson's is the official host of the Hawkeye Radio Network postgame show, happening right after every home game. Cheer on the Hawkeyes while enjoying the fantastic atmosphere and great company at Hudson's. Find us conveniently located on Highway 1 West in Iowa City. Hudson's Southside Tap, where Hawkeye spirit comes alive. Go Hawks!
Hawk fans, are you looking to travel in style like the Iowa Hawkeyes? WinStar Lines provides luxury charter bus service, van service, and employee shuttles. We travel throughout the Midwest, providing ground transportation service to or from anywhere in the continental United States and Canada. With multiple locations throughout the Midwest, call WinStar Lines to transport your group. Our friendly, safe drivers will get you to your destination in style. Visit GoWinStar.com to book your travel plans today.
This has been the Bud Light Halftime Show. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. Pioneer, what's next happens here since 1926. And by 988 Lifeline. There is hope 24/7. Call, text, or chat 988. Welcome back to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Here's Gary Dolphin with the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half.
17-3, Iowa leads Utah State at the break. This year's letter winners Hall of Fame class being introduced down on the field. Had the pleasure of emceeing the festivities last night, doing a Q&A with our panel of former Hawkeye greats, including B.J. Armstrong. He got one of the loudest cheers here this afternoon. Three-time NBA world champion with the Chicago Bulls. And our Bobby Hansen, Eric Steinbach, the All-American, longtime Cincinnati Bengal, great player at Iowa back in the early 2000s, part of that group that went to the Orange Bowl. And we'll read off the rest of the names here shortly. Annie West Burmeister, the bride of Paul Burmeister, former Hawkeye quarterback, the first rowing member of the Letter Winners Hall of Fame. For you fans here today listening in, you can bring multiple water bottles of any size. The concession stands selling bottled water at a reduced price. So if you need a break from the heat, there's an expanded rest area available outside the first aid station at the southeast corner of Kinnick Stadium. Stay hydrated, Hawkeye fans, both here and elsewhere. Want to give a shout out to Brent. Brent's recovering from a liver transplant. He's on pace and going well. Keep the faith, Brent. Your employees tell me you're a great boss. Hi to Mike. Happy birthday to Mike. Mike went to Iowa in the 70s, and he has undergone recent heart surgery. Keep the faith, keep a great attitude, Mike. Happy birthday from everybody here at the Hawkeye Radio Network. And a shout out to Chris, selfless friend and best co-worker anybody could have. All Hawk fans listening in today, like Dr. Ken in Milwaukee. Happy birthday to Dr. Ken, who's an optometrist helping veterans. What a great, proud alum Dr. Ken is. What a commitment up in the Milwaukee area. So, Ken, thank you for your service. Iowa has 2 touchdown throws from new quarterback Cade McNamara. Toss to Eric All, the tight end, 1 to Seth Anderson on the opening drive of the day. The Hawkeyes have rushed the ball 18 times, but just for 61 total yards and a 3.5-yard average. Hawkeye run defense has held Utah State to 25 yards rushing on 11 attempts. That's 2.3. Luke Lachey has caught 5 passes for 27 yards with a long of 12. I mentioned Eric All has a touchdown grab of 3 yards. Seth Anderson 36 yards at the receiving end of a score on the opening drive by the Hawkeyes. Iowa will kick to start the second half in just a couple minutes. 17-3 at the break. Our halftime stat recap is sponsored by SeatGeek, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Hawkeyes. Whether you're buying or selling football tickets, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek, so Hawkeye fans can fan. Rob Brooks will be talking to Coach Ferentz here in just a couple seconds. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Right now, with Iowa leading 17-3, you're listening to Hawkeye football. Hawkeyes and the Aggies returning to the field for the second half. And Rob Brooks will have Kirk Ferentz alongside here in a few steps and get his perspective on the first half. Robbie?
Hey, Coach, first game, you never know what's going to happen, but started really well with a great kickoff return and 2 touchdown passes by Cade McNamara.
Yeah, it started out really well. I thought we were pretty sharp. Seems like we had a letdown after the 4th and 1 stop. Didn't get the conversion. And then, I thought our energy dropped a little bit and our execution dropped off.
Defensively, they throw a lot at you. Pretty happy with all 3 aspects of it.
Overall, we blew a protection, which cost the sack, and that part of that execution dilemma. So hopefully clean that up and be a little sharper here this half.
Thanks very much, Coach.
Thanks, Rob.
I think that's kind of the key thing. Just make the makeable plays and clean things up and kind of eliminate those mistakes and see if the Hawks can get off to a great start here in the 3rd quarter. And I tell you what, though, it wasn't too bad down here. Obviously, I don't have pads on in the first half, but it's going to get pretty crispy here in the 3rd and 4th quarters. So hydration at half for sure. And then, of course, the Cool Zone fans have worked very, very well. And they just got some more fluid put in them. So they'll be good to go for the 3rd and 4th quarters.
86 degrees right now as we get ready to go in the second half. Feels like 87. And they expect 89 by 2 o'clock, 90 degrees by 3 o'clock. But hey, anything goes. The end of August, start of September. We've been here before, and to your point, Robbie, both teams are staying hydrated, drinking plenty of fluids. Hawkeyes will kick off to start the second half, and that Iowa defense, no complaints there, Ed. Kevin's got you on now. Go ahead.
Okay, they I did get back in the booth, didn't I?
You did.
Yeah.
And that cigar mic is right in front of your lips there, buddy boy.
Yeah, it's real important this first 5 minutes of the 3rd quarter. We need to establish ourselves again as the physical team that's going to dominate this game, because we got flat in the 2nd quarter.
The Iowa Lottery Ironman Suite is back. You can see the Hawkeyes take on Minnesota from Sweet Seats. Find Hawkeye scratch tickets today at a retailer near you and play it again in the Kickoff to Kinnick promotion. Visit ialottery.com for details. Join them in the Sweet Suites, the Sweet Seats, for the Iowa-Minnesota game and the battle for Floyd later on this season. And here's the kick, and it's another end-over-end boot from Drew Stevens that finds the back end line and out of play. Thanks to Harris Golf Cars, our Yamaha golf car distributor, longtime Hawkeye supporter. Harris Golf Cars has one of the largest inventories of new and used cars and utility vehicles in the golfing industry throughout the Midwest. Harris Golf Cars offers the best variety of sales and service with a huge parts inventory and service for all brands. Harris Golf Cars, located throughout Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Nebraska. Here we go with the second half. Cooper Laga at quarterback. Send Vaughn in motion. 3 wideouts in the plan. Here's a pass deflected at the line of scrimmage. Deontay Craig got that big right mid up there. As you add to your point in the first half, they love to throw it sideways, sideline to sideline, and Deontay Craig, good film study there.
That's the way to stop it, to penetrate outside the defensive end and get your arms in the air.
Second half underway. Laga draw a handoff to the tailback, and squirming away for 2, maybe 3 yards is Robert Briggs. Jay Higgins. Boy, I could hear the popping of those pads up here. Jay wants his shot at middle linebacker. Jack Campbell roamed that area for a long time. Gain of 3. It's 3rd down and almost 7. Ball at the 29-yard line. Laga with protection. Hit as he throws, and it's caught. And down at the 30-yard line of Iowa. Beautiful throw to Terrell Vaughn by Cooper Laga. Man, oh man, on 3rd down and long. What a route, what a throw.
Yeah, he was in at the slot receiver, and he just ran out of the coverage. Safety didn't get over to help.
Wampa finally got him on the ground, but a big gain. Here's Laga on a play fake. Now throws it out to the tailback, who's got good running room inside the 30, then thrown back after he gets to the 28. You don't hit big plays on the Iowa defense very often, but that one was big time. Robert Briggs, the running back, makes the catch for a couple. 39 yards on that play before the short gain. Now whistles as the ball's about to be snapped. And you would think that would be a false start of some kind. Illegal motion on Utah State.
Snap infraction. Offense. Number 69. 5-yard penalty. It's 2nd down.
That's on the center. Fule Pule Alo. Probably jerking the football maybe.
Yeah, that's trying to get him to jump offside.
Trying to get him to flinch. Cost him 5. Back to the 34. They're ready to go. Here's a quick out again and a great open field tackle by Sebastian Castro, and we've seen that before as he knocked the receiver Colby Bowman right off his feet. Now Bowman's got great speed. Lost 3 more there.
Yeah, that was a good read by Castro.
3rd down and 13. A penalty and now a 3-yard loss by Utah State, and the Aggies are backed up to their own 35. But Hawks let them out of the box a moment ago on 3rd and long. Let's see what happens here. Receiver in motion. They have 3 to the top of the field. Audible by Cooper Laga. 1 running back, 4 receivers, including a tight end. He throws on a quick slant. It's caught for a gain of maybe 5 or 6. And then run over Jalen Royals by Xavier Wampa, by Ethan Herkett, and Sebastian Castro. So the gain is 6 inside the 30 to the 28 or 9. It looks like Utah State will go for the field goal.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11.
So out onto the field is Elliot Nimrod, 12 of 17 last year with a long of 53. Had 1 blocked. And this one will be from about 45 yards. Here's the snap, the spot. The lefty lets it go. Has it got enough? It just crawls over the crossbar. A 35-yard field goal brings Utah State to within 17-6 of the Hawkeyes. Opening drive of the second half took 3 minutes. The Hawks give up 3. The big play on that drive, a 39-yard completion on a seam route. Cooper Laga with a beautiful throw to Vaughn, and that led to a 35-yard field goal. It's now Iowa 17 and Utah State 6. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
If you've got the right tools and the friendly people at U.S. Bank in your corner, making smarter money choices is a piece of cake. If only our tools and helpful advisors could have helped you avoid some of those not-so-smart choices in life. Like that time you tried to pick up unicycling.
Whoa, coming through!
Or when you thought it'd be okay to pet that squirrel in the park.
Good squirrel, good squirrel.
While we can't help you with all that, we can help you bank smartly at usbank.com/smarter together. Member FDIC.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Game with Hawk Talk. Join Coach Kirk Ferentz and host Gary Dolphin for 90 minutes of Iowa football talk. Wednesday, 6:30 to 8 Central. Listen live on the Hawkeye Radio Network and Iowa Hawkeyes YouTube channel. Presented by View Rooftop.
Leaders know there's no guide to greatness. When everyone else says something can't be done, they know it only hasn't been done yet. True leaders weather the fiercest storms and look deep within themselves to rise above and help others find their way forward. At Great Southern Bank, we're proud to partner with visionaries that help raise the tide for all of us. And when you're ready to bring your vision to life, we'll be right behind you with award-winning support.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. Get your med card online and visit their dispensary for the largest selection of locally grown full THC cannabis products in Iowa. Search Bud & Mary's online.
Iowa's lead is back to 11, 17-6. See if the Hawkeye offense can get going here to start the second half as we welcome you back to the well-marked Blue Cross Blue Shield broadcast booth with Ed Podolak, our engineer Corey Sheets, our spotter John Swisher, Gary Dolphin here. Iowa has led all the way, but the offense has sputtered since after 2 touchdowns to start the game. Utah State has scored on its first possession of the second half with a drive of 47 yards, 7 plays. 39 of those yards on one pass play. They lost yardage after another first down, had to settle for a 35-yard field goal. And now they will kick off to the Hawks, who will have the ball for the first time in the second half. Caleb Johnson is a couple yards deep in the end zone as we await the kickoff of Elliot Nimrod, who just completed that drive with a 35-yard. 45-yard field goal. Touchback on the kick. The Hawks will have it 1st and 10 at the 25. And let's see if we have
timeout for an injured player.
Back downfield we have an injured Aggie. That is Gavin Barthiel. Now he's in there for the injured linebacker Max Alford, who got hurt on the first play of the game. Now Barthiel, who had a good first half, is hurt on the opening not the opening play of the second half, but the first possession for the Hawkeyes here in quarter number 3. Cade McNamara will start the second half while they tend to the injured Aggie. Might be a cramp.
Yeah,
too.
let's hope it's just a cramp.
For sure.
You've been in that locker room where it's cold.
I was talking about that 10-person Hall of Fame class, Ed, that we entered. You remember that letter winners Hall of Fame talked about B.J. Armstrong and Eric Steinbach, the great offensive lineman, the first ever rower, Paul Burmeister's beautiful bride, Annie West Burmeister, Sherry Freddy from field hockey, Jolette Law, All-American basketball player for C. Vivian Stringer, the great Terry McFarland in softball, couple of wrestlers, Brent Metcalf, couple NCAA championships, and Daniel Sherman, 118-pound champion back in the early days of the Gable era. Peaches Roach Finley, a phenomenal women's track and field performer. And Barthiel being helped off the field right now. Hope he's okay. Bill Seberg from the Hawkeye men's basketball team, back-to-back Final Fours in the 50s. And I think that's everybody. Congratulations to that 10-person class officially inducted last night. B.J. Armstrong. I don't think he still has a gray hair.
He looks the same to me.
Yeah, that baby face. Tom Davis, George Raveling era. All right, here we go. Let's see if the Hawkeyes can go down for a dunk. McNamara gives the handball to Caleb Johnson, trying to get to the outside, gets the corner turned, close to a first down, and he's punched out of bounds right at the chains on the Utah State sideline. Ike Larson, the safety, dancing with him over there. What an effort by Caleb Johnson.
Yeah, it's the first time that we've really had good blocking done. We have another injured Aggie.
Utah State big guy, defensive lineman Pokesi Vakauta. You can imagine a few Samoan last names. We're familiar with the Epinesses.
Yep.
Epi and AJ, and that lineage keeps coming to the University of Iowa. We're happy with that. So it looks like perhaps a cramp here for Vakuata. Gain of 9 for Caleb Johnson officially to start the second half. That's the way you want to run the football. Now, heavy package for the Hawks. Big hole. First down again for Johnson as he runs it out to the 38. It's vintage Kirk Ferentz here.
Oh, yeah.
We are going to run the ball right at you. Tafisi, the linebacker. 11.5 to go, third quarter. 17-6. Iowa with the lead and the football. Hawkeyes trying to mount a ground game that has been pretty much non-existent for the day. Single receivers either way. 2 tight ends, Lachey and All. McNamara, toss sweep to Johnson. Tripped up at the line of scrimmage, and he falls forward, got back to the original line of scrimmage. Nice play by that safety, Ike Larson, and the linebacker, Bronson Olivao. That's how you pronounce that. No gain for Caleb, second down and 10. Ball at the 37-yard line of the Hawkeyes. 10:45 to play, third quarter. Trying to give that defense a good blow here to start the third period. 4 receivers, including 2 tight ends, 1 running back. McNamara to throw on second and long. Surveys the landscape, throws, caught across the 40-yard line to the 41. Now they call it incomplete now. Eric All couldn't secure the football. So it's an incomplete pass, and the Hawks look at 3rd and 10.
Yeah, that's real good coverage downfield again. McNamara had plenty of time and had to come back to the tight end running underneath.
Ike Larson was the first to meet Eric All, may have jarred that ball loose. Caleb Brown splits wide left. Seth Johnson, the other transfer portal product, in the slot there with them. One running back on 3rd down and long. That's Chaz Patterson. McNamara back to pass, has time, throws, and almost intercepted. Knocked down by Ike Larson. Well, he's been all over the field, that sophomore. He was all conference a year ago. The ball a little underthrown. Cade had to throw it flat-footed there to get it across the field as the pressure closed in. Heck of a play by Larson.
Yeah, I mean, and it ends up being double coverage. And again, McNamara having trouble finding an open receiver.
Seth Anderson was the intended receiver, the young man from Charleston Southern. He's got a touchdown catch today. Oh, low snap, and Torrey does get it away. Man, great effort by Torrey Taylor. A low snap from center. He took it right off the imitation grass blades and got rid of it. A low line drive kick that is fair caught at the 17. Again, so many ways evidence of how valuable that punter has been during his career here. Doesn't always have to kick at 60 yards, but plays like that. Had one blocked in the first half that bounded forward for 37 yards. That's a 46-yard punt as we go to break. 10-11 to go, third quarter. And Iowa's lead is 17-6 over Utah State. Today's game sponsor is the Eastern Iowa Airport. Fly CID. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Whether you're building a backyard fence for your family's new best friend or firing up the excavator for your next commercial project, a free and simple call can save you from expensive fines and even save your life. Call 811 at least 2 days before you start your next project to have underground utility lines located and marked. At Mid-American Energy, your safety is our #1 priority. So, make it your priority to call 811 before you dig. Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
when the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Welcome back to the broadcast booth here at Kinnick Stadium, courtesy of Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. With that total at Gary Dolphin, Iowa has a 17-6 lead. 10 minutes, 11 seconds to go. Third quarter on opening day. The Hawkeye defense called on again to get a quick stop and get the ball back for Cade McNamara, who is now 13 for 22 and 115 total yards, 2 touchdowns. 188 total yards for Iowa offensively. Utah State has closed that gap with 144 yards of offense, 115 through the air, just 29 passing. Both teams have struggled with the run game. Now Utah State back out deep in its own territory at the 17-yard line after a near miraculous punt by Torrey Taylor. He took it off the ground and line drived it out of there, as Utah State's been close to him all day. Blocked one, got close to a couple more. So Laga at quarterback, and here we go. Hawks are on a play fake. He's going to keep the ball and plunges forward for about 5 yards to the 25. Actually to the 24. It's a gain of 6. Second down 4. Jay Higgins tripped him up. Y.A. Black and Logan Lee rushing from the interior. They've been unable to get to Laga. And here's a quick out to the sideline, caught for a first down across the 30 to the 32 by Terrell Vaughn. Cooper DeJean was right there with Vaughn. Sebastian Castro as well. Vaughn has a half a dozen catches on the day. 1st and 10. Didn't take long to get that first down across the 30 at the 32. Laga has Robert Briggs as the lone setback. 3 receivers to the short side of the field. Formation we haven't seen. 1 to the wide side. And here's Laga. Again, a play fake to the tailback, and the Hawks run away from him. And he gets upfield to the 39. Hawks are taking that fake handoff, and Laga's running free it.
Well, they have not spied on him, and they've figured that out. And so I guess we'll make a change on the defense here.
7 yards on a first down run by the quarterback. Now a first down catch. Again, a short out throw caught by Vaughn. Again, Cooper DeJean right there waiting for him, but he only needed 3 for the first down. So the ball crosses the 40 to the 42 of Utah State. 8 minutes 40 seconds to play, third quarter. 17-6 Iowa. Crowd wants that defense to tighten up. Again, another quick throw to the sideline for 2 or 3 more. And again, Vaughn on the receiving end. That's his 7th catch of the day. Cooper DeJean with a touch tackle. Gain of a couple to the 44. Oh, I guess they needed 1 more. I thought they got a first down on the last toss, but they were just shy. Now it's a first down. 44-yard line of Utah State. 17-6 Iowa. There's Laga. Play fake again to the tailback. He's got room to run, tries to escape, gets out to his left, throws on the run, has a man at the 50, 45-yard line of Iowa. Cooper Laga did all that on his own.
Yeah, he did. And he ran out of a tackle that looked like the offensive left tackle might have been holding, but no call, and he got out of the trap.
Therefore, a first down on a gain of 10 to the Iowa 45. Vaughn again circled back and helped his quarterback out with a catch. Laga checks to the sidelines after a hard count. Snap clock still at 10. Aggies in Iowa territory. Here's the fake on the draw handoff, throws it outside. Pass caught by Vaughn, and he's bumped out of bounds immediately. In fact, he'll lose a couple yards. Sebastian Castro spied on Vaughn that time and made a heck of a play.
Yeah, he does, because you know he's the cash back, and he's being sent out there to cover one-on-one at the wide side of the field a lot today.
They said he got back to the line of scrimmage, so it's 2nd and 10. Lagat going to throw downfield. The pass is deflected. I don't know if it was at the line of scrimmage or one of the linebackers got a mid up there, but pass deflected and incomplete. Now Xavier Wampa stays down on one knee, and he's got a cramp. And the Iowa training staff will run out there and work that out. So an official's timeout on the field. It'll be 3rd down and 10 for Lagat and the Aggies. We know Iowa grows a lot of corn, especially in this heat, but in reality, corn grows Iowa. Corn grows our livestock, economy, and our athletes. Put on your best face for the Iowa Corn Cam. Be a fan of Iowa Corn by scanning the QR code on the screen or by going to iowacorn.org. So who's out there for Xavier? They're going to be, that's Kane Ontringer, a young kid out of Michigan who they really like. Let's see if Lagat goes after Kane Ontringer. 3rd down and 10 from the 45 of Iowa. Lagat looks downfield, nobody open, goes to the short man, and not much.
Boy, that's a solid tackle by DeJean.
DeJean was right there on Robert Briggs, the tailback. Nick Jackson, the linebacker, also over there to help out Iowa's All-American candidate at corner. And a punting situation after a gain of a yard for Utah State. A nice drive by the Aggies. Took it out to midfield. Now they'll see if they can plant the Hawkeyes inside the 10. Stephen Kotzenle, their outstanding all-conference kicker, lets it fly. It hits at the goal line and goes into the end zone. Not very well executed there. So the Hawks catch a break. They'll bring it out to the 20. 1st and 10 when play resumes. 6 minutes to go. 3rd quarter. Pioneer brand corn hybrids deliver proven performance. Bag after bag. Contact your local Pioneer sales rep and learn how you can get the most out of your acres. And Wellmark brings you exciting moments, proud moments, even the hard moments. Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is there for you. They are your healthcare champion, making healthcare more affordable with more choices for care and peace of mind no matter what comes your way. Find the plan right for you at wellmark.com/touchdown. Let's hear touchdown Iowa when we come back. 17-6, Hawks lead Utah State midway through the 3rd quarter. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
There is a hero in all of us. Pioneer is proud to partner with Iowa and Nebraska for the Pioneer Heroes Game. Together, we want to recognize and celebrate local heroes who positively impact their community and who stand as inspirations to others. If you have a family member or a community member you'd like to recognize, please nominate them at hawkeyesports.com/hero.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
At the Machine Shed, award-winning pork entrees are our specialty. Try the Parmesan crusted America's Cut, char-broiled and served with a mushroom white wine sauce, or a roasted stuffed Iowa chop. This center-cut bone-in chop is stuffed with a apple raisin dressing and glazed with an apple whiskey sauce. Your meal is never complete without one of our homemade apple dumplings. See you for dinner.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Welcome back to Hawkeye football from Kinnick. Iowa 17, Utah State 6. 6 minutes to play 3rd quarter. Iowa football 1st and 10 at the Hawkeye 20. Cade McNamara has gone all the way. 13-3 as a starter at Michigan. Threw for 2,100 yards. 3,100 yards, 21 touchdowns. Got 2 today. Jazz Patterson is the featured tailback now. Caleb Brown splits wide right. A couple receivers out wide left, and a pass deflected and incomplete at the line of scrimmage. Somebody got a mid on it.
Well, they beat the defensive line, beat the quarterback before he could even set up.
Utah State's got 4 tackles for loss today. So they've been getting after. They've made terrific adjustments to take away those first 2 scoring drives by the Hawks. Eric All, Seth Anderson, Caleb Brown split wide left. Caleb Johnson back in to block. And McNamara's in the gun. 2nd down 10. They run a quick handoff to Caleb, and he zigs and zags for maybe 4. Started out left, cut back to the middle, gets 4 yards. Bronson Alevao, freshman from Salt Lake. He's their 3rd linebacker on that weak side. He gets credit for the tackle. 3rd down and 6. Well, the Hawks would like to get a couple first downs. Give that defense a rest. Utah State went on a 9-play, 4-minute drive, but didn't get anything out of it. But that defense needs a blow. 3rd down and 6. McNamara back to pass. Good protection. Wings it up the left side. Caught for a first down across midfield. Beautiful throw and a great adjustment to the football by Nico Reganey. We've seen him do that many times.
Yep, one-on-one coverage. And McNamara just threw it where he could get it. I was pretty close to Reganey, but he couldn't come back to the ball.
27-28 yards on that pass. 29 to be exact. Beautiful throw by McNamara. His first long-range completion in a while. The Hawks now out across midfield at the 47 of Utah State, leading 17-6 late in the 3rd quarter. McNamara chased out of the pocket, still on his feet, and then throws it away. Good job by Cade McNamara. Avoided 1 tackler, but they were blitzing from the blind side, and he wisely dumped it off. 2nd down 10.
Yeah, he was trying to go to the tight end, and it looked like it was going to be open early, but then the safety picked him up, so he, at that time, had been rushed, and he just wisely got the ball back to the ground.
Kean Sloan from American River Junior College was ready to lower the boom on him, and Cade could feel that backside heat and got rid of it. Hawks have 3 receivers, a running back, and a tight end. And whistles before the snap. Now Brian Ferentz or Kirk Ferentz.
Prior to the play clock
both
expiring, Iowa called their first timeout of the half.
Timeout asked for by the coaching staff with 4:28 to go, 3rd quarter. Hawk fans, we're bringing you live game day coverage in the incredible style, comfort, and fit of Authentic Brand apparel. Today we're sporting the golf polos. Ed's got his striped on. I've got the checks. Looking pretty snazzy, if I do say.
We called each other and dressed alike.
You and Swish,
yeah.
He got the wardrobe. I missed that call, apparently, but I look pretty good in the middle, right?
Yeah,
all right. Well, thanks to Clark and the gang at Authentic Brand for providing our style and comfort. Authentic Brand, available at your local retailer, or visit authentic-brand.com. Authentic-brand.com for a 24/7 shopping experience. Rob Brooks with a quick update on the U.S. Cellular sideline. Robbie?
Yeah, on Xavier Wampa. It does look like a cramp. They're trying to get every hydration product into him, but he's just sitting on the bench right now. We'll see if he gets back in the next series.
Thank you, Robbie. 2nd down 10 now for the Hawks. They've used a timeout. 47-yard line of Utah State. McNamara fakes the throw, draw handoff to Caleb Johnson, and he stumbles. Tripped over his own feet. He would have had at least 5-6 yards. The gap was there, the lane was there, but he fell down.
It looked like we had pretty good leverage by the offensive line too to get him downfield.
Oh, tough play for Caleb. That doesn't happen with him. Johnson's rushed 14 times for 56 yards. So now it's 3rd down and 10. He did all he could to stumble back to the line of scrimmage. Vine splits wide left. Reganey wide right. Lachey's in the slot with him. Out of the gun, 3rd down 10. 47-yard line, and whistles again. Flags. False start on Iowa. This will make it 3rd and 15.
False start. Offense, number 0. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
That's
on
pretty
Vines.
tough when you're out clear at the side of the field. How do you false start? You just keep your eyes inside looking at the ball to be snapped.
That's 4 penalties on Iowa. Now it's only for 20 yards, but that's not so much the yardage. It's time and.
Well, as coach said, you want to play clean.
You do.
Play clean.
Now the Hawks face 3rd and 15 back on their side of the field at the 48. Or excuse me, 48. Here's McNamara. What's he going to call here? Hard count. They set up the screen, a receiver screen, and for not much. Actually, it was Jazz Patterson, the tailback. He may have gotten a yard, and the Hawks are going to have to punt it away. So another drive fizzles after a couple first downs. 1 first down, I guess. Beautiful throw to Reganey that kept the drive alive. And that said, the Hawks are going to have to boot it away with 3 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Anthony Switzer, weak side linebacker on strong side linebacker on the stop. Now let's see if the Hawks can get off a clean snap and punt here. They're sending everybody. Here's the snap. Good protection that time, and Torrey sends it straight up and down. Fair caught at the 10-yard line. Torrey Taylor, another solid effort off his big toe. 2:26 to play, 3rd quarter. And we hold at Iowa 17, Utah State
timeout on the field
6. Today's game sponsors, the Eastern Iowa Airport. Fly CID. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Can you think of anything that costs the same today as it did 10 years ago? There isn't much. That is, unless you're a Mid-American Energy customer. Thanks to all the renewable energy we're generating, our customers pay nearly the same rate for electricity today as they did back when we were all singing, "Call Me Maybe." And with Mid-American making even more investments in clean energy, you can count on enjoying those same affordable rates for the next decade. Now that's obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Hawkeyes leading Utah State 17-6. Closing minutes of the 3rd period. Rob Brooks is on the U.S. Cellular Hawkeye sideline. Rob?
Yeah, Dolph, next offensive series, I think we'll see a new quarterback. Deacon Hill now has his helmet and has been warming up, so we might get our first look at the 6'3" transfer from Wisconsin. And remember on that last series, Cade McNamara, when he was under pressure, kind of did grab that quad area. He was fine after that, but maybe just precautionary that Hill will come in to the ball game and get some work here in the 3rd and 4th quarters.
Well, we'll see if that plays out, Robbie, with Deacon Hill, the transfer from Wisconsin. Utah State has a transfer from the Badgers as well. Ashford didn't play much at Wisconsin. Ready to go after a 41-yard punt from Torrey Taylor. Utah State has the ball at its own 10. Field position has been critical again today because of Torrey Taylor, and it's been in the Hawkeyes' favor. Offense hasn't been able to get anything going consistently, but lead 17-6. Here's Laga, good protection. Pass over the middle is incomplete. Jay Higgins all over the intended receiver. Micah Davis. Jay's had a good game today.
Yeah, that was tough coverage there. You have him one-on-one, and they've cleared out the whole area and tried to hit him over the middle, and Jay stayed right with it.
There's a draw handoff. They've gutted the Hawkeye middle defense a couple times and get close to a first down on this carry by a tailback Devon Booth. They've used Briggs and Booth. Kane Ontringer in there for Xavier Wampa on the hit. Call that our first Spahn and Rose hammer hit of the day. Third down and a long one for Cooper Laga and Utah State. So they just plow forward and get the first down. Laga buries himself in behind the big old center. Pule Alo, 290 pounds at 6'2". Ball just across the 20. And here's a counter draw handoff to Devon Booth for 2 or 3. Gets out to the 24-yard line. That's a gain. Call it 2. Second down 8. Minute and a half to go third quarter. Kane Ontringer getting his name in the tackle book again. The guy going to throw quickly on second down. Hit as he just got rid of it. Now up the sideline after a missed tackle for a first down. Well, no, they say he stepped out of bounds just shy of the first down. Sebastian Castro was over there, but a nice move by Devon Booth. Got by him and then stepped out of bounds at the 30. The line to gain is the 31-yard line for a first down. So here we are again, third down and a yard. Under a minute to go, third period. 17-6. Iowa leading Utah State. High snap from center, but Laga gets rid of it. And a loss of yardage as a high snap from center. He's a little off balance when he got rid of the ball and threw it to Terrell Vaughn. They were setting up a slot receiver screen, and the Hawkeyes ran him over.
Yeah, that's a good read here by the linebackers to get over. Yeah.
Good job by Jay, but the cornerback Deshaun Lee came up and held his territory. And so after all that, they lose 3. Big play by the defense.
Yep, and Castro in underneath there. That was just a great heads-up play.
Call that a collective Spahn and Rose hammer hit. Welcome to Spahn and Rose in the booth today here at Kinnick. So a punting situation for Kitsunley, and he hits a towering drive. This should be fair caught, but it actually what happened here?
Hit a Hawkeye.
Cooper DeJean got away from it. He's looking up into the sun and couldn't see it, so he just got away from it. And the Hawkeyes were running downfield to set up punt block return, and it grazed a Hawkeye. I think it was Deshaun Lee.
Yeah, and I think he got back on it too.
Got 2 number 8s, Deshaun Lee or Terrell Washington, but he jumped on it wisely, got on it before Utah State did. So the Hawks avoid a major boo-boo there. That's the end of the third quarter. Hawkeye football leading Utah State 17-6. Hawks will have the ball to start the fourth quarter at their own 32. Contractors, you're busier than ever this fall, but you've got this. High quality building materials like GAF. Use the Spahn and Rose visualizer to plan the perfect roof and blend an elegant architectural look with exceptional performance. GAF. We protect what matters the most. With several Spahn and Rose locations nearby you can focus on life's other important things this fall. Spahn and Rose, buy easier, build better. Spahn and Rose. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Soon we'll go from pool back to school. The end of summer is a total bummer. But yesterday I went shopping and got all the essentials. New backpack, new kicks. Oh, and this is huge. Mom finally got rid of our basic internet and switched us to Extreme. The new Wi-Fi is amazing.
Go back to school with best and fast internet from Extreme. Get speeds from 100 meg up to 1 gig and Wi-Fi 360 Pro with advanced whole home coverage. Call 844-4FASTER or shop online at extreme.com.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
His products like concentrates, vapes, tablets, creams are available legally in Iowa, but only at licensed medical dispensaries. Get a med card online, quick and easy. I got mine in less than a day. Chronic pain is the most common condition. Search for Bud & Mary's online or call their dispensary to learn how you can get your med card. Bud & Mary's grows real cannabis, not hemp. That means their products contain real THC with no percentage limits. Find an Iowa licensed dispensary near you at budmary.com.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
Yeah, looks like they're still...
Hawkeye football to start the fourth quarter. It's 17-6, Iowa leading Utah State. Very little scoring since the first quarter in this game. Hawks got out to a 14-0 lead, led 14-3 at the half. Or excuse me, 17-3 at the half. Now it's 17-6, just a field goal by Utah State. Hawks will have the ball here to start the fourth period. Hey, congratulations to our military hero today, Master Sergeant Ronald Funke. Born in Cedar Rapids, raised in Coralville, graduated from Iowa City West, joined the Marine Corps in 1978. Assigned to the USS Independence, was at Camp Lejeune in North Carolina, where he met his bride, his future bride, Private Diana Pauley. Sons in the Marine Corps. Talk about a Marine Corps family. Master Sergeant Funke's been stationed all over the globe. Finished his career in 2001 after 23 years of active service. 3 beautiful kids, 6 grandchildren. Congratulations, Ronald Funke, today's military hero, United States Marine. We need some Marine toughness right there.
Yeah, we sure do.
Drive for a touchdown, hopefully. Charge the beach.
Yeah, quite a speech by Richmond to the offense during that timeout.
Well, Cade McNamara is still at quarterback. We thought we might see the backup Deacon Hill. Joey Labus has had some injury issues this fall. Don't expect to see him today. The Hawks will start 1st and 10 at their own 32-yard line. And Caleb Johnson is the lone setback. 2 tight ends, 2 wideouts. Here we go. Fourth quarter, 17-6 Iowa. In motion, Eric All. Draw handoff to Johnson, and he's trapped in the backfield and flung down for no gain.
Caleb Johnson, the ball carrier.
Boy, that's awful.
MJ Tafisi got in there along with Seni Tuiuki, the defensive tackle. A loss of 2, almost 3. Ouch. Running game averaging 3.1 per carry. Now Cade shifts to the gun. 2 tight ends stand up off right tackle. Seth Anderson in the slot left. McNamara to throw. Steps up in the pocket. Fires downfield and well over the extended hands of Caleb Brown.
There was 3 defensive backs in the area covering him. So I don't know what the defense is they're playing, but boy, they are sure taking away our deep stuff.
And you know, Seth Anderson caught the first touchdown of the day after he put a great move, an outside-inside move on the cornerback who stumbled down, and Seth was wide open for the touchdown. That was a stop-and-go route by Caleb Brown, but not close. So here we are, 3rd down 12 for the Hawkeyes. They need a conversion, move the chains, run some clock at the very least. They're showing blitz. Here they come. Deep drop by McNamara. He gets rid of it. Downfield, it is incomplete. Oh, caught. It was caught. I thought the ball was going to fall loose. It should have been pass interference on Ike Larson, but a great catch by Luke Lachey. Clutch money, Luke Lachey.
Yeah.
Running like a wide receiver and had double coverage. and he was grabbed by the collar and pulled to the ground. I thought the ball was bouncing off his belly. He held on to it. What a play by Lachey, and a great throw, 31 yards.
Yep, 6'6" came in handy there.
And he was well covered. Even better play by Luke Lachey. Nice throw by Cade McNamara. Now the toss sweep to Johnson. Tries to get to the outside. Nice cutback. He's at the 40, 35, and out of bounds at the 34 of Utah State. So the Hawks got it moving now. Cade McNamara 16 for 28, 176 yards and 2 touchdowns. Both of those occurring early. Hawks with 250 yards of offense. And now close to back-to-back first downs. Oh, they say he stepped out of bounds back upfield. I missed that. 35-yard line. So instead of second and what I thought was 3, it's second down 7 from the Utah State 35. Uneven balanced line, strong side right. They ran the jet sweep, and that doesn't work. Lost back to the 40. As Caden Weegan was knocked off his feet. Now that was just too easy for Blaine Spires. The defensive end just hopped across the line of scrimmage, and Weegan ran right into him.
Yeah, well, we've missed 2 critical blocks in the last 2 plays. This defense has got us confused.
That was second down 7. Now it's third down 11. Hawks are 5 of 13 on third down. Well, McNamara has bailed Iowa out on a couple of third and longs today. See if he can do it again from the 40-yard line of the Aggies. And the snap clock hits 0 as they snap the ball. Pass caught. First down. First down at the 20. And I think it's Luke Lachey again. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Now they're waving it off.
Oh, boy.
4th down.
Okay. They say incomplete. We'll look at the replay here. Ike Larson was in coverage and may have pried that ball loose. I haven't seen a replay yet. Luke caught the ball, then was grabbed and was going to the ground. Well, I don't think the ball ever touched the ground. He had it pinned between his elbow and his bicep. They got to review this, I would think.
The ruling on the field of an incomplete pass is under further review.
I think they've got to reverse it. You're exactly right, Bob.
I mean, he was on his back when Larson took him to the ground, and you know, at that point you're down.
Yeah.
Guy's laying on you, you're down. The ball was between his elbow and his bicep. As you always say, bend that arm so you got that pig tight in that crick of your arm. And it juggled, but he never let go. I mean, it never came loose. Now we'll take another look at it. Caught it at his kneecaps, and now he's down. And the ball juggled, but it never touched the ground. He re-secured it. And I think that was just a quick call by the official, and hopefully they reverse it. It would have been a first down. There is an incomplete pass. That's the call. It would be an Iowa first down on 3rd and 12. Completion down to, well, they've actually brought the ball back out to the 40. I think it was about the 25-yard line. All plays under review are sponsored by Athletico. Physical therapy is usually the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or surgery. But what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? The sooner you start with physical therapy, the sooner you can start changing everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. Eddie's has a first-hand account of the services of Athletico in the last couple of weeks. All good.
You know, McNamara was blitzed on that play too, and there was nobody to pick up the blitzer. He stood in there and threw that pass when he knew he was going to get just clobbered. And but it looks like our offense is going back out on the field.
Well, I've learned never to trust that ploy.
It's not poker.
We're getting a good look at it here.
Oh, they're moving the ball.
I mean, the ball does touch the ground, but
the receiver through the process of the catch Ball be placed at the 25-yard line. First down and 10.
He's on his back, and the defender laying on him, and that's when the ball came out and touched the ground. But you're down at that point. So that's the right call. They got it right. So it's a 15-yard gain. It's 1st and 10 for the Hawkeyes at the 25-yard line of the Hawkeyes. All right. Thank you, referee Jeff. And the drive stays alive. 11:55 to go in the game. The Hawkeyes trying to all but put it away, especially with this defense, and get a touchdown, leading 17-6. Here's a counter draw handoff to Johnson off a receiver motion. And Caleb is stacked up, never goes down, hit by 4 or 5 white shirts, and got a couple yards. Bronson Olevo leading the charge along with Bo Maley, the defensive tackle. Next week, the Hawks head over to Ames. Cyclones, Hawkeyes, 2:30 kickoff, 12:30 pregame here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa State and Northern Iowa have kicked off during the second period. 14-0 Iowa State on the U.S. Bank scoreboard. Second down 8. McNamara in the gun. Johnson the tailback. Pocket closes. Cade rolls out to his left. Flags fly, and tried to stretch that play out, and I don't like where they threw that flag.
You know what it normally means.
Yes, it does. But it's probably a hold. Yeah. We've been wrong all day. Yeah. So let's say a hold.
Personal foul. Illegal hands to the face. Defense number 45.
Hey,
half the distance to the goal line. Includes an automatic
10 for 10.
I've never been so happy to see an 0 for 5 in the box score.
Oh, my.
Illegal hands to the face on the defensive front for Utah State. Utah State really has been its own worst enemy today with the penalties.
It brings up a 1st and 10.
That is half a dozen penalties for 55 yards on the Aggies. Some of that's opening day, but Iowa's got 4 penalties, but for just 20 yards. So the major walk-off has Iowa in the Case IH red zone. Now the Hawks need to finish the drive off. 1st and 10 at the 12 of Utah State, and a false start.
Oh my!
False start here on Eric All.
Prior to the ball being snapped, false start. Offense number 83. 5-yard penalty. It's first down.
He and Lachey were like 2 yards off the line of scrimmage with their hand on the ground, and Eric flinched and moved.
And then the other tight end was on that side too. There were 3 tight ends. You could have thrown a hula hoop around them, and instead we got caught moving.
Going back to the 50s and 60s with Ed Podolak. Eric is such a solid player. Didn't get enough minutes or time at Michigan, so he came here with Cade McNamara, and he's got a touchdown grab today. 1st and 15 from the 17. They run the reverse with Wetcher. Got blockers. 10-5 goal line. Touchdown! Now I take it back. I'm wrong again.
Yeah, it's coming out to the 4, though.
Out of bounds inside the 5. 12-yard gain by Caden Wetchen, young man out of Williamsburg.
Boy, has he got some speed.
Boy, I want to see the replay on this. That back judge, line judge, came all the way up the chalk line and said he was out of bounds at the 4. I want to see that again. Oh man, that's a bad call. Doggone it. And here's a handoff off tackle. Touchdown Iowa. Touchdown Caleb Johnson. The Hawks get it anyway and extend the lead. Everybody takes a big sigh of relief here in Kinnick.
Boy, the offensive line in that drive showed up, and they really
number 85 for Iowa is wearing number 96.
Touchdown run of 4 yards for Caleb Johnson. That was good run blocking off the left edge there, buddy boy.
Very nicely done.
Drew Stevens for the point after. And the Hawks go up 24-6.
The kick is good.
Impressive drive engineered by quarterback McNamara.
And a great throw by McNamara. He was going to get clobbered when he got rid of that ball to Lachey, and he just took the hit, and Lachey made the catch.
Caden Wetchen, an emerging speeding star, a shooting star for the Hawkeyes here today. A couple big plays by him, and he has got the quicks. 10:17 to play in the game. Today's game sponsor is the Eastern Iowa Airport. Fly CID. And we're coming right back to Kinnick Stadium in just a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment. Knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Looking for bigger, bolder, better yields? Look no further than FS Seed. FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans are here to change the game. Our seed products deliver winning results every single time. Your local FS crop specialist is ready to take your farm and yields to the next level. Ready to change the game with bin-busting yields at harvest? Reach out to your local FS retailer or visit fsseed.com.
Sir. Hawkeyes are crowding 300 yards of total offense after a Shields scoring drive of 68 yards, 10 plays here in the fourth quarter. And with 10:17 to go in the game, the Hawkeyes use nearly 5 minutes of playing time. Ed, how important is that for a defense? And then in the end, take a 24-6 lead on a 3-yard touchdown run by Caleb Johnson.
Yeah, finishing it off and getting the 7. That was real important on that drive because we've come up short ever since early in the game.
Big play by Caden Wetchen on 3rd and long. Excuse me. After a couple, a penalty and a loss by the Hawkeyes on down, Wetchen gobbled up 12 yards on a reverse, and that set up the touchdown run by Caleb Johnson. Caden Wetchen, I guess, is the correct pronunciation on that. My apologies to the Wetchen family. Here's another touchback by Drew Stevens. But Caden's a wide receiver, a junior from Williamsburg High School and Iowa Western Community College. Boy, now we got flags all over the field. I didn't see what happened there.
Must have been probably some continued play.
Extracurricular. Looking at Caden Wetchen's bio, Iowa Western Community College.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct. Kicking team, number 30. That's his first of the ball game. The 15 correction. Return team. Correction. Return team.
Was it heads or tails?
Half the distance to the goal line. First down and 10.
Well, we've been wrong so many times today. It's only fair the referee, Jeff Cervantes, is wrong. So the unsportsmanlike conduct on Josh Williams, an inside linebacker. Hey, it's opening day. Huh?
Yeah.
We all got a lot of room to improve.
And we're ahead.
And the Hawks are ahead 24-6. That's the best news. So better news is the penalty moves them back to the 13-yard line, half the distance to the goal. And Iowa defense is fired up. They're going to run a draw handoff, squeezing through a bit of a hold for maybe 2-3 yards. Out to the 16 is Devon Booth.
That kid's a good player.
He runs hard. He ran right at Logan Lee and Devontae Craig, who were both blocked and then played off the blocks and limited the play to a net of 4 yards. Second down 6. Wide receiver in motion, right to left. Audible here coming for Cooper Lagat. 9:45 to play in the game, in Iowa, 24-6. Here's the snap. Empty backfield they go. Lagat has nobody open. Now throws it to the sideline and has the receiver, who's gobbled up by Cooper DeJean as soon as the ball arrived. That's Devon Booth again.
That's Booth again. He does not go down on the first hit.
Yeah, they just flipped it out to the safety valve. The tailback. There's a Spahn Rose hammer hit by DeJean. We'll see many of those by Coop this year. Gain of a yard after all that. Third down 5. Wide left goes Micah Davis. Twin receivers to the short side of the field. One tight end. One tailback. That's Devon Booth. Here's Lagat. Retreats out of the gun. Nailed as he lets the ball go. Nearly picked off. Oh, great defense by the Hawkeyes as Joe Evans and Logan Lee did a little crossover pattern at the intersection. And Evans got there as the ball left. Lagat took a heck of a hit. And then the ball, line drive pass, hit Nick Jackson right in the middle of the numbers. And I didn't see it. There was a teammate right next to him, but they didn't see the ball. So the Hawks will get the ball back. DeJean, he's been quiet today for Cooper DeJean anyway.
Well, those punts have been awfully high.
They have. 37-yard line where he is. And here's another high hanger. DeJean with the catch. Angles across the field. Caught by a defender from behind. Now a flag. The 43-yard line. So this is going to cost the Hawks.
Yeah.
So now we know I'm wrong. We're 0 for 5 on flag calls. Let's see what this one is. I'm sure it's against Iowa.
Yeah.
During the return, illegal block in the back. Return team, number 12.
Doggone it.
10-yard penalty being forced from the end of the kick. First down and 10, Iowa. Immediate timeout.
1 for 6. Hawkeyes.
Rexroth.
Jackson Rexroth, good player. He's had a heck of a camp this fall. 8:37 to play in the football game. Iowa's lead is 24-6. Way to go defense. They get the ball right back. Throughout the Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series, Iowa Corn promotes values that are uniquely Iowan. And on behalf of Iowa's corn farmers, we salute all athletes for their hard work and determination both on and off the field. Just like our athletes, our state leads the nation in corn and ethanol production. Follow Iowa Corn on Facebook to learn how corn grows Iowa. Before we break, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Hawkeye Football.
Presented by U.S. Bank. Hawkeyes to watch.
We're coming right back to Kinnick. Fourth quarter, Iowa leads at 24-6. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Whether you're building a backyard fence for your family's new best friend or firing up the excavator for your next commercial project, a free and simple call can save you from expensive fines and even save your life. Call 811 at least 2 days before you start your next project to have underground utility lines located and marked. At Mid-American Energy, your safety is our #1 priority. So, make it your priority to call 811 before you dig. Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace!
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
he can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
Hawk fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official Des Moines business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Car Law, Community Choice Credit Union, and Royal Flooring. Real flooring is everything for your home, from the floors up. Did you know we also feature appliances, custom cabinetry to update your kitchens, bathrooms, and more? Yep, we're more than just flooring. Shop Royal Flooring today.
But I know Jimmy Buffett, Margaritaville, booming throughout Kinnick Stadium. We lost the great Jimmy Buffett last night after an extended illness. Podolak's good buddy. Ed'll be looking for his shaker of salt like we all will later on. Iowa football, welcome back. 8:37 to go in the game. Opening day here at Kinnick. Sold out house. Crowd's been into it. Offense started with a bang, sputtered, and now has come back with a nice touchdown drive to put Iowa up 24-6.
And Hill in at quarterback.
Deacon Hill, the young man from Wisconsin.
He's a big fella.
6'3", 6'4". He came in here at like 275, 280. Ferentz was joking around. I think I'll try him at right tackle. He's that big, and he's got a cannon for an arm, does Deacon Hill. He's chopped that weight down to 255, Ed. 6'3", from the West Coast, Santa Barbara, California. And Deacon fires a pass out right, caught. Nice grab by Seth Anderson. He wriggles across the 30 to the 34 after a short gain on first down. Gain of about 4 on second down. Hawks face 3rd and 4. Deacon went to Santa Barbara High School. Committed to Wisconsin. Didn't play at Madison and came down here due in large part to John Budmeyer, former quarterback of the Badgers. He's now analytics and an assistant coach in the quarterback room. 3rd down and 4. Big Deacon retreats, fires downfield and over the head of the intended receiver, Nico Reganey. Single coverage there by Francis, Jaden Francis, 190-pound linebacker.
Man, that's a long way to run.
That is. He's like a strong safety. So the Hawks will have to punt it away here on 4th and 5, and Torrey Taylor will get a little more work before his day is through. Taylor standing at his own 19. They blocked one, but it went for 37 yards. Anyway, look at this. 4 punts for Taylor on the day. High hanger that's caught, and a run back of about 10 yards by Davis.
That was a good run back.
That was. I mean, I don't know where the punt coverage was. It seemed like it took him forever to get downfield. 53-yard punt. Torrey boomed that one, and Davis returned it.
It's a good thing the blimp wasn't overhead, because that would have hit the blimp.
That would have grazed the belly of the blimp.
Yeah.
Just under 7 minutes to go in the game. Iowa 24, Utah State 6. So the 10-yard return from the 15 puts the ball at the 25 for Utah State. And that's where we'll restart the game when we return. Today's game sponsor is the Eastern Iowa Airport Fly CID. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Kids eat free in September at Wahlburgers at Hy-Vee to celebrate National Family Meals Month. That's right. Get a free kids meal with the purchase of an adult entree. Kids 12 and under can choose from favorites like a burger and fries, grilled cheese, chicken tenders, and more. Bring the family together. Dine in at Wahlburgers at Hy-Vee and get a free kids meal with the purchase of an adult entree every day in September. Dine in only. Some restrictions apply. See store for details.
With the Hawkeyes, every touchdown is more than just a touchdown. It's a testament to the teamwork, elbow grease, and can-do attitude it takes to make it to the end zone. And while our fields aren't the kind you throw passes on, Case IH knows every successful farm is more than just a farm. It's the product of top-notch tillage, planting, harvesting, hay, and forage equipment at the hands of hard-working growers. Settle the score with superior tools by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield, proud sponsor of Hawkeye football, welcomes you back to our broadcast booth. All scoring drives this season are courtesy of Shields. All your Hawkeye gear, Shields is right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. Let's check in with Rob Brooks. He's got a U.S. Cellular sideline update.
Yeah, Dolph, we haven't talked a whole lot about the rule changes that have taken place this year, but I watched a video with the NCAA Rules Committee earlier this week, and really what it boiled down to is they're concerned about the pace of play, and that's going to be an emphasis with some of the rule changes. And the thing that really stuck out to me that they mentioned that last year in the NFL they averaged 151 plays per game. In FBS football, it was 178. So they're trying to get that number down, and obviously it's a safety issue. Fewer concussions, fewer injuries, fewer plays, and we'll kind of keep our eye on kind of the game times that take place early this year.
Good luck with that one, Robbie. We're well past 3 hours now and counting. And
oh boy,
there's a breakaway run for the tailback. The draw handoff to Rasul Faizan, getting him some work. And he runs for 17 out to the 42-yard line. Big hole off the left side. Hawks are running some fresh troops in there. They got Y.A. Black. And here's another breakaway run. What is going on here, defensive line? And he wasn't touched for 15 yards. This is not the time to let up.
Yeah,
simple run off left guard. Now we got some new names in there. We'll tell you about again. Now they run to the right side and gain of another 5 or 6. Let's read off some of these names. Or maybe I shouldn't. Jeremiah Pittman, who's had a great camp. Jeremiah's on the right side. Also out there is Brian Allen. I've loved Brian since the day he stepped on campus. Big rangy kid at 6'5". Here's Lagai throwing on the play fake to the tailback. Throws out to the left sideline for 5 or 6. That's enough for a first down. Just like that, Utah State at the Iowa 24-yard line. Jalen Royals on the receiving end. 5.5 minutes to go. You don't want to let up on this team.
No, you sure don't.
They want to run a play every 10 seconds. There's a draw handoff to Faison again, and this time they get it covered up. Off left tackle and guard for maybe a couple. Aaron Graves is out there. Great overall effort for the Hawkeye defense today. Iowa obviously is giving them some of the short routes for yardage to keep the clock moving. Another short flat pass for 5 to Terrell Vaughn. He's got a basket full of catches today. Vaughn does. He's got 10 grabs for 69 yards. Third down, less than a yard after that gain of 4 or 5. They threw that at Max Llewellyn. Here's a
guard move.
False start on Utah State.
I think we're right.
False start. Offense. 65.
2 for 7.
5-yard penalty. Third down.
That's on Tavo Motu Upuaka.
Let's hope it's the only one.
I'm with you. Please, Tavo, don't do that again. 9 penalties, 70 yards on Utah State today, and that won't please Coach Blake Anderson. So now it is third down and a long 6, closer to 7, and this is all kinds of movement. I mean, the guard left about 6 hours before the snap of the ball.
And the noise has really died down here as a lot of our fans are
false start.
Tailgating.
Offense, number 65. 5-yard penalty.
Well,
they're down.
That's our boy, our guard, Tavo Motu Upuaka.
He took that as a challenge.
I've been practicing these all week now. You got to give me some credit at some point.
I guess you're probably hoping for that.
Well, back to the 25-yard line. The ball was inside the 15, so now it's 3rd and almost 12. Here's a snap to Laga. Draw a handoff to Faison. Boy, he's slippery, isn't he?
Yeah.
Got away from a couple Hawkeyes, and then he's bowled over by one of my favorite players, Aaron Graves.
Yep. And he's only a pure sophomore. I mean, what is he, about 19 years old?
And Brian Allen. I love that kid at defensive end. They're going for it on 4th and 11. Laga is forced out of the pocket.
That's a fumble. That's a fumble.
Flips it up in the air. They call it an incomplete pass. So we're wrong again.
Yeah.
But the Hawks get the ball on downs. 3:37 to play in the game, and we'll get another look at Deacon Hill. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Wimmers. How about after the game tonight? Cook out at your home or your neighbors. Wimmers premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, combine it with natural spices, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmers, the official hot dog of the Iowa Hawkeyes. And fans, here's a lineup that's ready to throw it down. Honda, HRV, CRV, Passport, and Pilot. They're ready to pounce. Stop by your local Central Midwest Honda dealer like Zimmerman Honda in Moline. Hi to Mark and the crew. R.C. Rogers, Mike, Jeff, and the gang. They're there to assist you in the Quad Cities at Zimmerman Honda, or in Cedar Falls. It's Community Honda. Stop in and ask and say hi to Sam Booser. 24-6. The Hawks have the lead. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Joe Mershman from Mershman Seeds. You never really know what's going to happen to that seed after it's in the ground. That's why we introduced Starting Line and Starting Line Plus seed treatments for soybeans. Here's Ben Pieper, our product manager.
Starting Line and Starting Line Plus seed treatments are comprised of multiple fungicides, effective insecticides, biologicals, and biostimulants. Nobody can do what we can do with Starting Line and Starting Line Plus.
Give every acre a head start with Starting Line or Starting Line Plus seed treatment. From Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
How would you like to be able to listen to the Hawkeye Radio Network while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. That's syncmygame.com.
Royal Flooring has everything for your home from the floors up. Did you know we also feature appliances, custom cabinetry to update your kitchens, bathrooms, and more? Yep, we're more than just flooring. Shop Royal Flooring today.
3.5 minutes to go in the football game with Ed Podolak, Gary Dolphin at Kinnick Stadium. Rob Brooks has been on the sidelines, baking nicely today. Last night at the Hall of Fame dinner, Eric Steinbach, one of the great all-time Hawks, played with the Bengals for a lot of years. He still looks like he could play.
Well, I had a great chat with him. He has 5 sons.
5 boys.
Twins that are 8. And he does look like he can play. He said that he weighs about the same as when he was playing, as both knees replaced.
They made out of Chicagoland. And, you know, he was in Hayden Fry's last recruiting class and then played 3 years for Kirk Ferentz. He said, man, I'm happy I stayed because they won a bowl game in 3 years at Kirk's tenure. And then, of course, the BCS Bowl, the Orange Bowl down in Miami in 2002, and that great Iowa team that won the Big Ten championship. And a shout out to the Iowa Football Club and the Legacy Club. Mark Mitchell, Hap Peterson, Mike Haight. They repainted the bus this week for their tailgater. And they paid, Mitchell said, we're painting it Dolphin Gray, so we're going to call it Dolph. That's the bus's new name. Well, thank you very much, Iowa Football Club. I'm honored. Jazz Patterson, who I'd like to see more of. I know they got a wealth of talent at running back, but this kid can really fly out of South Florida, where Liddell Betts found him in the recruiting process, and he gains 5-6 on first down. All right, Ed, let's see. We got some new numbers out there. See if we can pick up a few of those offensive linemen. Deacon Hill hands off to Patterson again, and a blitzing linebacker knocked him off his feet after a gain of 1. Hawks are going to face 3rd down and 5. So some new blood out there in that offensive line with a chance to make an impression. Let's see. Well, Connor Colby's still out there. Jeremy Chaplin, one of the newcomers. Hayden Large. I love that name. Yeah. That stuff folklore is made of. Hayden came here from Dordt College, native of Michigan. He's 6'5", 250. Now he's not in the offensive line, but
he's a fullback.
He can play fullback, H-back, running back, play fake Deacon Hill with a pass behind the intended receiver, Hayden Large. And with 2:19 to go in the game, the Hawks will have to punt it away. Steven Stilianos likewise is out there. Well, that offensive line wasn't out there long enough for me to get all the numbers, but we'll hope for one more possession, run the clock out. So great to see the Iowa Football Club being so involved. They do a lot of charitable giving. They're there for former players who might need, might be suffering a medical crisis of some kind, and help them out. Here's a line drive punt by Taylor that's fielded by Davis at the 20, and he gets back upfield for 10 yards before he is that's beyond a spot and rose hammer hit. He is driven into the turf. Big time tackle by Kyler Fisher, right? And we've seen Kyler do that before. Kyler? Yeah, Kyler Fisher.
Yeah.
50-yard punt, 10-yard return. And we'll keep it right here with 2:07 to go in the game. Let's get a scoreboard update with John Swisher, courtesy of U.S. Bank. John.
Michigan rolling over East Carolina Dolph today in the Big House, 30-0. Purdue getting beat in West Lafayette, 39-35 by Fresno State. And at halftime and Ames, Iowa State over Northern Iowa, 20-0.
Tailback screen and running in space is Faison. He's going to be knocked out of bounds in Iowa territory at the 40. That's a big gain. Now we got a late flag over at the Utah State bench. Jaden Harrell threw that shot into Faison. It looks like this kid is earning some extra playing time on that simple screen. And the Hawks came upfield, and boy, he had a lot of space to run in.
I think they're going to say he led with his helmet.
Harrell?
Yeah.
Okay.
After the play was over, personal foul, late hit out of bounds, defense number 15. The 15-yard penalty is added to the end of the run. It's an automatic first down.
Well, my roster number 15 says Amari Bickham.
Well, they could be wrong with the number.
Yeah, that's true.
You know.
Well, the bottom line is, after a 30-yard run off a screen, here's a draw handoff to Faison, and he's inside the Iowa 20 to the 17. How about this kid, Rasul Faison? He rushed for 355 yards on 88 carries last year, 6 touchdowns, 4 yards per carry. Here's a toss into the end zone to a wide open Terrell Vaughn for a touchdown. So Lagai takes Utah State right downfield against, granted, many of the defensive backups for the Hawkeyes. But Phil Parker will be doing a war dance over that.
I mean,
that didn't take long. Minute 36 to go in the game, and Iowa's lead is cut from 24-6 to 24-12.
And they'll be going for 2.
Rasul Faison, 5'11", 200-pound junior from Pottstown, Pennsylvania, and Snow Junior College. So he was out there in Utah at Snow JC, and he may have earned himself a start next week. They have to go to they have to play Idaho State next week at home, and then go. There's a try for 2, and it is converted. to Rasul Faizan. There's nobody within 10 yards of him as Lagai ran out to his right and flipped it to Faizan, who was in the flat and just danced into the end zone.
Well, we came with the blitz and he just ran past it.
24-14. Iowa's lead cut to 10. Both teams, well, the Hawks have 2 timeouts remaining. Of course, they don't want to use those.
Well, this will be an onside kick.
Utah State has all 3 of its timeouts remaining.
Get your hands, team, out there.
That's for sure. Get on the ball, and we're going to be here a while yet. They'll use the timeouts. Hawks need at least 1 first down. But right now, secure the football on this onside kick. This is stuff teams work on in practice every day.
Yep. Everybody has a different technique with it, too.
Across the way, the Hawkeyes have a couple tight ends, couple running backs.
This guy's left-footed also, makes a big difference.
Jay Higgins, one of those short side of the field. Here's the kick. It's fielded by Lachey. Luke Lachey right at midfield. He goes to the ground. Really nice scoop of the ground ball there by Luke Lachey. And the Hawks have the ball. 1st and 10 with half a field. 1:35 to go in the game. And Deacon Hill gets his instructions from Brian Ferentz.
And if the scoreboard is correct, Utah State has 3 timeouts, but it hasn't been correct yet today. So
Dejan Parker is in there at right tackle. We got a chance to mention some of the line when we missed last possession. Now Nick DeYoung is back out there for the Hawkeyes. Rusty Feth is back in at left guard. Jones still the center. Hill hands off to Jazz Patterson, and he is just smothered for a 3 or 4 yard loss. Timeout called.
Timeout. Utah State. Their first of the half.
Andrew Krause is in that offensive line. It's a little bit disheartening, buddy boy.
Yeah.
I mean, Utah State, they're just pinning their ears back and coming. And
you know, those linebackers are not very big, but they've been making a lot of these tackles in the backfield.
Connor Colby back in at right guard. Dejan Parker, the young man from Saginaw Valley State, transferred in this year, and Coach Ferentz was telling us that he really likes this kid. He's just been injured most of the fall camp, so he's still learning the playbook and how to block at this level. So plenty to work on for the Hawks between now and the trip to Ames next week. Multiple tight ends. They're going to run the ball again off the left side. Patterson gets 2-3 yards. And the second timeout used here by Utah State. 1:24 to play in the game. Airtime, by the way, next week, 12:30 from Jack Trice Stadium. Jack Trice Field, Cyclone Stadium. And kickoff scheduled for 2:30. Stay with us, though, for the Hawkeye postgame show still to come. We'll talk with quarterback Cade McNamara, get his thoughts on his Hawkeye debut. It started with fireworks. Touchdown pass to Seth Anderson after a 3-and-out. A touchdown throw to tight end Eric All, who he's certainly familiar with from his days at Michigan. Cade ended up 17 of 30, 191 yards, 2 touchdowns, a 132 quarterback rating. Oh, here's a handoff to Patterson, and he's dropped in the backfield for another loss.
These guys are great tacklers, I'll tell you. I'm glad we don't have to play them again.
MJ Tafisi, the junior, he's all conference returnee, a senior from West Jordan, Utah, and he transferred in from Washington. He played for the Huskies. Like I said, they've got 4 Division I transfers on the defensive side of the football. They're showing their medals. So the loss is 3 to the 43 of Iowa, and the Hawks will have to punt it away with 1:18 to go. Utah State scored in a hurry.
You know, I just saw it flash up, but we don't have 100 yards rushing today, do we? It says 90 on the scoreboard.
And that would be accurate. Utah State used a little over a half a minute to go 70 yards and score the last time it had the football. So Torrey Taylor will try and boom one more to the other end of the field, and does so.
They don't even have anybody back.
Nobody back, so the Hawks are going to down this inside the 10 at about the 7. And that's where Utah State will put it in play.
I love Taylor. He saw that there's 11 people coming. Just kick that ball. Don't even catch it. Just kick it as it's coming at you.
He was moving toward the line of scrimmage when before the ball was snapped. And he pounded it to the other end. For Taylor, even 50-yard punt on the day for Torrey. A half a dozen punts, an average of just under 41 yards. He had one blocked in the first half, and he put such force on it. It bounded forward and traveled 37 yards on the ground. So Lagai's still in there at quarterback. The Hawks need to close this thing out. Pass deflected at the line of scrimmage. Nice job of timing, getting his hands up in the air. Max Llewellyn, he's got star written all over him for the future. Max, just a sophomore from Urbandale, 6'5", about 265. Second down, 10. Clock stop with 1:04 to play. And back to pass. Lagai retreats to his goal line, throws out, caught at the 18-yard line. Now, was his forward motion enough for the first down? It is. They moved the chains. First down at the just beyond the 18. The clock will continue to run, though. Otto Tia was on the receiving end. Now we have an incomplete pass. Second down, 10. Intended for Terrell Vaughn. He's had a big day. Vaughn has 12 catches for 93 yards. A lot of short routes. There's Lagai, throws and incomplete. Threw it behind the intended receiver, Otto Tia. So it's third down and 10. The ball at the 19-yard line of Utah State. So much for the quicker game.
How long have we been here?
What is it, midnight? Land of the midnight sun. Third down and 10. Hawks need 2 more stops here. Leading 24-14 over Utah State. And they run a little naked screen pass to Faison, the tail back. Rasul Faison, he's played maybe 5 total minutes today. He's gotten 59 yards rushing on 7 attempts. He's caught, let's see here, how many passes, screen pass. He's caught 2 for 26 yards. Fourth down and about 3. Here's another pass to Faison. He's hemmed in this time.
Faison doesn't want to go out of bounds. He said, let's get this game over with.
Good point. 3 seconds to go. The Hawks will have to snap it one time. Boy, impressive performance by that youngster, though.
Yeah.
Faison is tackled in the backfield on a straight sideways throw by Lagai, and the Hawks are going to get to the locker room with a well-earned win against a quality opponent out of the Mountain West, Utah State, 24-14. A lot of good things today, plenty to improve on.
Yeah, you know, I think you look up and we just had a total offense of less than 300 yards. Now, I'm telling you this, everybody talks about how good an offensive coach this head coach is, Anderson, but I'm telling you that defense is something. That you can build around that defense.
34 out of the transfer portal, 34 new players, and many of them Division I transfers. And there's the snap. Hill takes the knee, and the game's over. Great effort by Utah State. Hawkeyes get out to a quick 14-0 lead and hold on for the win. 24-14. Stay with us for the postgame show coming up next here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa defeats Utah State to start the season, winning by 10, 24-14. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
How would you like to be able to listen to the Hawkeye Radio Network while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. That's syncmygame.com.
Whether you're watching the game, cooking your famous burgers, or leaving a light on for loved ones, we know you count on Alliant Energy to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need so you can focus on what's most important to you. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
The Hawkeyes play here. This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Hawkeye fans, make Hudson's Tap your post-game destination. After cheering on the Hawks at Kinnick, swing by Hudson's Tap at 482 Highway 1 West in Iowa City. Michelle Altmeyer will be there broadcasting live on the Hawkeye Radio Network. American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Whether you're watching the game, cooking your famous burgers, or leaving a light on for loved ones, we know you count on Alliant Energy to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need so you can focus on what's most important to you. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, Hawkeye football has been brought to you by Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. By your local Ford dealers. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. Also brought to you by Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. Case IH. The Case IH Red Zone is brought to you by Case IH and your local Case IH dealers. Learn more at caseih.com/Hawkeyes. And by Come and Go. Download the new Come and Go app to save on fuel, fresh food, and beverages. With Come and Go and rewards, you choose how to use your rewards. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show. U.S. Cellular, built for the Hawkeyes. Built for silencing notifications and turning up the noise. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
Welcome back to our U.S. Cellular postgame show. As a proud sponsor, U.S. Cellular is built for the Hawkeyes. They're built for great interceptions and better reception. Watch touchdowns instead of touch screens and waving before streaming. After all, game day only comes once a week. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Gary Dolphin with Ed Podolak here at Kinnick Stadium. Iowa got off to a great start and then made it stand up thanks to another stellar performance by the defense. A lot of penalties called on Utah State, certainly with respect to the opponent. A lot of early jumps. The Hawkeyes struggled in the running game, ended up with less than 100 yards on the day, but had a couple nice reverses by Wetchen. Caleb Johnson had a nice run of double digits. In the end, just 90 yards rushing. So Ed, 14-0 lead to start. Real nice touchdown drive there. In the opening minutes of the fourth quarter, where the Hawks used up nearly 5 minutes, drove 68 yards in 10 plays, and looked very much like the team we saw to start the game. And that, for all practical purposes, put Iowa out of reach at 24-6. Credit Utah State. They came back with a quick score. That's what they do. You know, they run that air raid, and they scored in less than a minute, went 70 yards with this young Faison, the third-string tailback. And the Hawks hold on for a 24-14 victory. So a win's a win on opening day. Lots of good stuff to praise them about, but lots to improve on.
Well, and as all coaches will tell you, you improve the most between the first game and the second game, because you've got that first game film to look at and know what you did right and what you didn't do right. And so that we'll expect to see some improvement in some areas that we were disappointed in today.
Iowa defense was solid from the get-go. Many of the backups in there at the end of the game gave up an easy touchdown drive, but you credit Utah State more than you discredit the Hawkeyes. Iowa got 1 sack today, and you're going to see that against an air raid offense.
Well, yeah, they don't hold the ball very long. That quarterback takes it and throws it. They throw it sideways. We got upfield a couple times, knocked the ball down. But, you know, there's a lot. I was watching here toward the end of the game. Their wide receivers don't even come back in to block anybody. They just stand out there between plays. And if they're running the ball or anything, they just stand out there, kind of wave to the crowd, you know.
Order popcorn. Yeah. That's a good point. They don't even go back to the huddle.
Yeah.
That is what the air raid, one of the components of an air raid attack. They get rid of it. They run a play every 10 seconds, and they try to wear you down, but not today. That Hawkeye defense, the Hawks in great shape for these kinds of weather conditions. 1 sack today, courtesy of Mershman Seeds. Our quarterback sack recap for every Hawkeye sack again this year, thanks to Joe Mershman and company. Mershman Seeds will donate $150 to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital. 1 sack today, that by Deontay Craig. So $150 out of the gate, courtesy of Mershman Seeds to Children's Hospital. That's our quarterback sack recap, sponsored by Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. Now, if you're looking for a place to head to post-game and quench that thirst, head to Hudson's Southside Tap just off Highway 1, and not too far from here, about 5 minutes away, as a matter of fact. Hudson's Southside Tap is your Hawkeye Game Day headquarters. Savor $6 House Bloody Marys. Catch the Hawkeye Radio Network postgame show right after home games like today. Feel the Hawkeye spirit at Hudson's on Highway 1 West, Iowa City.
Or have a margarita for Jimmy.
That's right. Everybody have a margarita today for our guy, Jimmy Buffett. Hopefully, many of you heard the pregame coverage that included an interview that Ed and I did with Jimmy down in Miami at the Orange Bowl in 2010 at Land Shark Stadium. But we lost Jimmy last night at age 76. So we think of Jimmy Buffett a lot today. He goes, what do you say? Hawk fans. Hawk fans. He called me. All you Hawk fans. Timeout on the field in our post-game coverage courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Iowa beats Utah State 24-14. We're coming back. We'll hear from Cade McNamara. We'll hear from Jay Higgins. He had 15 tackles today. And others on our Hawkeye post-game show courtesy of U.S. Cellular. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Looking for bigger, bolder, better yields? Look no further than FSC. FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans are here to change the game. Our seed products deliver winning results every single time. Your local FS crop specialist is ready to take your farm and yields to the next level. Ready to change the game with bin-busting yields at harvest? Reach out to your local FS retailer or visit fsc.com.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Kubota tractors offer ultimate versatility with the quality and reliability you need to do the job right. Stop by and get the #1 selling tractor brand in the Midwest for a great price. Talk to your local Kubota dealer today to schedule a demo. Right now at participating dealers, get a Kubota compact tractor for 0 down, 0% APR for 84 months. Now through September 30th, 2023. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more information.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
The Hawkeyes play here. Touchdown, Iowa! This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
This season, when the Hawkeyes win, you win. Head to your local Iowa Buffalo Wild Wings after the Hawks win for a free appetizer with a purchase of $20 or more. Stop in for more information or visit HawkeyeSports.com/BWW. Join us for happy hour with great deals on food from 3 to 6 p.m. And check out our After Dark lineup from 9 p.m. to close Monday through Friday, featuring bar food specials, including bird dogs, pretzel knots, and fried pickles. Buffalo Wild Wings, your game day headquarters and a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Let me ask you a question. What has 27 challenging holes, bent grass fairways and greens, a great location just 5 miles northwest of Des Moines, a perfect setting and venue for corporate and fundraising golf events, a driving range, season passes for avid golfers, and a great food and beverage division? You're right. The answer is Beaver Creek Golf Course, the same place I have never ever seen a beaver. If you like to golf, you'll really like Beaver Creek.
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
We await quarterback Cade McNamara and outstanding linebacker Jay Higgins. 15 tackles, 11 solo for Jay Higgins, our stars of the game here on Iowa's 24-14 win over Utah State to open the season. Gary Dolphin with Ed Podolak. You know, I was really impressed with Brian's play calling. A lot of jet sweeps or reverses. Caden Wetchen got loose for 14, got loose for 12 on another run. He's figured prominently in a couple of Iowa scoring drives today.
Yeah, there was a lot of movement in the offensive line with the 3 tight end look, which we expected because we saw a lot of that today, and then we saw a lot of counter action instead of just the handoff and the zone blocking. We saw a lot of counter blocking, and so that'll take a while to get perfected because the timing on that is very critical.
Wetchen was involved in our Iowa Corn Drive of the Game. Our Drive of the Game sponsored by Iowa's corn farmers. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Corn grows feed for our livestock, food for our families, and clean burning fuel. For your drive to the game, drive clean with unleaded 88 and support your local Iowa corn farmers. We will come back to that drive of the game. We'll tell you about it in a minute. But we got Jay Higgins in the Hawkeye locker room ready to talk to Eddie and I. Jay with 15 total tackles, 11 solo, and had a big pass breakup too late in the game. Jay Higgins joins us, the Indianapolis product. Pretty good start to your season, Jay. How'd you feel you held up?
Really excited to get out there. Obviously, Kinnick Stadium was rocking, and you know, the hot weather and the sun was out. Good to see my family out there. So really, really excited to get the year going, lead the defense, and do what I could do.
Was the heat, aside from a few cramps, it looked like you guys weathered the heat and the humidity okay? It really wasn't that humid, but it got up to close to 90 degrees.
Yeah, when we got on the bus and we left the hotel this morning, I felt good, and then as soon as we put the pads on, the heat quickly rose on us. But just the preparation we done all week in practice, we knew they were a high-tempo team. We were prepared for a lot of snaps, and I just felt like our guys, we did a good job handling the tempo, a no-huddle offense, and that's always a challenge to a defense, but I feel like we did a good job getting everybody aligned and ready to go.
Yeah, they try to wear you out, making you run sideline to sideline, don't they? Those sideway passes are over 50% of their offense, it looks like.
Yeah, I told Nick that it looked like an ACC offense we were playing against, and, down the road he can expect 2 tight ends in the game. So it was definitely fun to play an opponent like this. Their offense was challenging. I feel like we did a good job, and yeah, hopefully when we do see an offense down the road who likes to spread it out the same way, we'll be prepared just the same.
Yeah, it was a good learning curve for you guys today, and it's got to be frustrating that this quarterback just turns and throws a lot of sideline patterns just as you're about to jump all over him. But you just got to play with that, don't you? You got to go with the flow and hope that you get to him. 1 sack today, but a lot of pressures.
Yeah, definitely. We knew what type of head coach Utah State had and the type of system he ran and how he wanted to get the ball to the perimeter. They had number 0 as a talented athlete. We saw him as their best receiver. So just knowing that they can get him involved, really wanted to make sure we stopped the run game. So their only option was to get it outside. And, you just got to pursue to the ball and get all the Hawkeye helmets to the ball as you can.
Man, it looked good in that way. There's a lot of group tackling out there today, but it really is frustrating when you can't get to the quarterback. The defensive linemen have to really be frustrated about that.
Oh, frustrated and tired. I think Coach Bell did a great job rotating those guys in. But, if you can't get there, get your hands up. And my roommate, Deontay Craig, he tipped a pass for me. And I don't know, maybe the guy looked open, or either the guy was open or I was tired. But when I saw the ball hit the ground, I was excited.
To your first point, you're going to see more air raids, as they call them, the old air Coryell before the year's out. And so this is good practice, good learning for you today.
Oh, definitely. The way we schedule our first game of the year, we try to make sure we can just see the offense and something that we'll see down the road. And with Coach Parker's defense, there's always an answer to something. Obviously, being in the Big Ten, we're more built to stop the run. But, you guys saw today, we put more DBs on the field and, to stop the pass. So there's always answers to everything we get.
One of those DBs, at least technically, is Sebastian Castro. He laid the lumber, a couple spawn and rose hammer hits on more than one receiver running back today. And, Jack Campbell's gone, Seth Benson's gone, but look at this group, Kyler Fisher, Nick Jackson, we're starting to learn about him. There are others. Carson Sherrar's been patiently waiting his turn, and Jaden Harrell got a couple licks in. Talk about Nick Jackson individual. Give us a little education on Nick's style of play, and then the linebackers as a group.
Yeah, I live with Nick, so I know him off the field, and I also live with Kyler, so I've just been getting really close with those guys. And obviously Nick's coming from the ACC, so that spread offense, all those bubbles and RPO, he knows that like the back of his hand. So really good to just see his perspective and how he looks at the offense. And I told Nick, just play fast as you can, dude. He's came to the University of Iowa with 300 career tackles, and you don't do that by mistake. So I told him before the game just to play football. There's a reason we wanted you here, and I'll handle the front, and I'll get everybody in line. I just want you to play fast.
Good advice.
And, even though he doesn't show a lot of tackles on the tackle chart, I saw him in the way of a lot of passes. Some passes hit him in the back. Yeah. He was covering.
On a big third down. Dirt.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Well, first game out of the way, the old axiom is teams improve most week 1 to week 2. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir. Just making sure that we take it 1 week at a time.
Hey, great job today. 11 solo tackles all over the field. Going to be a big year for Jay Higgins. Thank you, Jay Bird.
Appreciate that.
Brebeuf, Jesuit Prep in Indianapolis. Tough kid, great kid, obviously.
What a great
an engaging young guy indeed. So he is one of our stars of the game. We'll talk our best in the game, courtesy of Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion, our best in the game interview, sponsored by Old Dominion. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. 15 total tackles, 11 solo, and a pass breakup for Jay Higgins. Back to our Iowa Corn drive of the game, sponsored by Iowa Corn. For your drive to the game, drive clean with unleaded 88 and support your local Iowa Corn farmers. The Hawkeyes second possession. They drove, let's see here, it was about midway through the first quarter. Iowa had taken a 7-0 lead on the first possession, a touchdown throw of 39 yards. Cade McNamara to Seth Anderson got a stop and then got the ball back and drove 75 yards in 11 plays, used nearly 5 minutes of time. And Cade hit his old buddy tight end Eric Gall on a 3-yard release to the goal line and a touchdown, and it's a good time to bring in Cade McNamara.
What great timing.
Yeah, every time I try to give us the Iowa corn drive of the game, there's another guy. Let's bring in Cade. 17 of 30, 190 yards, couple touchdowns. I like that 132 quarterback rating, 57% completion rate. I know you're pretty pleased overall, Cade.
I mean, I'd say I'm decently pleased. I think there are a lot of things that we did well out there today, but I think when we go back and look at the film, we're going to see a lot of room for improvement. I definitely feel like on the offensive side of the ball that we left a lot out there, and I'm sure a lot of the guys feel that way. I definitely feel that way. So, you know, it was a good first win. You know, we got out there, got the job done. That's most important, but I definitely feel like we could have played a lot better, and I know we're going to go back and look at the film and get a lot better.
Well, Kate, this said Podolak, and, you know, I've always believed that teams improve the most between the first game and the second game because you have something on film against somebody other than your own defense. And so you feel that same way?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, you know, there's a lot of new guys. There are a lot of new faces on this offense, and this is a first game situation, you know, that we all had together as a unit. So, of course, there's going to be some, you know, ups and downs. I definitely feel like when it comes to like false starts or anything like that, I mean, I was anticipating some of that stuff. I mean, also it's the first game of the year and Kinnick's packed, so a lot of guys, you know, we're all amped up. We're excited to play in front of a great fan base. So, you know, those are the easy things that, you know, we're not going to stress too much about. But, you know, from a schematic standpoint, you know, what can we do better from, you know, finding, you know, what I can do better, you know, making sure I don't get hit as much and, you know, helping out my O-line. But they played unbelievable today. But I think, you know, a lot of us, I mean, still feel like that we could have done a lot better. But, you know, going into this next week, as you said, we have a lot of film to watch, and I think, you know, the guys are super excited to just get back at it and get better.
So 2 quick scores to start the game. You're up 14-0, and certainly you expect Utah State to make adjustments and proper adjustments to, especially the quarterback and the offense, that they just got burned twice by touchdown throws. So, but what happened? What were the adjustments that at least slowed you down temporarily?
I mean, I think that they started respecting our deep ball, and then once we stalled out a little bit, I think, you know, they made a couple adjustments as well, and I think, you know, it was just about us finding a rhythm, and I think, you know, it took it took longer than we wanted for us to get back and get on the board, but, you know, I think, you know, it showed a lot in that drive how, you know, there was multiple leaders on this team who, you know, got the offense motivated, like Mason Richmond, and then that huge catch by Luke. These are guys that are stepping up when the team needs them most, and I think that's something that we can be really excited about.
Yeah, and I saw you took a couple pretty solid hits today with those blitzes that they had running at you. Are you feeling good?
Yeah, I mean, the hits, I'm not too worried about that. I mean, like I said, I thought the O-line had an unbelievable day. Some of those, I mean, I was hot, so I got to get the ball out faster. But, I mean, I'm feeling good, you know. Yeah, and I'm just going to do everything I can to just put myself in another position to, you know, be out there next week and play my best to help the team win.
The quad muscle come through okay in the end?
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll be okay. I mean, we'll take a look at it tomorrow, but, you know, I mean, just soft tissue injuries is just kind of a thing that you got to deal with. And, you know, I know that everyone, the whole staff, we're all on the same page, and myself, and, you know, we're just doing everything that we can for me to get healthy.
17-6, you guys put that great drive together at the start of the fourth quarter. 10 plays, 68 yards, used up almost 5 minutes. Caleb finished the drive off, but Weegan, I mean, you had a lot of guys. You talked about Luke. He was unbelievable today, Luke Lachey. That was a huge drive and grabbed momentum back for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, you know, that was such a big play, and, you know, for me to be able to trust Luke, Eric, Seth, Nico, all these guys that we have. And, when based on the coverage, someone's going to have to step up. I'm going to have to step up and make a throw. Someone's going to have to step up and beat man coverage. And, the focal point of that drive was us connecting on that. And I think Luke, that's just what he does best. And, for a leader like that to make that big of a play in that kind of moment, that was the spark we needed.
Great job, quarterback. Thanks for your time, bud.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Cade McNamara on the day, 17 of 30, 191 yards, 2 touchdowns, and he leads Iowa to a 24-14 win over the Aggies of Utah State. Let's before we take a break, let's check in with Michelle Altmaier. She's in the middle of the post-game party at Hudson's Tap on the south side of Iowa City. Hi, Michelle.
Hello, Gary. That's right. We are celebrating a big Hawkeye win here at Hudson's Southside Tap. I'm telling you what, I'm looking around. We got some smiling faces, and we've got some good food down here. So come on down and join us. Hudson's Southside Tap, your Hawkeye game day headquarters. Savor $6 House Bloody Marys. Catch the Hawkeye Radio Network post-game show right after the home games. And feel the Hawkeye spirit at Hudson's on Highway 1 West, Iowa City. Go Hawks! And more of the U.S. Cellular post-game show continues. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
True cannabis products like concentrates, vapes, tablets, creams are available legally in Iowa, but only at licensed medical dispensaries. Get a med card online, quick and easy. I got mine in less than a day. Chronic pain is the most common condition. Search for Bud & Mary's online or call their dispensary to learn how you can get your med card. Bud & Mary's grows real cannabis, not hemp. That means their products contain real THC with no percentage limits. Find an Iowa licensed dispensary near you at budmary.com.
Are you ready for Hawkeye football? Because it's time to get geared up. We're all coming together for those amazing on-the-field moments. Shields is right there with you, cheering our team on to victory. So suit up in your Hawkeye black and gold with fan gear from Shields, in-store or online, and let's get ready for Hawkeye football. Shields, proud partner of Iowa Athletics and football fans everywhere.
Hawkeye football is on the air.
He's at the 15. He's inside the 10.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Into the action with the Fight for Iowa podcast. Join host Gary Dolphin as he takes you behind the scenes with Hawkeye coaches, athletes, and alumni. Tune in weekly on HawkeyeSports.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, and more. Your front row seat to Hawkeye athletics.
Get ready, Hawkeye fans. Hudson's Southside Tap is your ultimate destination for Hawkeye game days. Swing by and savor our delicious House Bloody Marys for just $6. But that's not all. This year, we're proud to announce that Hudson's is the official host of the Hawkeye Radio Network postgame show, happening right after every home game. Cheer on the Hawkeyes while enjoying the fantastic atmosphere and great company at Hudson's. Find us conveniently located on Highway 1 West in Iowa City. Hudson's Southside Tap, where Hawkeye spirit comes alive. Go Hawks!
Get low rates and high yields from Spraytech fertilizers. Yes, get low rates and high yields from Spraytech's Full-Tech, the most complete adjuvant on the market. Full-Tech offers burn control, better fixation on leaves, better homogenization in the tank mix, mixed drift control, better spreadability, and more. Full-Tech is changing the way you treat your crops. Get higher yields and more money in your bank account with Full-Tech from Spraytech. Call 515-252-7777 for Full-Tech details or visit spraytech.com.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting your card is fast and easy, entirely online. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by Splash Seafood Bar and Grill, Mershman Seeds, Farm Credit Services, Lennox Heating and Cooling, Beaver Creek Golf Course, Gilchrist Jewett, and Spraytech. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
And welcome back, courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Iowa defeats Utah State 24-14. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. Our Iowa corn drive of the game. It occurred on the second possession for the Hawks midway through the first quarter as Iowa marched 75 yards in 11 plays, and a couple things of note, a couple huge first down conversions, an 18-yard pass, Cade McNamara to Jazz Patterson that moved the chains. Later it was a rush to the right, a reverse gain of 14 by Caden Weegan that put Iowa deeper into Utah State territory. The Hawkeyes then got a 4-yard rush up the middle by LaShawn Williams that set up this play to end the drive. Cade McNamara to his former Michigan tight end teammate Eric All. Hawks appear to be going for it on 4th down. 4th and goal. 3 tight ends, heavy package. Here's McNamara, rolls back, lobs to the tailback. Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown! Touchdown, Hawkeyes! Eric All, the tight end. Eric All was winged to the right, through a block, released to the goal line, and a beautifully lofted touch pass by Cade McNamara. It's not always about the deep throws. Those short touch passes, Ed, you know better than anybody how important those are.
Yeah, and he has to release it very quickly because that play is going to close down. As soon as they see the tight end go into the flat, somebody's coming over there to cover him, but he got it out so quick that it was like walking in easy. That
put the Hawks up 14-0. They win it by 10, 24-14. That is our Iowa corn drive of the game. Also on that play, our Iowa pork lineman of the game threw a nice block or held his ground. Our Iowa pork lineman of the game is sponsored by Iowa's pig farmers. Just like the Hawkeyes linemen, pig farmers use continuous improvement to bring their best to the game. Learn more at iowapork.org. And he's our big redhead, Jennings Dunker, from over by Freeport, Leno Winslow, Illinois, an engaging character. He had this red hair down to the middle of his back last year. He's got it all shaved off, all but a crew cut. Looks great, and he played a fine game today.
And he's a good bale thrower.
He won the Solon Hay bale throw.
Yeah, 14 feet. It's 5 inches, I think.
I think it's only appropriate we pick him for that as much as for anything. And a couple of the coaches we were talking to this week, I said, tell me about Jennings Dunker. They said, he's fine if he doesn't lose his mind. You want a little bit of that nastiness, don't you, in your right tackle?
I played with a lot of them in the NFL.
Who would get a little wacko?
Oh, yeah, you didn't want to play with him off the field. Let's put it that way.
Well, Jennings Dunker is 6'5", about 312, 313, and he's only going to get better and better. And it was good to see Dejon Parker in there at the end of the game. That'll make a solid tandem at right tackle going forward. That's our Iowa pork lineman of the game. We're waiting for Kirk Ferentz, who will join us shortly. In the meantime, we'll step out, take a break, come back with stats, and we'll hear again from Michelle Altmaier. Oh, we're going to keep it here. We think Kirk is running down the hallway just so he can join us. So let's do the John Deere run of the game, sponsored by Sinclair Tractors. Sinclair Tractor is your local John Deere dealer serving southeast Iowa, western Illinois, and northeast Missouri. Stop by and experience how we strive to earn your business every day. Visit SinclairTractor.com. We actually have a couple runs of the game. Caden Weegan rush to the right for 14 yards. It kept an Iowa drive going in that drive of the game we just talked about. And then Weegan again rushes to the left to gain 13 to the Utah State 3. That set up Caleb Johnson's 3-yard run as the Hawkeyes win it 24-14 over Utah State. Good time to bring in Coach Ferentz from the Hawkeye locker room. Tell us about Caden Weegan, the transfer from Iowa Western Community College. They know how to win not only games, but they know how to win national championships over at Iowa Western and Clarinda, Kirk.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. Excuse me. And, he came in last year. He's one of the faster guys on our football team. He's a great young guy, but he just couldn't find a role last year and couldn't get any traction. Thought he'd be have an opportunity to be a good special teams guy, but for whatever reason didn't do a lot. But since January, it's been just a whole different realm of things, and he's really worked hard and just done a much better job. So he's definitely a guy that hopefully we'll be able to utilize during the course of the year, because he's a great young guy. He's a tough-minded guy, and he's kind of learned how to learn how to play.
Well, you don't need to worry about teaching him how to run. That's
not an issue.
No, I mean,
that's not an issue.
Also, I thought Nick Jackson, for the first game here, he doesn't show up on the tackle chart, but he was great in coverage. He had some balls hit him in the back. He was covering so well. So looks like he's off to a good start.
Yeah, I'm so happy he's here, and this was a pretty emotional day for him. He was at Virginia last year, and they went through a real tragedy. So that's weighing on him. Those guys were his teammates, and he's wired that way. So that part, is a tough thing for him to deal with. But separate of that, just so glad he's here. He got here in June. As we knew in recruiting, he's just a really mature, focused young guy, and you lose guys like Campbell and Benson in the middle of that defense. You can't replace that stability, that leadership that they gave us. So I think with Ed, Nick, and having he and Jay combined, two guys are just so highly respected. So I think it's something we can build off of defensively.
Kirk, a big picture, how do you sum this up? Great start. Took advantage of some penalties by Utah State. Great start, but on balance for a season opener, plenty to work on.
Yeah, that's going to be the key for us moving forward, and just shared that with our guys in the locker room. But, it was really a great start, in particular up until the 4th and 1. And we didn't convert it. And then it just seems like we lost a lot of our edge. I thought the guys came out of the locker room really ready. We were playing well in all phases. And then after that, there's just, a lot of things that we can do better, I think. And, it's interesting. And, I'm sure you saw this couple plays that if we had executed a little bit cleaner, all of a sudden this thing has a chance to take off. But, that's where we're at right now. And the key thing, I think, for our football team in all three phases is take the examples of what they see on this film tomorrow and learn from that session, and then really take it to the field next week. But saw a lot of good things, a lot of good efforts, and a lot of guys that haven't played either as starters, all of a sudden they're starting, or guys that hadn't played at all, and now like Weejan, who did a lot of good things. So it's a first-time experience, and we minimize that sometimes or forget that, I think. But it's a big deal when the guys get on the game field out there.
And speaking about people that stuck out today, Sebastian Castro, I thought he came of age in the bowl game. Boy, he was walked out there covering, instead of being a linebacker or safety, he was out there one-on-one covering.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Ed. In the bowl game was clearly his best game since he's been here. He's always been a great guy, and it's kind of like Weejan we talked about, who was a great kid last year. He just couldn't find traction, and Sebastian made some really beautiful plays, in that bowl game. And I think he's had a great camp. He's a confident guy. He's a senior. So it's good to see him playing fast out there like he is, and really happy about that. And then, you want to follow up on the bowl game theme just with Xavier. What a great interception he had today. And I'm standing on the sideline. I wasn't so sure we had that thing covered. And then he just, somehow he got over there and made a beautiful play.
Kirk, we could have easily named Torrey Taylor our best in the game, courtesy of old Dominion Freight Line. I don't know I've ever seen a punt get blocked and then roll ahead for almost 40 yards. I mean, that's just how good he is.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to try that again. That was not a good thing at all. And I don't want to say we were worried about that, but we knew that was a potential thing on that particular formation. And so it's good that we were able to survive that in two levels. First of all, when you get a punt block, that's usually a bad deal in the overall. And then to your point, for the ball to end up 30 yards down the field, 35 yards down the field, we can't bank on that again. But Torrey did a great job, and that really is kind of illustrative of our football team. If we're going to have a good team, our best guys have to execute at their highest level. Then everybody else has to catch up as fast as they can. But it's great to have a guy like him, a veteran like him, who had a really good camp as well, and he's certainly a guy we'll lean on.
I thought the play calling was very creative, Coach, with the reverses. But how do you feel, at least now, without looking at the tape, Cade McNamara, what kind of an account he gave of himself on opening day?
Yeah, I'm so thrilled that he's with us. You know, he's just he knows how to operate. He knows how to play out there. He's a little bit limited, obviously, physically, and I think that's just going to be something we're going to have to manage and deal with during the course of the year. But he's a veteran. He's got great confidence and made some beautiful throws, and we were close on a couple others. So happy about him being there. And just not to make an alibi, this is a tough preparation offensively. I just told somebody, I'm not sure if I remember one any tougher because of the personnel switches and the coaching changes. So I'm just give you an example. I'm watching Buffalo and Bowling Green play on Tuesday, and it's just like, what world am I living in here? Watching that film, and they only had about 2 guys back off of the game tape last year, so it was just tough to really have a good feel for it, and so just happy the guys got through it. Some things in the run game we're going to have to get cleaned up, obviously. I think we had some guys cut loose, negative yardage plays, those types of things, but that's going to be the challenge this week to get that done. I think overall the line certainly looked a little bit better than they have.
2 other names before we let you go. Luke Lachey, targeted 9 times, caught 7 passes, 73 yards, and you know how clutch he was on some of those. And then a young guy we had on as our Old Dominion best in the game, Jay Higgins, 11 solos among his 15 tackles.
Yeah, both those guys really start with Luke. It's similar to what we talked about earlier with Sebastian. When Sam got hurt last year, I thought Luke just ascended. And he was playing pretty good before then, but he really took it over and did a great job. And we've watched that continue through the spring and summer. And tremendous young guy, just works really hard. And he's a really good football player. So yeah, that's a big part of it. And happy about that. And who's the other guy you mentioned?
Jay Higgins.
Jay, I mean, the same kind of story. He wasn't quote unquote a starter last year, but he played a lot, and he feels like he's been here 5 years. I guess it's just the way he is, and the big part of that is just how he is. And wasn't overly recruited heavily. I think one of the things we really liked about him was just his personality, his demeanor, and we've got to witness that since he's been on campus. So. I think, again, with him and Nick in there together, that's a good combination. Kyler Fisher's really had a really good preseason. I think he's ready to play his best football, too, and hopefully we'll get Carson back and get him in the rotation a little bit more, too. So it's going to be ongoing, but circling back to our whole football team, if we have the right attitude, we'll have a chance to really improve, not only this coming week, but especially in this first month of the season. And if we're going to be good, that's really what's going to be required.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys.
Coach Ferentz on today's Iowa win over Utah State 24-14. We'll be back with more U.S. Cellular postgame. Let's go back out to Hudson's Southside Tap now with Michelle Altmeyer. Come on in, Michelle. It sounds like a great crowd there.
Oh my gosh, there is a great crowd here, but we still, can welcome our Hawkeye fans to come on down and celebrate the big win. I'm here with Joe, the general manager of Hudson's Tap. Why don't you tell us what Hawkeye fans can expect?
Well, we always have the best burgers in town, so that's something I think you can look forward to. We do run a couple of specials. We're running $6 Bloody Marys and then $6 chips and salsa all the time for the weekends. And I think we're looking for a good crowd after the game today.
Oh, excellent. Well, we really appreciate your support of the broadcast, and we are so happy to be here for the post-game show. Thank you, Joe.
Well, thanks so much.
So we're here at Hudson's Tap, your Hawkeye game day headquarters. Savor $6 Bloody Marys. Catch the Hawkeye Radio Network post-game show right after home games. Feel the Hawkeye spirit at Hudson's on Highway 1 West, Iowa City. Go Hawkeyes. And Hawkeye fans, the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series is heating up with the Unleaded 88 winning drive. When you fuel up with 8 gallons or more of Unleaded 88 with quick rewards at any Quick Star location, you'll automatically be entered for a chance to win great prizes throughout the season. And drive the Hawkeyes to a Cy-Hawk Series win by fueling up with Unleaded 88 at any Iowa Hawkeye wrapped pump. Learn more at quickstar.com/winningdrive. Quickstar, proud partner of Hawkeye football. More of the U.S. Cellular postgame show continues. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The big game. family, friends. We know you count on Alliant Energy to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need, whether you're watching the game, cooking your famous burgers, or leaving a light on for loved ones. For us, it means going beyond the expected to make sure we're planning for the energy you need today and tomorrow. That way you can keep your eye on the ball and focus on what's most important to you. Find out more at alliantenergy.com/poweringbeyond.
Kids eat free in September at Wahlburgers at Hy-Vee to celebrate National Family Meals Month. That's right, get a free kids meal with the purchase of an adult entree. Kids 12 and under can choose from favorites like a burger and fries, grilled cheese, chicken tenders, and more. Bring the family together. Dine in at Wahlburgers at Hy-Vee and get a free kids meal with the purchase of an adult entree every day in September. Dine in only. Some restrictions apply. See store for details.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit the newly renovated guest rooms at Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. Stay within walking distance of Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of Hawk Talk with Lisa Bluter and Fran McCaffrey this fall. Come together at Hyatt Regency Coralville, where everything you need is right here.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace!
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
he can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
A lot of construction in and around Iowa City and Coralville along I-80 and 380. Let's get the latest on our post-game travel with Iowa State Patrol Trooper and pilot Taylor Grimm. Taylor, thanks for the updates. Let's hear from you.
Hey, Gary, nice to hear from you again this year.
Thank you, bud.
I'm over 8380 right now, and things are moving real smoothly. They've gotten a lot of exits and lanes opened up this past week. That's pretty much opened up the entire 8380 interchange. There's still a little bit more to do there, but primarily all opened up, and it's moving through there. Where we're seeing our issues is First Avenue in Coralville. Most people are staying away from there. They're making that into a diverging diamond. It is still slow moving through there this time, and really not a huge issue, but still kind of slow if you're going that way. The biggest problem right now is on Melrose. If you're taking Melrose over to 218 to go north, you're going to be sitting there for a long time. There's been a multi-vehicle crash on the way out of town. They're trying to get it cleared up. They're working as fast as they can. It looks like tow services are going to be on scene here soon. So if you're sitting there, it's going to be getting better, but you're going to be there for just a little bit longer yet. Be patient. Otherwise, everything's moving great through the area. So once you get off Melrose, you're going to be moving just fine.
Patience is a virtue on Melrose, is what you're saying.
That seems to be the case pretty much every game day.
Okay. Keep tuned to the Hawkeye Radio Network. We'll try and keep you entertained as best we can. Thank you, Taylor Grimm.
Yeah.
Iowa State Patrol Trooper and Pilot Taylor Grimm, I-80 and I-380, that system interchange, all ramps are open at the interchange. That multi-year project is almost complete, and you're able to access all ramps in all directions now. And you heard him mention the First Avenue exit 242 with construction. Best avoid that, at least for the next a few weeks, as it continues to press on towards complete redo, complete reconstruction. Thanks to Trooper Pilot Taylor Grimm and the Iowa State Patrol for their help each and every Saturday, pregame and postgame. Hawk fans, with today's victory by the Hawkeyes, you win a free shareable for the next 2 days at any Iowa Buffalo Wild Wings location. With every Hawkeye football victory this season, you win with Buffalo Wild Wings. Visit HawkeyeSports.com/BWW for more details. That's HawkeyeSports.com/BWW for all the details. All right, let's give you the stat recap now, courtesy of our friends at SeatGeek. SeatGeek brings you our post-game stat recap each and every game day. For the Hawkeyes on the afternoon, they win it 24-14. 19 first downs for Utah State, 18 for the Hawkeyes. Iowa rushed 36 times for 88 yards. Utah State 116 net yards on 24 carries, and a lot of that came on that final drive with that youngster Rasul Faison at the primary ball carrier. But in the end, Utah State outrushes the Hawks 116-88. Iowa with 196 passing yards to 213 for Cooper Lega and the Aggies. Cade McNamara was on the afternoon. Double check his number. 17 for 30, 191 yards, 2 touchdowns, sacked once. Deacon Hill threw it 3 times, completed 1 for 5 yards. Cooper Lega, 32 of 48 for 213 yards, and of course the 1 interception by the X-Man Xavier Wampa, which led to an Iowa score. Cooper Lega likewise sacked once, that by Deontay Craig. For the Hawkeyes, Luke Lachey caught 7 passes for 73 yards. Iowa's star tight end right in the thick of things. Out there with him, Eric All. He was targeted 4 times, caught 3 passes, including a touchdown. Seth Anderson, a touchdown grab on the first series of the day. Seth on the afternoon, the transfer from Charleston Southern, caught 5 passes for 41 yards and that 36-yard touchdown grab. Torrey Taylor, what a hero he was again. 6 punts, an average of 48.7. with a long of 53, and half of his 6 punts died inside the 20. For Utah State, their leading receiver, Terrell Vaughn, he caught 18 passes for 93 yards, a long of 39, that beautiful seam route that kept a drive going. But most of his grabs were straight sideways throws to either sideline. But he's talented at 5'8", 175 pounds, the diminutive Terrell Vaughn with 12 grabs for 93 yards. Jalen Royals caught 5 passes for 39 yards. For Utah State, the punter Stephen Kutsanley, also from Australia, booted the ball 6 times for an average of 44.3, so good day for him as well. We mentioned Jay Higgins with his 15 tackles, 11 solo. Cooper DeJean, they stayed away from Cooper, and who can blame him, but he still had 7 tackles on the afternoon. MJ Tafisi, their outstanding middle linebacker, had 12 stops on the day to lead the Utah State Aggies. Those are some of the key facts and figures. The Hawks had 5 more minutes in time of possession and were 6 of 17 on 3rd down. So a win's a win. Plenty to work on for next week in the Cyclones, as Iowa ran 69 plays for 284 total yards. Utah State 72 plays for 329 yards. Our SeatGeek post-game stat recap is sponsored by SeatGeek. We have some breaking news that you Hawkeye football fans want to hear. SeatGeek is now your official fan-to-fan marketplace of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Whether you're buying or selling football tickets, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek, so Hawkeye fans can fan. Scoreboard update is coming up next. We'll step out. We'll come back, but stay with us. Got a couple more reports from the locker room. Talk with a couple of Hawks. We'll hear from... among others, Caden Weegan, Deshaun Lee, Coach Anderson from Utah State will check in, and highlights of today's Iowa 24-14 victory over the Utah State Aggies. Hey, tune in to this week's Fight for Iowa podcast. We go to the Iowa Football Club, the Legacy Club. Quarterback Fred Riddle was under center 60 years ago, and against Indiana, he threw a then Big Ten record, 5 touchdown passes in the same game. Dr. Fred Riddle, what's significant about Freddie, not only did he play football and start at quarterback under Jerry Burns, he was an outstanding basketball player and would don the uniform for a couple of winters. Fred Riddle, our guest, along with Jeff Nelson, who was a star defensive lineman for the Hawkeyes in the early 90s, and whose son Anthony is now playing for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Log on to HawkeyeSports.com or your favorite app and catch the weekly Fight for Iowa podcast this week, featuring former Hawkeye stars of the Iowa Football Club. We're coming back right next with a scoreboard. Let's go back to Michelle Altmaier. Michelle's, we're not going to Michelle. Okay, timeout on the field. The scoreboard is next. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
If you guessed that was the sound of a bag of Pioneer brand A-Series soybeans, you guessed right. Well, kinda. It was really the sound of an innovative team that spent decades perfecting a seed with exclusive genetics and the ultimate agronomic advantage. The sort of breeders who don't rest until they've achieved outstanding performance. Pioneer brand A-Series soybeans. #1 for a reason. Visit pioneer.com/genetics.
True cannabis products like concentrates, vapes, tablets, creams are available legally in Iowa, but only at licensed medical dispensaries. Get a med card online, quick and easy. I got mine in less than a day. Chronic pain is the most common condition. Search for Bud & Mary's online or call their dispensary to learn how you can get your med card. Bud & Mary's grows real cannabis, not hemp. That means their products contain real THC with no percentage limits. Find an Iowa licensed dispensary near you at budmary.com.
The Hawkeyes play here. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Best part of turning 100? You. Our neighbors we've had the opportunity to help throughout the years. It's been our privilege to get to know you, to understand what's important to you, whether it's simplifying your banking, financing your dream, or saving for your future. We'll continue to be here, finding new ways to provide personalized support for every customer and every community, now and every day forward. Great Southern Bank, celebrating 100 years of support. Learn more at greatsouthernbank.com.
Do you want to play an integral part in helping the Hawks win championships? Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa football and the Iowa men's and women's basketball programs to serve charities in eastern Iowa. Your tax-deductible Swarm donation will compensate our Iowa student athletes for working to further the missions of local charities such as the United Way, Big Brothers and Big Sisters, and more. Go to iowaswarm.com for more information and make Iowa athletics the place for our student athletes to experience the thrill of winning championships.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And from Master Control, I'm Mo Lewis.
And twin to the left on the short side of the field. Good protection. McNamara throws it to the end zone. Man wide open. Caught. Touchdown. Touchdown. Touchdown, Iowa to start the game. Seth Anderson, welcome from Charleston.
Well, that's how it started. Voice of the Hawkeyes, Gary Dolphin. Iowa gets the win. 24-14 over the Utah State Aggies. Let's check the U.S. Bank scoreboard update. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, number 2 Michigan beat East Carolina 30-3. Fresno State with an upset of Purdue, ruining their home opener 39-35. Just underway, Ohio State leads Indiana 7-0. Wisconsin and Buffalo are tied at 7, and Maryland up 14-0 on Towson. In the top 25, number 12 Tennessee, a win over Virginia 49-13. Big upset at number 17. TCU hosting Colorado, but Deion Sanders is the head coach of the Buffaloes now, and things are different in Boulder.
Shadur's out of the shotgun. He's got one running back, that's Hankerson to his left. There's a pitch to Hankerson, turns, got blockers, runs upfield, cuts, breaks a tackle, end zone! Touchdown! Touchdown, Colorado! Dylan Edwards with a score!
Mark Johnson is the voice of the Buffaloes there. Colorado with the upset of TCU 45-42. Buffaloes are going to be a problem this year. Number 20 Oklahoma smoking Arkansas State 73-0. Offense, defense, special teams.
Goes left 25-30, splits 35, watch out, near side 45, Freeman on the loose, he's in the 40, down the sidelines, switched by a guy, he might go, 10-5, Gene Freaky, all the way to the house, Gavin Freeman, touchdown.
The exuberant voice of the Sooners, Toby Rowland with the call. Oklahoma wins 73-0. Right now, Ole Miss is leading Mercer 59-7. Oregon leads 50-7 over Portland State. Washington trailing Boise State 9-7. Number 11 Texas up 10-3 on Rice, and number 13 Notre Dame leads Tennessee State 21-3. The U.S. Bank scoreboard update. You can bank on us. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Next week to Ames for Iowa State. This is Iowa Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How would you like to be able to listen to the Hawkeye Radio Network while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. That's syncmygame.com.
Soon we'll go from pool back to school. The end of summer is a total bummer. But yesterday I went shopping and got all the essentials. New backpack, new kicks. Oh, and this is huge. Mom finally got rid of her basic internet and switched us to Extreme. The new Wi-Fi is amazing.
Go back to school with best and fast internet from Extreme. Get speeds from 100 meg up to 1 gig and Wi-Fi 360 Pro with advanced whole home coverage. Call 844-4FASTER or shop online at extreme.com.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
Whether you're watching the game, cooking your famous burgers, or leaving a light on for loved ones, we know you count on Alliant Energy to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need so you can focus on what's most important to you. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Big game day with Hawkeye Village. Get game tickets, pregame extravaganza, all you can eat, drinks, and more. Perfect for groups or families. Limited availability. Call 800-424-2957 or email group-sales@hawkeyesports.com. Join the Hawkeye excitement at Hawkeye Village.
Get ready to score big with IMT Insurance. When it comes to your personal and business insurance needs, IMT Insurance is your MVP. Leave the worries behind and focus on your game. IMT Insurance has you covered so you can be worry-free. Whether it's personal or business needs, they've got the playbook to protect you from life's unexpected tackles. Don't let life's unplanned challenges sideline you. Visit IMTINS.com today to learn more. With IMT Insurance, bring your A game and be worry-free.
Full THC cannabis concentrates, vapes, and gummies are available in Iowa legally at select medical dispensaries. Get a med card online, quick and easy. I got mine in less than a day. Search for Bud and Mary's online to get a card and find a licensed dispensary near you.
This is the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show.
Welcome back to Kinnick Stadium, where the Hawkeyes beat Utah State. A tough opening day opponent. The Hawks prevailed 24-14, helped immensely by 10, count them, 10 Utah State penalties to the tune of nearly 100 yards, 91 to be exact, and the Hawks took advantage of that. Iowa committed drew 7 flags for a total of 50 yards, but seemingly Utah State's were much more critical throughout the game, and that was part of Iowa's win, 24-14. Coming up shortly, we've got Rob Brooks back in the Hawkeye locker room. He's going to visit with Caden Weegan, who provided our John Deere runs of the game, courtesy of Sinclair Tractor, serving southeast Iowa, western Illinois, and northeast Missouri. Stop by and experience how we strive to earn your business every day. Visit SinclairTractor.com. The young man from Williamsburg and Iowa Western Community College helped set up a couple Hawkeye scores with reverses of 14 yards and 13 yards. And Rob sat down with Caden Weegan, and Deshaun Lee got his first start at cornerback for the injured Jamari Harris this afternoon. Robbo?
Caden, thought you got into the end zone right there, but what a great play to set up a touchdown. Just kind of walk me through what went through your mind.
Well, I mean, the whole play is designed for hash number sideline, so I just sprint to the side, and I mean, I couldn't have done any of that without my blockers. Just a wide open sideline. So, I mean, thought I finished it, but I guess the refs thought different. So,
kind of your journey to getting to this point at Iowa. How has it gone, and how have you improved?
Well, obviously, coming from JUCO, it's a completely different atmosphere, and at Iowa, I mean, everybody, it just feels like a huge family here, and I mean, I'm glad I chose this place, and I wouldn't have went anywhere different. So,
came from a very good high school program, and then Iowa Western. What was the thought process to take a shot over on the western part of the state?
I honestly never heard of Iowa Western coming out of high school, and I visited there, and their facilities and everything were great, and I heard that they were a great junior college program, so started my journey off there, and obviously it got me to great places. So,
a lot of good players in that league, isn't there?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's a bunch of guys who, it's crazy here, and the next year they're at some big, huge Power 5 school, and you're like, holy cow, I played against that guy. But yeah, it's cool. There's a lot of good players in that league.
Your total athletic career at Williamsburg, obviously successful in a lot of different areas.
Yeah, I mean, 3-sport athlete, football, basketball, track. I mean, if you've been to Williamsburg, you've seen all the facilities and stuff we have, and I give big thanks to all those guys because I wouldn't be here without them. So,
how about this total receiver room too? Obviously, a lot of sparks early in this game. Talk about the group as a whole.
Oh, I feel like the new additions with Caleb and Seth, I mean, they're obviously great players, and I mean, we made plays this game, but I feel like there's still a lot more on the table to pick up. So, I mean, it's going to be a great season. I can't wait to watch all these guys make plays. It'll be a really fun season.
It's always kind of a true statement. Get that first one out of the way and then kind of go from there.
Yep, just move on to the next week and focus on Iowa State and game plan for them. Try to go get the win.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Deshaun just described the day and getting out there for the first time in front of this large crowd here in 2023. Sure you were amped up along with the rest of the defense.
Most definitely. It was just a great day. We won, so that just made the day 10 times better. Really just happy we got the win, really.
Your improvement to get to this point since you got to the University of Iowa, where does that come from?
Preparation, watching film, working hard day by day, taking it one day at a time, just growing every day.
Is that kind of what you got to do, the extra things to be able to get into this position?
Yes, definitely.
The atmosphere today, especially when everything got pumped up for the defense, can you hear that out there and that kind of gets you going?
Yeah, you can definitely hear it, but I try to tune that out and just focus on what's going on the field. I don't really pay too much attention, but yeah, it definitely be loud.
Playing against an up-tempo offense, it runs a lot of plays. What's most important out there, just getting the communication down?
Definitely communication, alignment, keys, responsibility. That's what we just try to harp on.
This secondary, tight-knit group?
Definitely. We all close. They're my brothers, and I know they feel the same way.
Some of the guys that have been around for a while, have they helped you in your growth?
Most definitely. That's what I love. The older guys always help out the younger guys like myself. I can always count on them. Like Jamar, he give me insight on everything, so I see things from two sets of eyes and 2 point of views.
Important to have those veterans to lean on and help you through, especially here early in the season?
Most definitely, because they already been through it. That was my first game, so he kind of already knew what to expect. This is, 5th year, so yeah.
Feel good to have one down after a long camp?
Most definitely, man, most definitely.
All right. Coach Sean, thanks very much for your time.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Ed Podolak. Sorry for the little technical glitch there. Rob Brooks, I should say, in the Iowa locker room, talking to the first young man was Caden Weegan, junior college transfer from Iowa Western, by way of Williamsburg, giving thanks to Austin Blythe and all those great players that have come before him for the facilities and the great support of the community. And then Robbie sat down with young Deshaun Lee, redshirt freshman, who found out this week he'd be starting in place of the injured Jamari Harris. Now, hopefully Jamari gets back next week, but Deshaun Lee, redshirt freshman from Belleville, Michigan, where the Hawks have got a lot of good players out of down through the years, with the Parkers, Norm, and then Phil having such a presence in the state of Michigan. Two primary contributors to Iowa's win from both sides of the line of scrimmage today. The Hawks hold off Utah State 24-14. As we go to a break on our U.S. Cellular postgame show, let's check in with Michelle Altmeyer. She's back at Hudson's South Side Tap, just off Highway 1 on the south side of town. Come on in, Michelle.
Oh my gosh, Hudson Southside Tap, that's right. We are here in Iowa City, and this is the place to be. There is easy parking, cold drinks, and delicious food. So we encourage you to come on down and celebrate this big Hawkeye win. They've got appetizers, burgers, salads, mac and cheese, and today, $6 chips and salsa. And my personal favorite, the fancy fries. A bed of hand-cut fries topped with 9 different combinations for you to choose. You got to come down and try them. Hudson's Southside Tap, your Hawkeye game day headquarters. Savor $6 house Bloody Marys. Catch the Hawkeye Radio Network post-game show right after home games. Feel the Hawkeye spirit at Hudson's on Highway 1 West, Iowa City. Go Hawks. And looking for more college football action following our broadcast? Well, check out the College Football Blitz for free by going to the Varsity Network app. It's college football audio version of the NFL Red Zone channel every Saturday from 11 to 11. Just search College Football Blitz on the Varsity Network app. More of the U.S. Cellular postgame show continues. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Right now, you are not at historic Kinnick Stadium, but you could be. You're not cheering with 70,000 Hawkeye fans or high-fiving strangers after a pick six, but you could be. With Kickoff to Kinnick from the Iowa Lottery, you could win a dream experience. 2 seats for an Ironman suite. Food, fun, and football like never before. Or win tickets to any Iowa home game. Play the Hawkeye scratch ticket and enter and see details at ialottery.com/VIP to win.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
If Big Ten football runs deep in your veins, then Sirius XM Big Ten Radio is what you need to listen to. We're talking conference and team previews, plus hear live games, news, and analysis from experts like Anthony Harris, Jake Butt, Mac McLeod, and Ben Hartsock. Go in-depth with your favorite team with coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big Ten football like nowhere else. Seize your fandom on the Sirius XM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app and start streaming.
Hawk fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. If you are in the market to buy or sell a home, contact the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty. For all your real estate needs, call 319-631-5455.
You're listening to Hawkeye Football. Touchdown, Iowa! This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Windows and doors are designed and manufactured to give you an inspired look for your next new construction or remodeling project. As your local Windsor distributor, Gilchrist Jewett is here to help you get the right fit for your style and performance needs. We offer the full line of made in the USA Windsor windows and doors, including wood-clad, cellular PVC, and vinyl products. To get your next project started, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our locations in Waukee, Coralville, Altoona, Pella, or Marion.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 Degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Gary Dolphin at the Kinnick Stadium press box where the Hawks defeat Utah State 24-14. Couple of other scores courtesy of U.S. Bank. In the Big Ten, Fresno State upset Purdue in Lafayette 39-35. Michigan thumped East Carolina 30-3. Penn State, West Virginia tonight. Illinois hosts Toledo tonight. Indiana hosting Ohio State at 7-3 Buckeyes late in the first half. Good game there. Maryland is on top of Towson 21-3 in the first half. Likewise, Wisconsin and Buffalo are 7-7 with 5 minutes to play in the first half. None of these teams are pushovers anymore with this transfer portal. The Hawks beat Utah State 24-14. Iowa State has a 30-9 lead on UNI. They're in the fourth quarter, just under 10 minutes to play over in Ames. In the America Rivers Conference, these are finals. Gustavus Adolphus 51, Buena Vista 7, Co 56, Cornell 6. That's a resumption of the oldest rivalry west of the Mississippi, and the Co-Hawks prevailed today. University of Dubuque has a 27-21 lead on Wittenberg in the fourth quarter. It is Central 27, St. Olaf 10, likewise fourth period. And tonight, Augustana at Simpson. Loras will host Benedictine. Nebraska Wesleyan at Austin, and Monmouth visits Wartburg. Iowa volleyball tonight, 6 o'clock over at the Extreme Arena. Kind of wrap up Fry Fest as the Hawks host South Dakota State. Stop in and catch Coach Barnes and the Hawkeye volleyballers, who won over Middle Tennessee 3-0 yesterday. All right, let's hear the comments from Coach Blake Anderson of the Utah State Aggies on his team's determined effort today that fell short to the Hawks 24-14.
As you can imagine, frustrated with the outcome. Clearly, we felt like that we had a plan in place that if we executed it well, would give us a chance to win. And I'm not much for moral victories, as you guys know. So keeping it close and beating the spread and all that stuff doesn't fire me up a lot. What does is how hard the guys played. The fact that we showed at times that we could compete with that group. That's a really, really well built football team. And when we calmed down and did what we're supposed to do, at times we looked really, really, effective, efficient, talented. We played hard. Effort was great all day. It comes down to too many self-inflicted mistakes, too many unforced errors. And you're going to struggle to beat a bad team with the errors that we had today, much less a team of this caliber. 5 personal fouls are unacceptable. Can't have them. We've been coaching that nonstop, and it's still, showing up in key situations. It's something we have to fix. It's something that we will continue to coach as a staff. We had 2 missed opportunities for fumbles, 2 missed opportunities for interceptions. If you can create turnovers in this game, it swings everything differently. And then offensively, we can't turn the ball over and then miss on 2 third shorts. Just when you look at it, I made notes all throughout the game. This game could be completely different if we'll grow up from those mistakes. You heard MJ talk about how many new guys that we have. When I met with the team before the game, I asked how many guys were playing their first, Division I football game, and how many guys were playing their first Division I football game for us, and literally 3/4 of the room raised their hand. So some of the jitters were expected, but it's something we gotta learn from, and I think our guys will. I have no doubt about that. What questions do you have?
How did you feel about the defense rallying, after those first couple of possessions there? Give up touchdowns, then do a lot better after that. How do you feel like they did as far as the turnaround, and what was the key in your mind?
I think the key is just that the kids settled down and played the defense the way it was expected to be played. You could tell we were nervous early, real jittery, miscommunication, as MJ talked about. You could see it. We had to reach that point where they would kind of exhale and just realize, hey, we're just playing football. I mean, it's not some new game all of a sudden. And I think when we got to that point, we played really, really well the rest of the day. It wasn't perfect by any means, and there's still things that I'm sure Joe would be ripping apart, but to hold those guys to less than 300 yards and really hold them to less than 100 yards rushing, to be able to stop them on 4th down, do some key things, force them to punt the ball. That's with this defense and this new staff and the people we're playing against. I was really, really pleased.
Thank you, Coach Anderson, Utah State. Great effort by his guys today. The Hawkeyes had a little more in the tank at the end, win it 24-14. Time for the Case IH Red Zone recap. Case IH, the game might be over, but there's still more to see this season from all of us at Case IH. Thanks for being part of the Red Zone. Talk to your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes and learn more. The Hawks got to the Red Zone 3 times in the first quarter, capping an 11-play 75-yard drive, a 3-yard touchdown. A pass to Eric All made it 14-0 in the second quarter. 11 plays, 47-yard drive. Drew Stevens, a 20-yard field goal. And in the fourth quarter, a 10-play, 68-yard drive. Boy, what a critical crunch time drive that was for a score. A 3-yard touchdown run by Caleb Johnson, set up nicely by Caden Weegens. I believe that was a 14-yard run. I thought he stayed in bounds. I'm with Caden. I thought his foot did not touch the chalk line, but the Hawks got 6 out of it anyway. Three trips, 3 scores in the Case IH Red Zone recap for the Iowa Hawkeyes. This football season, our Hawkeyes won't just play for W's. They'll also play for F's, as in free small Frosties, with a purchase at participating Wendy's within 72 hours of any of our hopefully many victories for the Hawkeyes. Limit 1 per person, a la carte only. Not valid with other offers, digital or delivery orders. Stop in at Wendy's and enjoy a free small Frosty with a purchase at participating Wendy's. Good day to have a Frosty. 24-14, the Hawkeyes win it. Back to wrap up our portion of the U.S. Cellular Postgame show in just a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours, the one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Ah, yes. There's nothing like pork chops sizzling on the grill. Hi, I'm Lori Johns. I'll bet, like me, you love to eat pork. But what do you know about pig farming in Iowa? How animals are raised, or how farmers work to improve their health and the impact on the environment? Join me for Chop Talk, a podcast where we'll meet the people who raise pigs and learn how the challenges they face affect us all. It's not just bacon, it's Chop Talk. Listen on iowapork.org or your favorite podcast app.
Get in the game with Hawk Talk. Join Coach Kirk Ferentz and host Gary Dolphin for 90 minutes of Iowa football talk. Wednesdays, 6:30 to 8 Central. Listen live on the Hawkeye Radio Network and Iowa Hawkeyes YouTube channel. Presented by View Rooftop.
This is the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show.
Welcome back to Kinnick Stadium. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification before we wrap up our U.S. Cellular postgame coverage on Iowa's 24-14 win over Utah State. You're listening to Hawkeye Football. For his first game, Cade McNamara gave a great account of himself today, trying to figure things out, move the team. It's one thing, as he says, to practice, but until the bullets are flying, as Hayden used to say, it's not as easy as it looks. 17 of 30 for McNamara, 191 yards, 2 touchdown passes, sacked just 1 time. He had a 132 quarterback rating, off the charts. McNamara, his 36-yard touchdown pass on his first career attempt as a Hawkeye, made him the first Iowa QB since Chuck Long in 1983 to have a touchdown pass on his first completion of the season. Chuck threw 124 yards to Granger. McNamara 36 yards to Seth Anderson. And that's one of the highlights in today's highlights from Iowa's victory, courtesy of Pioneer.
Here are today's Pioneer Hawkeye plays of the game. Pioneer combines cutting-edge research with one of the largest local testing programs in the industry to help farmers succeed. Pioneer, what's next happens here. Here are today's Pioneer Hawkeye plays of the game.
And twin to the left on the short side of the field. Good protection. McNamara throws it to the end zone. Man wide open. Caught. Touchdown. Touchdown. Touchdown, Iowa to start the game. Seth Anderson, welcome from Charleston. Hawks appear to be going for it on 4th down. 4th and goal. 3 tight ends, heavy package. Here's McNamara. Rolls back. Lobs to the tailback. Touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown. Touchdown, Hawkeyes. Eric All, the tight end. This hurry-up, air raid offense. Lagat to throw again. Back to pass, all kinds of protection. Now he's swarmed under. Sacked way back outside the 20 at the 25. Good job by the Hawkeyes, and then Aaron Graves finishes off Lagat. Play fake to the tailback, throws down the middle of the field, and it is intercepted. Picked off by the Hawkeyes. Xavier Wampa. Man, when he breaks on the ball, it's all over. From the 10-yard line, it'll be a 20-yard field goal attempt for Drew Stevens. We await the snap, and here it is. Spot down, kick up, right through. 17-3, Iowa.
This is Iowa Hawkeye football on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield.
And stay tuned to your Hawkeye Radio Network affiliate for continued post-game coverage. We'll talk Wednesday night on Hawk Talk with Kirk Ferentz from View Rooftop at the Hilton Garden Inn here in downtown Iowa City. And then next Saturday on to Ames, 12:30 for the pregame, 2:30 for kickoff. Iowa at Iowa State. That is always special. In the meantime, enjoy the rest of your holiday weekend. Please travel safely. And to the Pirate, to the tropical troubadour, the maestro of Margaritaville, the incomparable leader of the Parrot Heads, Jimmy Buffett, rest in peace. The final score again from Kinnick, Iowa 24, Utah State 14. For Ed Podolak, for our engineer, Corey Sheets, our spotter, John Swisher, I'm Gary Dolphin, and for Rob Brooks, of course. Enjoy the Labor Day holiday. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
This has been the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. U.S. Cellular, built for the Hawkeyes. Built for silencing notifications and turning up the noise. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Also brought to you by Hy-Vee. Score big savings at HyVeeDeals.com. Pioneer, what's next happens here since 1926. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. Also by Kubota. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer. Iowa Pork, just like the Hawkeyes. Iowa's pig farmers work every day to bring their best to the game. Learn more at iowapork.org. And by Cenex, powered locally. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.